Hey everyone. Welcome back for the final part of Kami's experiment. Man, what a ride it's been. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as I have. Please show some love for Mr. BJ DeKush in the comments for writing this amazing story. And keep an eye out for more from him. I know for a fact he is currently working on some more awesome stories. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. After this video, feel free to head over there, where you can find about 30 other different stories to enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Iron Country, Gokage Summit, Itachi, Mei, I and Rasa led their contingents through Lightning Country to the port and across the seas to Iron Country. It was a couple hours by ship and the entourage of 4 nations was tense as they endured the journey across the seas. Naruto was checking and rechecking the pre-prepared seals he had, which include 4 of the reverse summoning seals that could each bring in 50 shinobi. He also had strong barrier tags that he would give out to the people that were assigned to hold down the fallback location. He had overstocked on stasis seals, explosive tags, and he had some blank tags ready for him to adapt on the fly. Naruto chose to set on the prow of the ship and let the sea breeze and droplets of water soak his face. He tried to steady his mind and think about the struggle to come. The battle with Nagato last time around was absolutely crippling. He was man enough to admit that he had held on by the skin of his teeth, a miracle from Kami and a preponderance of luck. As he was thinking things through, a red-haired beauty took a seat and sat silently next to him, at least for a little while. After a couple minutes, Mei leaned into Naruto and rested her head on his shoulder. "So, you let me down easy and then go and find yourself a sweetheart in Kumo, eh?" Naruto chuckled sheepishly, "I don't know what to tell you. Samui was a good friend and when we visited Kumo, well, old feelings resurfaced. I denied them and let her down at first. And," Mei said in a slow and drawn-out sensual tone, "well, my girl strapped me to the bed and kinda made the decision for me. Then, well, I guess it stuck because she got pregnant and now, I love her as my own," Naruto said passionately. Mei chuckled in a sexy manner, Ara, you so brazenly tell me you had a foursome?" Naruto leaned his head into Mei's. "I have now had many foursomes," he said in a husky manner just to razz her. Mei swatted his shoulder, but kept her head pressed to his. "Well, what is this I hear about a priestess from Demon Country joining the bunch?" Naruto sighed and shrugged, "A request from Kami." Mei leaned off of his shoulder and cast an analytical gaze his way. "No, I am not kidding. Look, Mei, I maintain that you're an exquisite woman, but I am not looking for more. Plus, what's going on with you and Guy?" Mei giggled, "Oh, Guy is a great man. Things are going well, and I am happy. I just wanted to ruffle your feathers a bit. Get in line, sweetheart. There are a lot of people that take great pleasure in ruffling my feathers." Naruto shot back. Mei let Naruto wrap an arm around her and she pressed the next big red button. "So, when can I see the snow or spring princess in your book? I heard a scandalous rumor that there is a steamy scene in there that may or may not involve you." "Yup. They made my book into a movie and hired me as an actor. I think it turned out well, but I am new to acting so I wouldn't expect too much." Wait, Mei exclaimed as she pulled a red book out of her bust. "You are the author of Second Chance?" Naruto nodded, "Yup, I published it after I left Kiri." Mei glommed onto him fully and put on her puppy dog eyes, "Please sign my book." Naruto plucked the still warm book out of her hands and wrote a sexy message, "To Mei Terumi, the Crimson Temptress, I hope you enjoy my book, and I will love you always, new Kitsune." Mei took the red book back with reverence and read the message with a sly smile on her face. She leaned up and placed a kiss on his cheek that left red lips from her lipstick. "Thanks, Ruto. Any chance I will appear in your books?" "Just wait for the 3rd book. You are already in it," Naruto said while tickling her sides. Mei giggled from the tickling and out of excitement. "Thanks, Ruto. You are a great man and I look forward to the rest of my life with you in it." For the rest of the journey, Naruto was in his Golden Sage mode, and he was feeling out his surroundings. He was more in tune with the ocean and water domains, but his range was significantly reduced on the seas. When he had time, he really needed to spend time on the ocean to master this domain, but that was for another time. As he meditated on the prow of the ship, Gaara, Rasa and Tsunade showed up. Tsunade placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and spoke softly. "Relax, Ruto. You are not in this alone and this is not on your shoulders alone." Naruto cracked his eyes open, and his hand slid over Tsunade's own and gave it a soft squeeze. The tingle of the potent natural energy resonated and crackled against Tsunade's skin before Naruto replied. I know, Mama, but these are all some of the most important people in my life and they are risking their lives to follow my plan. Tsunade offered a sad smile to Naruto. I know, kiddo. For what it is worth, I trust you. I trust you as well, brother. Gaara added in a softer tone. Same here, Bubba. If I die tomorrow, I will die a happy man knowing that my family and Suna are in good hands. Rasa contributed. Naruto rose to his feet faster than most could process, and dope slapped Rasa. When the Kazekage shot an incredulous look at Naruto, he exclaimed. No. No fucking death flags. You idiot, tempting fate like some dumbass. This caused Tsunade to bark out a laugh and Gaara chuckled at the sheepish look on his father's face. Gaara took control of the conversation. Father, the prosthetic is new, are you sure it is wise to put yourself in the battle? This drew attentive looks from Tsunade and Naruto. Rasa sighed, I am not going to lie to you, I am not at 100%. That being said, I am more than enough to deal with your average shinobi or plant creature. Gaara put a hand on his father's shoulder, I will be there with you. Plus, sister will join us, and it will get steamy. Naruto guffawed at that. Did Gaara just make a joke? Oh, Kami, that was rich. That being said, just make sure to stand behind her when you see her fan glow blue. Tsunade smiled at seeing Naruto's tension broken. She wrapped him in a hug and Naruto whispered in her ear. Mama, I can feel it. Congratulations. That being said, don't do anything stupid or Q will lose it and I don't know if I would be able to stop him. Tsunade snuggled into the hug, I knew you would feel it. Can you let him out so I can share the good news? Kurama's chakra flared around Naruto and formed into a wood clone. Kurama immediately wrapped Tsunade in a tender hug and spun her around. This drew looks from everyone on the boat and they watched the tender scene between a redhead they didn't know and the slug princess. Kurama fell to his knees and kissed Tsunade's still-toned stomach before he focused yokai to his hands and placed the glowing palms under Tsunade's shirt and over her belly. Lady Kami, I know you are listening. Thank you for this blessing. Take my strength and pass it to the ones I love. Carry them in your embrace and cradle them in your hands, Kurama whispered before he kissed Tsunade's belly once more. Tsunade dragged Kurama up by his chin and placed a passionate kiss on his lips. Take care of my brat. I will be fine. Kurama looked at Tsunade with tender concern painted on his face. Haim, please don't overextend. I know better than to try and stop you, but please be careful. Take my chakra, it will link us for the time being. Tsunade nodded and Kurama placed his hands over Tsunade's heart before red chakra channeled into the slug princess, which caused the wood clone to dissolve. Inside the seal, Kurama spoke up, Kit, can you feel her more clearly now? Naruto nodded and thought back, sure can, Q. She is like a beacon now. If she is in trouble, I will get to her. Tsunade grabbed Naruto by his cheeks. Look, brat, when you are in your fight you focus on your fight alone. Even with your current strength, pain is still a threat. Naruto offered an understanding smile, I know, Mama. I will be fine. That night, the Cage were escorted by Iron Samurai from the port and into Iron Country's capital, which was near the fort they would be meeting at. Naruto spread his senses and he was not surprised to feel Iwa was in and across the village and he felt at least 50 of them in that hotel. Those numbers wouldn't pose a threat to anyone he brought with. Spreading his senses, he looked around Iron Country and was happy to say that he couldn't feel any reinforcements in the area. He slept lightly and kept his senses about him. He felt as if he were in the belly of the beast and the peaceful country he fell asleep to last night now had a tension hanging in the air. Due to this, Naruto was up at 4 a.m. and he cleared his mind to feel out the country once more. He trusted his instincts, he trusted his connection to nature and nature felt like there was a dense static in the air. This feeling made it nearly impossible for Naruto to ease his nerves and he needed to figure out what was causing it. As he entered GSM, he checked on his allies around the village and they were still resting peacefully, except for the Cage. He could feel that they were awake now and preparing themselves. He spread his senses and checked on the Iwa and Ame contingents in the other inn. Oh, that was new, Ame was here now. That took the total of hostile signatures from 50 to 75. Putting the nearby enemies aside, he spread his chakra through the air and ground. He felt hundreds of samurai that were patrolling the area. He felt their tension and he knew that any experienced warrior would be able to feel battle coming. While Naruto couldn't detect an actual enemy presence within the borders of Iron Country, that didn't mean the situation couldn't change. The border between Iwa and Iron Country was less than 50 miles. The border of Ame was 85 miles. That meant that during the meeting, this could change rapidly. The allied cage met in the restaurant that was within the inn and conducted their morning meeting. Everyone's eyes were hardened and steeled. They each knew something wasn't right, and after Naruto set up the privacy barrier, it didn't take long for them to voice their thoughts. Naruto, this is definitely a trap. Tension in the air this morning is thicker than at any point during the Third Great War. I growled. Rasa nodded. Indeed, it is quite menacing. I sensed throughout Iron Country, and I couldn't feel any shinobi within the borders. That being said, there are ways around my sensing. There are transportation techniques, barrier techniques, and any other number of possibilities, Naruto said wearily. The one thing I can say for sure is that the natural energy feels off, like the earth knows something big is coming. I chuckled abruptly. If I didn't know you, I would have said that you were spouting nonsense. That being said, if you feel that way, then there is no doubt that this is an ambush. Itachi nodded. Indeed, I think we go with a clone plan. We cannot let them continue to dictate terms. We should also set up the summoning seals. Pretty much everyone agrees that a fight is coming. While our clones are in the meeting, we should set the stage for battle, Mei said in a tone she hadn't used since the Bloodline Wars. Rasa seconded that motion. I agree. Gloves are off and there is no need to play fair anymore. Naruto stepped in here. Okay, well, let's get the clones out. I will place chakra masking seals on them, make sure that they are dressed in real clothes. Naruto had explained that this was to prevent too much suspicion since he knew that shadow clones could be detected by dujutsu or people that knew what they were looking for. The seals he developed would make it impossible to distinguish between real and clone. I growled, if we all agree that a fight is coming, then why don't we just throw the first punch? Because we are in Iron Country, Lord Raikage. If we attack without provocation, then the fault will fall on us, Itachi said calmly. I grunted and Mei spoke up. I agree with Itachi. This is the best way to go about it. Plus, the fact that Mifune didn't greet us in person tells me that something is wrong. Naruto stepped in here. I didn't want to add to things, but that is a massive red flag. I remember Mifune and he would never let leaders into his village without greeting them in person. I suspect he is under the Akatsuki's control. Itachi, do you have a way to break someone afflicted by the Kodo Amatsukami? Itachi shook his head in the negative. I cannot, however, my mother and Shisui can. If things spiral out of control, we can incapacitate Mifune and we will free him of the influence later. Once he returns to his senses, he will undoubtedly side with us. Naruto clicked his teeth before locking eyes with each cage around the table. Alright, clones out, eyes up and stay sharp. This inn is a safe zone, everything outside is hostile. If clones get dispelled, we will move to the port and put the sea at our back. I will Hiraishindaru, Chojuro and Kankuro back to the ship. We will quietly take over the port and set up the summoning seals. The rest will remain here and wait for the memories of the clones. As everyone departed, Naruto joined the Konaha group in Itachi's room. They created the clones, gave them their clothing and placed the masking seals on them. Naruto went to the other rooms to place the masking seals and within 30 minutes, the clones were off to meet for the Gokage Summit. Naruto had a clone flash the assigned people to the port and his clones set up the summoning seals and the fallback barrier seals. With the clones, who will just be referred to as their originals' names, they were escorted by 2 squads of samurai toward a fort that rested in the center of 3 mountains that were shaped like wolf heads. The landscape was covered in snow and the wind blew the loose snow around with impunity, which made for a very chilly walk. That being said, the clone group walked silently with each clone playing its part. As they entered the fort, they were greeted by Mifune and a samurai contingent. Since Naruto couldn't feel anything off without going into sage mode, he couldn't determine if Mifune was being controlled. That was a variable that could really complicate things. Despite that, the group made their way into the meeting room and took their seats. The clones placed their cage hats down on the table and noticed that there were seats for Iwa and Ame. That sent shivers up everyone's spine because Ame wasn't announced on the guest list, which was already a violation of the terms for the summit. After 10 minutes, Kyuchi walked in flanked by Kurotsuchi and a golem guard. Another 5 minutes and Naruto's hackles rose when the Diva Path of Pain walked in and took his seat next to Kyuchi. The Diva Path, with the Rinnegan active, locked eyes with Naruto. The message conveyed was simple: today we will see whose path to peace is the right one. Naruto could sense the determination and firm resolve of Nagato through his Yahiko path, which made him lament the stubborn stupidity of his cousin. Once the cage were each sat down, Mifune rose and began the meeting. Honorable Cage, we are meeting here today in an effort to prevent war. I am Mifune, Samurai Head General of Iron Country, and I will be the impartial mediator of these discussions, Mifune said in his gruff and wizened tone. I growled, Lord Mifune, there has already been a breach of contract and etiquette. Ame was not on the guest list that was extended to Kumo, Kiri, Suna or Konaha. I demand an explanation. Mifune coughed and cleared his throat. Well, you have brought your allies and Iwa convinced me that it would only be fair if they brought their ally. Surely you jest, Lord Mifune. Ame is the home of the Akatsuki and that man sitting there is the figurehead of that organization. Said organization has attacked my village and has already stolen Biju from Kiri, Rasa said in a disciplined monotone. Before Mifune could address those charges, Kyuchi spoke up while Pain watched on placidly. And Konaha, your ally, is responsible for the death of the previous Tsuchikage and our Jinchuriki after he unjustly captured my daughter. Naruto couldn't maintain decorum and he, or well, his clone, broke out laughing. Oh, ha ha ha, that is rich. That is the angle you're going with. Oh, that's great. Naruto stopped laughing abruptly and scowled at Kyuchi and no Kage made an effort to stop him. I sniffed out your invasion and took measures to halt it. I spared your daughter when I could have ripped her apart just as easily as I did Han and Onoki. You are a pitiful man with no honor. Kyuchi growled and rose to his feet while Kurotsuchi stood to his side. Do not dare speak to me, demon. This earned every other Kage, except Pain, standing to their feet in response. The tension in the room was electric like a room filled with gasoline and everyone was holding their own match. Pain began chuckling darkly. This is why humans are not fit to rule over themselves. It takes someone with the will of God to rule over humanity. If you do not wish to die, sit down. Pain ended forcefully. This once again prompted Naruto's clone to laugh. Ha ha ha, oh, come on, Pain. Don't make me out you to everyone here. I tell you what, if you are God, then deactivate your Rinnegan. If you can activate and deactivate your vaunted eyes at will, then I will call you God. This earned confusion from everyone, even his allies. He had shared details with them, but he hadn't shared everything because he was still holding on to hope that he could save his cousin once all of this nonsense was over. He was so close last time around and he wasn't going to let it end in the same way. Pain, through Yahiko's body, scowled at Naruto. These are God's eyes. They cannot be deactivated. This comment earned a scoff and a mutter of pussy under Naruto's breath that was loud and clear enough for all to hear. Mifune coughed, we are getting off topic. Since Iwa called this summit, I will allow Kyuchi to open negotiations and state his demands. Kyuchi stood with a smirk on his face, and he formed hand signs that sent shimmers around the wall of the room. Well, I have closed off this space. Your Hiraishin will no longer work, demon. I demand that Naruto Senju Uzumaki be handed over to Iwa in recompense for his crimes against Iwa. This is non-negotiable. Failure to agree to these terms will result in your immediate deaths. Kyuchi was stumped when all of the Kage started laughing, with Naruto laughing louder than all of them combined. Itachi's clone, with a devilish smirk on its face, stood up and addressed that. We unequivocally decline. If you want war, bring it on. While Kyuchi scowled, Pain rose from his seat. If you defy the will of God, Pain held out his hands and aimed them to both sides of the table. Then you will die. The clones of the Kage and their bodyguards just sat back in their seats. Well, Lord Mifune, are you just going to let this happen? Mei asked. Mifune shook his head and squinted his eyes before he addressed the room. Yes, the demands of Iwa are, just. Naruto's clone flashed into sage mode and stepped forward. Pain, this fight is between you and me. If you want me, come to the middle wolf head. Oh, and Zetsu, why don't you come out and say hello before I skewer you with nature again? Evidently, it wasn't time for the plant creature to make its move yet and it stayed within the floor. Pain was confused. Why were they acting so relaxed? Something was wrong and his senses were blaring warning alarms. No, you will come with me now or they will all die here. Naruto scoffed at that and slapped his hands to his cheeks in mock surprise. Oh no. Come off it, Pain. Why not drop the pretenses? Why don't you spring your trap and watch me walk right through it? Why don't you bring out your reinforcements and we will have it out? Naruto was walking calmly towards Pain as he spoke, which caused the Iwa and Ame groups to step forward. Strangely, the Kage were just sitting and watching. Drop the act, demon, Kurotsuchi yelled. You cannot get out of this room. Naruto chuckled before locking eyes with Kurotsuchi, which made her step behind her father. Tell me, Yahiko, Kyuchi and others. What happens when rampant nature energy is released in a closed space? At that moment, a Zetsu clone, which had integrated with the table, was pushed out of the table with a spike of wood through its chest. It immediately began turning into a tree and the tree sprouted leaves and flowers. You wouldn't kill your Kage to kill us? Kyuchi shouted. Every Kage started laughing and now the Iwa contingent was panicking. Pain stepped forward and placed his hands on Kyuchi and Kurotsuchi's shoulders as wooden stakes launched at the group. Pain held up one palm and called out, "Universal push." The force of the jutsu shattered the walls of the room and everything in it in the direction of the attack. Through the colossal damage to the room, nobody noticed the puffs of smoke and only Naruto's wood clone remained standing when the smoke cleared. Middle head, Pain. "We will settle our differences there," Naruto said firmly before launching an attack on the three. Unfortunately, the Diva Path was more than capable of dealing with a single wood clone and Kyuchi was able to defend himself. The clone put up a brief, but intense fight and it went out with a bang, but that was all it could do in the end. The clone explosion technique blew off the rest of the top of the tower that Pain hadn't already destroyed, and it was only due to Pain blowing the explosion away that the Iwa contingent and Mifune survived. As the dust settled around them, the Diva Path turned to Kyuchi. "Gather your forces and do not let the cage escape. My animal path has seen them move to the port." Kyuchi bowed, "As you wish, Lord Pain, will you join us in our assault?" Pain looked off into the distance at the middle wolf head. "No, Konaha and I will collect the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Without him, the alliance will fail. I leave the cage and their entourages to you." At that moment, Zetsu appeared with its white and black half together. "Lord Pain, Ame's and Iwa's forces have reached the Iron Country border. My clone's memories made it seem like things didn't go according to plan," the black half said in a disappointed tone. Pain looked placidly at Zetsu. They knew it was a trap and it seems like they each sent clones. "Regardless, they will not get away. My jutsu holds strong over Iron Country and the Kyubi Jinchuriki cannot escape." Kyuchi and Kurotsuchi exchanged concerned looks. "Lord Pain, I mean no offense, but are you sure you can defeat the demon brat?" Pain's brows furrowed and emotion showed on Yahiko's face for the first time. "I am God." "You do not question your God, mortal." While Kyuchi and Kurotsuchi were bowing, Pain's dive path disappeared and a puff of smoke. Black Zetsu grinned darkly. "Well, you three, get to the ports and secure the Ichibi, Nibi and Hachibi Jinchuriki. Your forces will arrive in 15 minutes. Middle mountain of the Three Wolf Heads formation, the dive path of Pain appeared in a puff of smoke at the head of the formation of his paths. Konan was floating on a paper bird behind the bird summon of the animal path that was carrying all of paths. The group flew over Naruto, who was already in his golden sage mode as he sat on the peak of the mountain in a lotus position. As the Diva Path appeared, Naruto stood up, opened his eyes and fixed his golden orbs on Pain. "Now that we are all here, do you have anything to say before I destroy your paths, Nagato?" Naruto's calm voice carried through the air as the winds in the thin mountain air grew turbulent. Diva spoke for the group, as was the usual. "Kyubi." Naruto interrupted him with a potent flare of chakra. "Cousin, we have been over this. Each time you refer to me as the Kyubi Jinchuriki will cost you one of your paths. I gave you a warning in 3 years to see the light. I have held out hope that it wasn't too late to save one of the last family members that is alive. Be warned, Nagato, that I have great patience, but it is not infinite." Naruto's tone had deepened into a growl and the soft utterance still carried itself to each path's ears. The paths didn't react, but Konan did. Diva spoke once more. "Naruto Uzumaki, if you surrender and come with me, I will revive you after the Kyubi is extracted, on behalf of our family ties. That is my final offer." Naruto started laughing ominously before he fixed a glare that nearly froze the 6 paths of Pain. "No, Nagato, this is your final offer. Listen to reason, join my cause or I offer you no mercy. I will destroy each one of your paths before I travel to your real body and beat the ever-living shit out of you." Pain visibly stiffened at the threat. "Very well, Naruto, it seems we are at an impasse. It is time for me to show you that a mere mortal cannot defy the will of God." Naruto bit back his retort and created a wood wall that blocked the wave of gravitational force that was shot at him. He flipped backwards and dodged the beak of the massive bird summon the Pains were riding, and he engaged in a fight versus the Diva, Asura, Preta and Human Path. Naruto sent a series of wind blades out of each of his hands as he flipped backwards and dodged the coordinated assault. After the Human Path lost one of its hands, the Preta Path stepped forward and absorbed the chakra of the jutsu. "Naruto, remember, these frontliners aren't your first targets. You need to get rid of the Naraka Path first so they can't be revived. Stick to the plan, Rudo," Kyubi roared from within the mindscape as he meditated next to Chome. The two were working on syncing their chakra so that they could boost Naruto's power simultaneously. "Rudo, use my scale powder to create the opening," Chome said excitedly as her chakra entwined with Kurama's. After dodging a volley of rockets and blades from the Azura Path, Naruto had to erect a 20-foot thick earth barrier that blocked the gravitational wave from Diva's hands. 1. Naruto countered in his head as his barrier shattered in a cloud of dusty earth. 2. Naruto countered as he gathered the chakra before breathing out a wave of vibrant yellow-orangish powder of his mouth that encompassed the whole peak of the middle wolf mountain. 3. Naruto's internal counter continued as he formed the hand sign to ignite the scale powder. 4. I am sorry, Nagato, this is going to hurt. The whole mountain erupted in the brightest chakra flash that illuminated the whole ground and sky around Iron Country. Even though Naruto had erected multiple layers of chakra over his eyes and had them closes, his vision was still blurry with multiple rings of light. It was as if he had a staring contest with a flashbang grenade and it went off after 5 minutes of staring right at it. Naruto removed the focus on his vision by keeping his eyes closed and used his Genjutsu chakra to feel out the paths. He felt the stunned and irritated chakra of pain as it linked him to his paths, and he sensed that Konaha had her bird rise into the sky as she was unable to see a thing. Naruto sensed 2 of the dead feeling bodies about 50 meters away and he formed a Rasen Shuriken in his right hand and disappeared in a sunshine towards what he believed was the Naraka path. Pain had been pleased that his paths had the advantage in the fight thus far and the boy was being forced to fight completely defensively. After his Diva Path's second use of the Shinra Tensei, or Universal Push, he was intrigued by the massive cloud of powder. He hadn't seen this jutsu from the boy's scouting report, so he gathered his assault paths behind the Preta path and prepared to counter the jutsu. Even from his perch miles away, his actual Rinnegan was blinded by the vibrant chakra flash. He cursed and ordered the Diva path to blindly unleash a full-powered Shinra Tensei to thwart his opponent's plan. Naruto appeared next to the Naraka path after using a flash step, a faster and more disorienting, at least for those unused to its effects, version of the Sunshine. He dropped the intense wind-coated chakra sphere next to the Naraka path and flash-stepped away to a location that was further away from the assault paths. As he exited the second flash step, 2 things occurred nearly simultaneously. First, his Rasen Shuriken went off and the Naraka path was shredded by millions of microscopic wind blades that acted like a wind blender on steroids for anything that was caught in its blast area. Second, the Diva path launched a 360-degree Shinra Tensei that completely obliterated the mountain peak. Naruto recovered from the flash step, and he didn't have time to fasten himself to the mountain or to block the massive gravitational force that slammed into his body. While he was ragdolling through the air, he idly thought that particular attack hurt much more last time around. That didn't stop him from sailing through the air and crashing into the western Wolf Mountain. As he pulled himself out of the crater and dusted the rubble off of his combat uniform, Naruto focused his senses and was pleased to say that his attack had worked on the Naraka path, and he didn't have to worry about reanimating enemies anymore. Nagato scowled as his eyes burning with vibrant white and yellow rings from the blinding attack. He let out a roar of pain and frustration when he felt the link to his Naraka path severed. His use of a full-powered Shinra Tensei had him huffing and puffing and the eyes of his paths were still useless at this point in time. That being said, the Preta path could feel the potent chakra of the boy and that feeling guided the paths to turn toward their opponent. The animal path had used its bird summon to absorb the impact of the Shinra Tensei and it was falling through the air when it summoned a massive rhino and a 3-headed dog. The 2 summons were falling directly on top of the Jinchuriki and the fresh Rinnegan eyes of the summons provided a way for Pain to see clearly once more. That enabled his paths to jump toward Naruto's new location in an attempt to save the animal path. Naruto sensed everything happening in slow motion and he was hardly surprised by the summoning of the 2 creatures that were mere meters from crushing him and his new mountain. Naruto weaved through hand signs and focused his chakra before he crouched and placed both of his hands on the ground. 10 massive wooden spikes rose from the earth and raced into the sky towards the animal summons. The rhino was the first to roar out in pain as 3 of the wooden spikes impaled it. Next, the dog was impaled through its center head and 3 times in its legs and body. Naruto smirked devilishly as he switched to the snake hand seal and directed more of his nearly sentient chakra through the earth and into the wooden spikes. Before they could dispel, the animal summons erupted in an explosion of gore as the wooden stakes sprouted massive thorns that tore through nearly every part of their body. As the blood was falling, Naruto focused on the milliseconds he had to target the isolated animal path. The path had landed on the back of the dog summon and it had jumped into the air towards the other paths when he had cast his Makuten Grand Wooden Spikes Jutsu. As the animal path soared through the air in an attempt to link up with the other paths, it summoned another of the bird summons it had at its disposal. As the animal path secured itself to the bird, its head turned to see something godly. A fist the size of a mountain made of wind that was translucent, except for the potent bluish sheen that indicated copious amounts of wind chakra, was soaring towards the animal path. The bird tried to climb above the jutsu's area of effect, but it wouldn't make it out in time. The Preta path jumped forward off of a platform created by the airborne Asura path in an attempt to save the animal path. The Predapath kept its hands forward to absorb the jutsu that was racing it toward the animal path. The Predapath was mere feet away when the effect of the divine fist of the wind god slammed into the animal path and the bird it was riding. The Predapath was able to absorb the local chakra that slammed into its palms, but it was unable to save the animal path. Diva Path was able to see the shattered form of the animal path as it ragdolled over the mountains and into the far-off horizon. Pain screamed out in anger as his connection to the animal path was severed. Through the eyes of his paths, that could now see clearly, he saw that the animal path looked like it was slammed head-on by a freight train and subsequently crushed by a tank. He knew there was no hope in recovering the body of the animal path, much less reviving it by using the Naraka path. Pain was panicking now as his battle strength dwindled as his cousin dissected him in a precise and planned manner. Battle at Tetsu Port. Naruto's clone had erected the summoning seals and helped to prepare a fallback point for the allied forces. The tension in the air had reached a fever pitch and everyone was working frantically to prepare the area for defense. It didn't help that a platoon of samurai had attempted to prevent them from completing their assigned tasks, which was a 10-minute delay that nobody appreciated. As the bound samurai were secured upon the Kumo ship that had transported them, everyone heard a far-off explosion and saw dust rising from the skies over the fort that the Kage's clones were meeting at. Moments later, Naruto's clone announced that the Kages and the remaining protective detail were en route to the port. It also said that the original Naruto was going to fight Pain away from the main battle and that Iwa and Ame forces were inbound. The clone sat in a meditative position and called on the natural energy around the port. Its eyes snapped open when it was able to get an accurate reading and it gathered those assigned to set up the fallback point. Okay, everyone, Kages will be here in 10. Iwa and Ame forces in the village are pursuing them. The main Iwa and Ame forces are 20 minutes out and I can sense thousands of Zetsu transporting through the ground. This is scenario 3 and we will need to hold out for a minimum of an hour before our own reinforcements make it here. The Naruto clone tried to keep its tone calm as it informed those gathered around. Daru took charge, set up an ambush for those that are pursuing the Kage. Chojuro, summon our quick reaction teams and get them caught up on the situation. Clone Naruto, prepare and power the barriers. We will need them to delay the enemy. Naruto's clone spoke up, okay, to make bad news worse, the Uchiha, Kakuzu and Kisame have entered the fray and they have attacked the Kage en route. It furrowed its eyes in concentration to feel out the newly emerged battle. I is fighting Kisame and guiding him too. Our western edge. Tsunade is fighting against Kakuzu. The clone winced as everyone heard an explosion. Well, Mama isn't holding back. She is already in sage mode and is engaging Kakuzu while falling back further west of the Reikage. Kankuro whistled as he summoned the Suna QRF. Damn, Mama was always scary when she went all out. The desert never looked the same after your battles with her. A massive puff of smoke filled the area right in front of the ship. Alright, you lot, get your orders from Naruto. He moved to the next summoning seal while Naruto assigned them sectors. Within 10 minutes, Naruto had set up a total of 150 elite shinobi from Kumo, Kiri, Konaha, and Suna. The Mizukage, Kazekage, Hokage and their guard details darted into the port area. There were around 50 of the original 75 shinobi still in pursuit. However, as the allied Kages passed the front line of defense, chaos rained down on the shinobi that were pursuing. As Gaara passed, the Naruto clone gave the order and the Earth users acted first by erecting a 400-foot wide earth bowl around the pursuers and the walls rose nearly 80 feet up. Next, the Kiri shinobi all used their most powerful water jutsu to hit the pursuers hard and drown them in condensed water. The Kumo contingent jumped up on the walls of the earth bowl and cast a variety of powerful lightning jutsu into the water. The resulting steam was ominous as it spread over the port, but that didn't stop the next part of the attack. The front of the earth bowl crumbled and a volley of fire and wind jutsu decimated the remaining earth bowl and the surviving shinobi. As the steam cleared, a victory shout rang out around the port. The first wave of enemies was dealt with, but that was just the preamble. Temari and Samui jumped next to the Naruto clone and got a quick hug from the clone that was in sage mode. It was Temari that took the lead as the Kage and leaders huddled around the clone after ordering their forces to secure the perimeter. Alright, Rudo, give us an update, Temari said in a deadly serious tone. Scenario 3, the clone started, which earned a gasp from Mei. We have roughly 5,000 incoming shinobi and an equal number of Zetsu. Itachi frowned, 10,000 against less than 200. The Naruto clone continued, our forces are 45 minutes out. We can apologize to Mifune later, I say we just decimate the area. Our foes are human, so we will unleash our strongest attacks from the start and hopefully cause them to pause in fear. Mei scowled, Naruto, their numbers will overwhelm us. We can buy some time, but against those numbers. Gaara stepped forward into the circle. "It will be fine, Lady Mizukage. Tamari and I will open the assault. Tamari, I will kick up a sandstorm. I do not wish to sync with Shukaku until it is absolutely necessary. After I open, you hit them with a steam jutsu." Tamari grimaced at the thought of killing that many people, but she nodded. "Very well." Rasa looked to the Naruto clone. "Are you fighting with us?" The clone stood up and shook its head in the negative. "I will be maintaining the fallback barriers and countering Zetsu's underground transport technique. Give your men the battle plan and have them pair up in squads that can use combination jutsu. Fire users with wind. Lightning users with water. This whole plan is to overpower them with quality until our reinforcements arrive." Mei nodded. "Very well. Daru, I will stagger my formations with yours. I will control the eastern edge and you get the western edge." Daru nodded lazily. "Yup, the Raikage and Tsunade are fighting on the western edge. Once they finish their fights, I will have them sweep through and give us a breather." Rasa nodded. "Gaara and I will hold down the middle with Konaha." 5 minutes later, a horde of Ame and Iwa shinobi halted a couple 100 feet in front of the formation of elite shinobi. Kyuchi had taken charge of the forces and he had ordered the halt. The ground shook as another explosion went off to the west and then the whole world went an orangish yellow as Naruto's scale powder jutsu went off. This stunned both sides and both sides were wiping their eyes in an effort to regain their vision. Once his vision cleared, Kyuchi shouted the charge order to his shinobi. Waves of earth rose up in front of the formation as 20 Iwa shinobi used a collaboration jutsu to erect the massive earthen wave. The Iwa forces charged behind the wave, but they weren't ready for the seas to rise up amidst a rumble of thunder as the whole port surged with electricity as the Kumo shinobi got their lightning jutsu ready. Torrents of water and lightning tore through the earth wave and slammed into a surprised enemy who wasn't ready for their collaboration jutsu to be dealt with so easily. As the earth wave crumbled, chaos ensued, but nobody was ready for what followed. As massive sandstorm came to life from the center of the port, and it rapidly spread to encompass nearly a square mile in front of the port. As Gaara sweat from the effort, Rasa added his own gold dust and wind techniques. Finally, Tamari had gathered her chakra and completed her dance as her fan glowed with a potent blue chakra. She lashed out and the winds of the sandstorm integrated with the steam wind and howls of pain echoed through the howling winds as the Iwa and Ame forces learned to fear the power of Suna. Western Wolfhead Mountain, Naruto sensed the massive buildup of chakra at the port, and he felt the intense battle start. He cleared his mind and refocused on dealing with the remaining 4 paths of pain and Konan. He dodged a volley of paper shuriken that coated the mountain, and he cursed as each shuriken began glowing and sizzling. Naruto coated himself in a dense earth dome as the paper shuriken bombs went off. His Mukuten ability was more than enough to handle the explosions, but he once again found himself on the defensive. After freeing himself from his earth dome, he dodged a volley of rockets that were followed shortly after by another gravitational push. To his consternation, the battle maintained this flow for the next 5 minutes. Every long-range jutsu he fought back with was absorbed by the Preta path and he knew that a regime change was needed in order to break the stalemate. He thought internally to Kurama and Chomei, who both said that they were ready. Naruto's Golden Sage mode erupted in a wave of power as the combined yokai of Chomei and Kurama took form over him. Naruto's normal orange cloak now had wings, a chitinous-looking helmet and he felt the power overflowing a bit more than usual. He tempered the overflowing yokai with more Senjutsu chakra and the wavering chakra flames tempered themselves and settled into a hardened layer of yokai. Cool, Naruto thought before smirking devilishly, only one more thing to add. After thinking this, 9 tails hung down like streamers from his tailbone and they swayed contentedly behind Naruto's form. He launched himself into the air toward the one enemy that was isolated enough to take advantage of. His wings beat furiously as he soared towards Konan with his 9 chakra chain tails followed. He closed the distance in less than 3 seconds, which evidently surprised the airborne paper kunoichi enough to open her up for an attack. Konan had relegated herself to a support role since she knew that she would be less than useful in a close-range fight against Naruto. She had just launched a volley of explosive paper shuriken and she was molding her next attack when she felt a massive surge of power. She looked down to see a truly terrifying sight as the Kyubi Jinchuriki somehow sprouted wings and tails and was flying toward her at an astounding speed. She ordered her paper bird to dive, but she knew it wasn't going to be enough. She began separating her body into sheets of paper as Naruto sent 2 chakra chains towards her. Naruto was fighting against an internal dilemma. He didn't want to kill Konan and if he used any of his wind techniques, he would undoubtedly kill Konan who had just separated into sheets of paper. Thinking quickly, Naruto halted his forward momentum and ordered his chains to form a barrier. The Diva Path roared out and aimed both palms toward the newly emerged, airborne dome of chakra chains and let loose a full-powered Shinra Tensei. The chains didn't even ripple when the gravitational force slammed into it, which caused the Preta Path to be thrown by the Asura Path. Inside the chain barrier, Konan found it impossible to stay separated in the paper sheets. She reformed and saw that she was trapped by the Makuten chains that had wrapped around her wrists and ankles, and her chakra was draining quickly within the barrier. She looked at the boy who was glowing with power and she was surprised to see a sad look on his face. She instinctively cocked her head in a questioning manner. Naruto offered a weak smile. Konan, I do not wish to kill you. You are a good woman who has chosen to believe in her friend and follow his dream. Naruto unsealed a kunai and rapidly closed the distance to the immobilized kunoichi. He tucked the three-pronged kunai into her Akatsuki cloak. Be careful after this. That Uchiha will get desperate. Call me if you need me. Konan offered an understanding smile as she felt herself slipping into chakra exhaustion and her eyes were half-lidded. Thank you, Naruto, she whispered tiredly before her eyes closed and the black kanji spread across her form. The Preta Path slammed into the barrier of chakra chains and began absorbing the chakra rapidly. The barrier cracked and broke to show Konan being held by the Kyubi Jinchuriki. From his throne, Pain roared out and focused his power to the Preta Path. Naruto was surprised when his chakra started draining rapidly and his chains were dissolved, which caused Konan to begin plummeting to the ground. The Preta Path, having absorbed what kept it airborne, also began descending to the ground in an uncontrolled manner. Naruto panted from the chakra drain as his wings nearly flickered out of existence, but Chome was able to push more chakra out and stabilize them in time. The Diva Path once again held out both hands and pulled the Preta Path and Konan to him. The two figures were pulled rapidly in his direction as the human and Asura paths were watching the Jinchuriki. The Asura path formed rockets that sailed through the air in trails of smoke towards Naruto, who dodged them easily as he hovered in mid-air. How do I deal with them without killing Konan now? Naruto thought. Kurama frowned as he remained in a seated meditative position within the mindscape. I don't know, Ruto. No wide-scale jutsu, so I guess that leaves taijutsu, Naruto groaned. Taijutsu against a guy that controls gravity. Chome chittered in excitement. You can do it, Ruto. It was Kurama's turn to groan. You have turned my sister into a fan Biju. Ow. Kurama growled as he rubbed the back of his head from Chome's tail strike. Stupid big brother. You deserve that. I am not a fan Biju, I am just trying to motivate our vessel. Chome chittered agitatedly. Naruto tuned out the Biju's argument and he dove down toward the paths. A boom was heard as he broke the sound barrier in a surprising display of acceleration. Naruto crashed into the mountain in between the paths in an explosion of earth and wind. This sent the paths flying in opposite directions and he turned and caught Konan. He tried to cushion the blow, but the unconscious woman grunted at the impact and change of momentum when Naruto took off away from the paths of pain that were getting back to their feet. Naruto flew toward the western mountain and landed ungracefully, which forced him to slide on the snow to regain his footing. Naruto created a wood clone as he was sliding, and the wood clone took Konan's limp form in time for it to escape the explosion that rocked the western mountain. Naruto was flung further down the mountain from the explosion caused by the Asura path and then he felt an abrupt change in momentum as he was pulled towards the Diva path. He righted himself in air and saw that the Preta path was waiting for him with both hands out in a position that told Naruto it was about to catch him in a bear hug. Naruto scoffed and sent 9 Makuten chains at the Preta path as he was merely 20 feet away. The Diva Path's eyes widened in panic as it released the universal pull that it used on Naruto and immediately cast the universal push. Naruto grunted in pain as the abrupt change in momentum rocked his body and skull, but his attack paid off. The Preta Path was pulled along as it was impaled by 5 Makuten chakra chains and the two forms went sailing back into the western Wolf Head Mountain, which was nearly destroyed by this point in time. The Preta Path felt a chakra-draining battle taking place as the draining effects of the Makuten chains fought against the Rinnegan's abilities to absorb chakra. The Preta Path was slowly winning out, but then it slammed into the western mountain. Unlike Naruto who was reinforced by Senjutsu chakra and copious amounts of yokai, the Preta Path slammed into the mountain in a crunch of bone and chakra rods. Pain once again yelled in frustration as the link to yet another of his paths was severed. Pain let out a roar of frustration through the Diva path as it was one of 3 surviving paths. The human path was practically useless and the Asura path had been less than effective. As he was lost in his frustrating thoughts, he barely registered the wind dragon that was sailing towards the remaining paths. That being said, he did notice, and he raised a hand for yet another time and used the power of the Rinnegan to push it away with a wave of gravitational force. Apparently, That was according to Naruto's plan because as the wind dragon was forcibly dispelled, the ground under the three paths began shaking. A dragon's maw, formed from Makuten, rose up from under the three paths. Diva jumped up and used its control over gravity to float above the attack. The Asura path used rockets to propel it out of range of the massive dragon's maw. However, the human path was left trapped and alone as the teeth made of wood shredded the corpse that housed the human path. Naruto panted and let the yokai cloak fade from around him as his chakra coils burned from overuse. The combined yokai cloak was intense and it put an unfamiliar strain on his chakra coils, so he decided to take the rest of the fight without it. He rebalanced the Genjutsu chakra and he was able to sense the Diva and Asura paths hovering in the air over the middle Wolf Mountain. Well, sadly, it wasn't much of a mountain now. It was more a pile of rubble that served to prove an intense battle had taken place. Partner, Obito is watching from the eastern mountain. I can sense that foul chakra from his Sharingan, stupid bastard. Kurama warned. Chome stomped her legs in agitation since she no longer needed to funnel her yokai to Naruto. Only two more, Ruto. Give your chakra coils a rest and let the Senjutsu heal them before we can ignite them once more. Chome added in a positive tone. Gotcha, Cho, and Q. I think I will let the Uchiha team know that he shouldn't be standing so close. Q, handle the wind. I will bring the water, Naruto said with a smirk in his mind. Kurama chuckled, finally bringing this out, eh? Naruto nodded externally and closed his eyes to focus. He pulled on the water that was locked in fixed granules of snow and ice. This pulled massive amounts of snow and ice to bend to his will as Kurama focused the wind chakra internally and spread Naruto's chakra through the air. Naruto's eyes snapped open after he went through the hand signs for a water dragon, except a couple of the sign were changed. After weaving the last sign, he clapped his hands together which caused the ice to race towards his as if he was a magnet in a room filled with iron shavings. Combination Jutsu, Divine Ice Dragon. Naruto roared as a dragon that was over 1,000 feet long and 250 feet wide rose up from the western mountain and let out a roar that echoed around Iron Country. The dragon swayed its tail as if using it to propel itself as it raced towards the airborne Diva and Asura paths. The gravitational force and rockets of the two proved insufficient to disrupt the massive dragon that continued its destructive journey towards them. The two disappeared among the chaos of ice and wind shards as the ice dragon tore through the rubble pile that used to be the center mountain and crashed into the eastern mountain. Naruto knew that Obito could simply phase out, but it was still a sufficient warning to the bastard Uchiha. Obito had been watching the fight from his mount on the eastern wolf head. He had been impressed by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's prowess and supremely disappointed by the lackluster performance of a fake god. He admittedly missed half the battle due to the blinding jutsu that was used. He had recently regained his vision after spending a couple minutes in his pocket dimension and using his chakra to heal his eyes. When he returned, he noticed that 3 of the 6 paths were defeated, as well as Konaha. He knew the inevitable outcome of this mission, but he wanted to see if Pain was able to weaken the Kyuubi Jinchuriki enough for him to swoop in and finish the fight. To his amazement, he watched the human path get swallowed by an earthen dragon that reminded Obito of the memories that Madara had shared with him. His jaw then fell when the biggest ice dragon he had ever seen rose up out of the western mountain, swallowed the 2 remaining paths of Pain and then swerved towards him. He had enough time to phase back into his pocket dimension, but when he returned 30 seconds later, he wasn't ready for the 200-foot plummet. As he landed hard, his Sharingan showed him the destroyed mountain and the devastation caused by the ice dragon. All 3 mountains were now piles of ice and rubble. What were once admittedly beautiful forces of nature were now broken down into their base components, lacking their majestic form. He forced himself to refocus on the ongoing battle and he looked around for the orange hair that he had come to know as the Diva Path of Pain. Through the chakra, dust and ice that lingered in the air, he was unable to detect the final path of Pain. That all changed when he felt a pull on his form, and he immediately phased into his pocket dimension and kept his senses in the real world. Pain had sacrificed his Asura path to preserve the Diva path from the ice dragon. The Asura path blew open a hole in the roaring tempest of ice and wind before it threw the Diva path upward into the sky. The Diva path hovered over the mountain range and looked down with a look of sheer rage on its face as the ice dragon plowed through the eastern mountain and crashed into the landscape below. He felt the link to the Asura path get severed and he let out his loudest roar of pain and frustration as he focused as much chakra as he could into his Diva path. The Diva path formed a super dense black orb in its right hand before releasing it into the air and fleeing the area. Not even the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would be able to resist the greatest jutsu of God that was strong enough to create the moon. Nagato watched through Yahiko's eyes as all of the loose rubble, ice and chunks of mountain were pulled toward the Chibaku Tensei that he released. His Rinnegan located the glowing form of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and saw that wood chakra chains were anchoring him to the western mountain. He roared and poured more chakra into the black hole that he had created. Naruto yelped in surprise as his chain anchors caused the base of the western mountain to be ripped up and towards the one jutsu that nearly ended him last time around. Rather than panic, he closed his eyes and focused on merging his chakra with Kurama. No offense to Chome, but he needed Kurama's form to resist this jutsu. A magnificent golden fox formed on top of the massive chunk of earth that was soaring into the air towards the black hole. The golden fox formed a Biju bomb on the front of its snout and sent the bomb towards the earth formation that was hovering in the sky. A massive explosion boomed in the sky over the mountains, but it wasn't enough to disrupt the most powerful jutsu of the Rinnegan. Naruto and Kurama changed strategies and wooden armor appeared on the ethereal golden form of Kurama. Mukuten encased chakra tails tore through every clump of earth that was gathering over the black hole. 3 mountains worth of rubble were torn asunder by the Mukuten tails, which exposed the chakra core of the jutsu. The golden fox snarled as it was near the core before all 9 chakra tails assaulted the chakra core at once. In an explosion of chakra, Naruto and the fox form of Kurama were sent hurtling towards the ground as the destabilized black hole exploded with world-shattering force. The massive golden fox slammed into the ground as earth and ice showered down upon it. The Biju transformation absorbed the worst of the explosion and impact for Naruto, but it caused the form to destabilize, which left Naruto huffing and puffing on one knee as earth and ice continued to rain down from the sky. Pain was infuriated to the point that he ignored his own exhaustion as he watched the Kyuubi Jinchuriki escape his most powerful jutsu. The Diva Path fell out of the air as it no longer had enough chakra to hover in the sky. Pain coughed out a lung full of blood as the link to Yahiko was temporarily severed. The body of Yahiko crashed into the ground from his perch in the sky before it was covered in a layer of ice and dust. Naruto regained his composure after 30 seconds and he attempted to calm his senses and burning chakra coils. He took deep breaths and tuned out the overwhelming amounts of chakra that were hovering in the air. He maintained his golden form and shook his head as he thought, no wonder the sage could fight for days on end. This power is amazing. Focus, Naruto. Kurama roared through the mental link, which snapped the blonde knucklehead back to his task. Hey, Q, is it just me or is the link to the Diva Path weak? Naruto thought as he sensed the chakra connection to Yahiko. Kurama's scowl faded and a contemplative look took over his face. Spread your senses and find Nagato. I no longer sense the Uchiha. Naruto forced the panic rising back down and focused on tracing the chakra link back to Nagato's position. As he found him, his eyes widened in horror as he felt Obito's presence near Nagato. In a flash of gold, Naruto dashed towards Nagato's position while praying that he would make it in time. Battle of the Port, Part 2. As Gaara's magnificent sandstorm died down and Tamari's steam wind had evaporated, there was a momentary lull in the battle. Silence hung over the battlefield save for the flickering of many small fires that dotted the sundered landscape. As the air cleared of the sand and debris, the Allied forces saw hundreds of earth domes and other defensive techniques. It was clear that they were fighting a skilled shinobi force rather than simply exterminating a large force of bandits. The earth domes began to crumble down and showed that over half of the shinobi force survived the intense combo attack of the Subaku family. The forces glared at each other momentarily before the intense fight began once more. The air was filled with battle cries, jutsus of all shapes, sizes and natures, screams of pain and death moans. The intense fight went on for 15 minutes when everyone was once again forced to stop and gape as a majestic ice dragon roared to life over the remains of 3 landmarks. The momentary disruption didn't last long as the screams of an intense battle filled the air once more. Tamari was ideal in a battle position such as the one she was in. She was at the front of the vanguard, and she was free to unleash the mayhem of wind and steam in 180 degrees in front of her. Her flanks were protected by her brother and father, and her other brother was controlling his puppets to deal with any of the scum that managed to close the distance. She let out 3 more funnels filled with the chaos of wind and steam that rose into twisters and tore into a group of Ame ninja that were assaulting the eastern flank. Samui was paired with some mist shinobi on the western flank, and she felt Tsunade's presence join the battle. She wasn't a particularly gifted sensor or anything, she just couldn't mistake the trademark fissures and rumble from her monstrous strength for anything other than her mama. She had opened with some of her strongest lightning jutsu, lightning style - electromagnetic murder, combined with a joint jutsu from the mist shinobi led by Zabuza. The water style water colliding wave soared over the allied formation before forming into a wave that was 40 feet tall and 300 feet wide. The wave that crackled with electricity crashed into an enemy formation of over 100 shinobi, and the earth barriers they used to defend themselves did little to temper the impact of the collaboration jutsu. After the opening attack, Samui joined a charge alongside the swordsmen and women of Kumo and Kiri. They were ordered to perform a quick attack and retreat sequence. Samui was able to sever 2 heads from necks before the retreat was ordered. She let out an impressed whistle in her head when a wall of flames erupted over the western flank to cover the retreat. After reforming, Samui looked out and saw that there were still hundreds if not thousands of enemies on the western flank. As she was regaining her bearings, she saw another fissure tear through the lands in front of the port. She watched Tsunade jump high into the air before summoning a massive fragment of Katsuyu that let out a monstrous cloud of acid upon the enemy formation. The massive slug ate earth and water jutsu to the sides and head before retreating to the summoning realm. Tsunade had jumped from her perch on Katsuyu's head and glowed a vibrant blue as she plummeted to the ground glowing with chakra. Her axe kick caused a fissure that was several hundred feet deep and nearly 800 feet wide to appear in front of the western flank. Tsunade landed next to Samui while breathing hard. Her sage mode faded, and she took a knee next to Samui. "Hinata," Samui yelled, and moments later Hinata was already caring for Tsunade. Hinata looked up after analyzing Tsunade. "I am taking her back to the ship. She is bordering chakra exhaustion and it is putting strain on the baby. Naruto's clone will be able to give her a chakra boost." Samui nodded before turning back to the battlefield as hordes of white Zetsu began appearing on their side of the crater. She heard Daru order a close-in formations to prevent the Zetsu from being able to imitate allies. She sensed Hinata disappear to the ship with Tsunade and whispered a prayer to Kami for the health of the child. She returned her full attention to the fight against the horde of white Zetsu. Ino was grouped with a Yamanaka team that was part of the quick reaction force. After Gaara's storm, the battle on the eastern flank resumed with terrifying intensity. Their role in such a wide-scale battle was simple: disorient and distract. The mind jutsu from the Yamanaka were truly terrifying in such a scenario. She watched her father go slack as he took control of a commander in the enemy's ranks. It was the general of Iwa's explosion corps, and she marveled at her father's ability to rapidly understand and use his enemy's own jutsu. Multiple explosions occurred around the general before he began glowing a brilliant white and detonating in a chaotic explosion that sent a mushroom cloud hundreds of feet into the sky. Ino focused on using Yamanaka style, mind destruction, and Yamanaka style, sensory deprivation jutsus. When her jutsu landed, groups of shinobi would fall over in drooling heaps or stumble around flailing wildly. Ino knew that this was the most she could do for the allied forces and that any hand-to-hand combat would lead to unnecessary casualties. She refocused and took control of a big man from Iwa, who suddenly turned around and charged into his own ranks. Itachi had taken command of the fire users and wind users that were partnered together for this defensive operation. He marveled at the potential of the two being used in tandem as firestorms rained down on their enemy position. He hated the pointless loss of life, the screams of agony, the smell of burning flesh and ash. He wanted a peaceful world, and he lamented the fact that one must fight for peace. One must commit atrocious acts to ensure that said acts were not committed against the ones he loved. He watched Shisui launch a fire dragon that was empowered by Misori's wind jutsu. The dragon grew to 3 times its normal size and tore through 3 earth walls before exploding in a ball of fire amidst the enemy formation. Things were going well, but the allied forces were using far too much ninjutsu for this to be a sustainable battle strategy. His Sharingan caught a blur of blue that tore through enemy formations almost faster than his Sharingan could track before the blur jumped into the air and landed in the back of the enemy formation. The explosion of earth and lightning that poured out of the crater was accompanied by screams of confusion from the enemy formation. I had finished his intense fight with Kisame Hoshigake. It took him longer than he thought to deal with the man that was hailed to have as much chakra as a Biju. While the fight dragged on, I found himself disappointed by the fight. It was clear that the missing ninja from the mist had grown accustomed to fighting with Seimata. The look of surprise on his face as Ai's lightning strike tore through his chest told Ai that the monster of the mist didn't expect the jutsu to go right through his sword. Oh well, I was victorious and he was able to rejoin the battle and back up his allies now. I decided to take the long way around when it came to this battle. After dealing with Kisame on the western flank, he tore a blue, lightning-covered streak through the enemy formation all the way to the eastern edge. His body was his weapon and the potent lightning chakra evaporated the blood before it could even taint his form. He dashed through another group of unsuspecting shinobi before he launched himself into the air. He crashed down among the back ranks and took out an important-looking commander from Ame. Realizing he had overextended a bit, he dashed back towards his allies while dispatching every enemy in his way. Itachi gave the Raikage a deadpan look as the hulk of a man came to rest next to him. Itachi was surprised to see that the Raikage was already huffing and puffing, but he figured In's ranked battle and a trip through hundreds of enemies would do that to a man. He coughed to get the Raikage's attention and cocked an eyebrow at the man. I recognized the gesture and decided to give a brief report. I took out Kisame and decided to sow some discord before rejoining our forces. How are things here? Itachi frowned slightly. We are holding them at bay, but we are expending chakra far too fast for this to be sustainable. As Itachi said that, thousands of white Zetsu rose from the grounds 300 feet away from the front of the Allied formation. And now we have them to deal with as well. I growled. I need a moment to recharge, he said to Itachi before he rose his voice and bellowed, close ranks. The Allied formation fell back slightly and tightened up their formation. Flame contingent, Itachi yelled, which prompted the fire and wind users to prepare. The white Zetsu horde charged recklessly. They were a distraction meant to wear out the enemy. There were less than 2 of the enemy and thousands of allies remaining. Sure, the enemy consisted of the most elite ninja of each village, but that only made it worth the sacrifice. The Zetsu charged, each one only as strong as a Chunin, but they charged as one. They had the power to absorb chakra by direct contact and they were fairly resilient. As they were 100 feet out, a flame tornado nearly 500 feet wide tore through the center of the charge. The Zetsu were made of nature cells and their weakness was fire. The horde didn't stand a chance as Tamari used her link to the tornado to have it move toward the eastern flank. On the eastern flank, the initial charge was halted by dragons of water and lightning. The temporary stall in the charge caused them to fall prey to the flames of the tornado and it cost the Zetsu army nearly a third of its members. On the western flank, Daru let out a full-powered storm-style laser circus which tore through many of the Zetsu. As he was recovering, Zabuza stepped up and led the ninja from the mist to conjure another massive water-colliding wave. As the water settled among the charging Zetsu, they were barbecued by a high-voltage electric current. Samui led the charge too. Clean up the closer survivors before quickly retreating back to the defensive lines. This was the battle plan that Daru developed, and it had proved effective thus far. Pain's lair in the mountains. Before everything began, Konan had helped the immobile form of Nagato get set up in a paper building that was formed in the disguise of a rock. He controlled his paths from there, and the mountain he resided on was in between the Wolf Head mountain range and the capital of Iron Country. Pain had directed his paths from this location, and after casting the Chibaku Tensei he was trying to recover from expending so much chakra in his weakened form. After coughing out his second mouthful of blood, he wiped his lips and saw a swirl appear in front of him. The swirl faded to reveal Obito Uchiha in his orange mask and the lone Sharingan was glaring down at him. The Uchiha began pacing in front of him and he spoke condescendingly to the crumpled form of the man. TSK, 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 the mighty god brought so low by a single boy. His tone was saturated with derision and disgust. Pain looked up wearily from his throne, knowing that he couldn't best this man in his current condition. Looks like the time has come for me to take my own action. At that moment, a black shadow crawled out of the ground and took over the right half of Nagato that was still in his throne of sorts. A mouth formed on the black half of the face, and the voice of Black Zetsu spoke. Obito, he doesn't have enough chakra left to revive Lord Madara in all his greatness. The parasite sounded disappointed and disgusted by the discovery. Obito frowned and scowled, damned fool, waste all of your chakra like that. Oh well, I guess I will settle with taking my eyes in your life then. Nagato tried to resist the influence of the black creature that had paralyzed the right half of his body. In his current condition, he could do little to resist, and the effort caused him to cough out another mouthful of blood. After the irony taste of the blood cleared, he spoke in a weary tone. Why? Why betray me now? His voice was weak and brittle. Obito let out a dark chuckle that was mirrored by Black Zetsu before responding. You are and always were a pawn for Lord Madara's plans. These eyes never belonged to you, they belonged to Lord Madara, and he chose yous. You see, your Uzumaki vitality meant that you could use the eyes without immediately dying. However, the power they require seems to have crippled you. Oh well, you were always a sacrificial pawn. Obito scowled here and glared at Nagato. You were supposed to revive Lord Madara when to his prime. You failed to secure the Biju, you failed to deal with the boy, and your final failure is your inability to resurrect our master. You are no more than a failure. Before Nagato could respond, he cried out in pain as Obito's fingers glowed green and removed his right eye. Obito casually placed it in a jar filled with a light green liquid before he rose his hand to remove the other Rinnegan. His fingers were in Nagato's left eye socket as he was forced to turn himself intangible. An orange blur crashed through his form and the Rasengan in Naruto's hand shredded the paper walls of the impromptu shelter. Cold wind blew snow into the room as a standoff ensued. Naruto, in his golden Kurama sage mode, glared with golden slitted orbs at Obito and saw that his hand held Nagato's second Rinnegan. Zetsu, to me, Obito said urgently. We have what we came for. Naruto saw the black half of Nagato shiver as he glared at it before he growled, "You think I will just let you go? I know that you will need to be tangible to retrieve your little parasite there." Black Zetsu spoke up, "You will let me go or I will kill this man, the man you call a cousin." Naruto growled and hung his head so that his golden hair shadowed his eyes. "Get the fuck out of here then. I will deal with you later. Tell Madara, when you revive him, that I will send him back to the afterlife." His tone was so thick with menace that Obito felt a shiver of fear trace down his spine. Black Zetsu also shivered as he rapidly left the dying form of Nagato before crawling into the sleeve of Obito's jacket. Obito overcame his fear and spoke in a menacing tone, "This is not over, Senju." With that, he phased out of existence and left Naruto to deal with a dying man. Naruto put his hands over Nagato's heart and head before channeling Kurama's chakra and some Genjutsu chakra into his body to stabilize him. "Why?" Nagato said as blood trickled down his chin. "Why do you insist on saving me?" Naruto lightly dope-slapped Nagato, "Family above all, always and forever." Nagato chuckled lightly before he coughed out some more blood. "It is my time, cousin. Let me go." "No," was Naruto's firm and simple reply. "Why?" "Because you still have to atone for what you started. I also want to show you that pain is not the primary reason for life. It is a part of life. A big part, even, however, it is not the purpose of living. Pain is there to help us grow. By overcoming the pain of the past, we steel ourselves against the adversities of the future. Fight to live, cousin, and I will offer you a new home." "Where is Konan?" Nagato asked wearily. "Well, as soon as your eyes were taken, the jutsu you placed over the area fell. I was able to Hiraishin her back to New Uzu and she should be resting there. She only suffered chakra exhaustion, so she will be fine." Naruto kept his glowing golden hands over Nagato's head and moved from his heart to his gut. He growled in disgust before he created 4 shadow clones. The clones began carefully removing the rods from Nagato's back, and as each one was removed, the core in his gut became easier to stabilize. Can you recover, Yahiko's body?" Nagato said through labored breaths. "Sure." Naruto answered plainly while trying to concentrate on repairing the damage done by the yang chakra drain caused by prolonged use of the Rinnegan. "You will be alright, Nagato. Can I trust you if I leave you in New Uzu?" Nagato chuckled dryly, "I am a broken and blind man. My dreams have been torn asunder and I am lost in the darkness." Naruto dope-slapped him lightly again. "Idiot, I'm going to heal you. In time, I will find a pair of eyes that will suit you. Consider the temporary darkness your punishment for being a stubborn fool." Nagato laughed and was surprised to hear that the laugh was dry, as if all the blood and liquid that had pooled in his lungs was no longer plaguing him. "Very well, cousin. I thank you for this chance and I shall not waste it." Naruto nodded with a victorious smile on his face. "Good. I can only tolerate so much stubbornness. Does that mean you will finally ask Konan on a date?" Nagato coughed in surprise and turned his blinded head toward Naruto. "She doesn't love me. She loved Yahiko." A third dope slap rang out in the paper shelter and Naruto looked at his cousin like the true, stubborn idiot he was. "She doesn't love you? She just followed you and your dreams into the darkest pits of despair and hell. She stayed by your side for over 2 decades and she doesn't love you? Are you really that fucking stupid?" Nagato remained in a contemplative silence while Naruto tended to him. His body suddenly jolted and his stomach threatened to enter his throat and exit his mouth as he felt a chakra surge. He then heard the sweet lull of the ocean and smelled fresh and warm ocean air. Naruto placed him in a bed and put a sleep seal over his forehead. "Welcome to New Uzu, cousin. Sleep and rest," Naruto said before flashing back to Iron Country. Battle for the Port, Part 3. After the second wave of Zetsu crashed into the defensive formation, problems arose in the western flank. A Zetsu had imitated a Kumo shinobi that had fallen during a charge and the ranks had temporarily sagged as they dealt with the intruder. This momentary distraction caused the lines to be breached and chaos reigned on the western flank. This caused Itachi to send reinforcements from the center, which caused the center to start sagging. "Fall back," Itachi bellowed, and the allied forces fell back to the first barrier that Naruto had erected. It was a messy retreat, and the allied forces suffered their first casualties of the fight. The retreat took a total of 5 minutes and only 120 of the 168 shinobi present managed to make it back into the safety of the barrier. Naruto's clone groaned in concentration as the barrier began absorbing attacks. That was when the battlefield froze once more as the image of a giant gorilla with Sharingan-covered eyes appeared amidst the ranks of the Iwa and Ame forces. Then it was joined by a giant 3-tailed turtle and a 6-tailed slug. Naruto screamed out to be Yugito, Tamari, and Gaara. 4-corner crimson flame formation. He shouted since he knew that a Jinchuriki-powered barrier was the only way the barrier would hold against the Bijudama that were forming at the mouth of each beast. Yugito, Temari and Gaara all spread out around the fallback point and quickly weaved through the hand seals to erect the Crimson Barrier. The barrier was still rising as the Bijudama shattered Naruto's clone barrier. The barrier held just long enough for the Crimson Barrier to rise and cover the allied forces. The massive explosion deafened all present and the Crimson Flame formation rippled as it held up against the mighty blasts from 3 Biju. Maintain the barrier. The clone shouted as its sage mode faded. It had expended far too much chakra for a simple wood clone, and it was on its last legs. The allied forces scrambled in the barrier to regain their footing and tend to the wounded. Of the 120 shinobi inside the barrier, there were over 50 wounded, which included Samui who had a gash in her side. Ino was suffering from chakra exhaustion, which was a common condition among the allied forces. Temari was sweating as she worked with Kokuo to protect the remaining forces. Gaara was synced with Shukaku, and a bright brown chakra cloak was emanating from him, but both Man and Biju were getting tired from the repeated rank jutsus. Killer B was in the best condition since he was far more used to integrating Juki's yokai with his own chakra. Hey, yo, no problems here, bro. Gyuki got us covered, I don't need to be mothered, B said to I, who had come to check on him. Yugito was panting and sweating profusely as she held up her corner of the barrier. Through her pants, she yelled at B. Damn it, B, cease that incessant rap. I chuckled and shook his head, I would listen to the kitty, brother. Once this is over, she will make you pay. I ain't scared, big bro. I can take the kitty faux show. Rappin' is a way of life, it is even more important in this strife. B answered his brother, which earned a groan from the tired Yugito. As the Kumo group tried to recover, Tsunade was tending to the wounded. She was disappointed that Ino was so reckless with her chakra. She had told Ino that her primary objective was to provide medical care. That being said, Tsunade was concerned about the current state of things. If her watch was to be believed, then they still had 20 to 30 minutes before their own forces arrived. That was a big ask for their Jinchuriki to maintain this barrier against 3 released Biju. After a second volley of Bijudama, Tsunade's concerns grew. She idly played with the necklace that Kurama gave her, and she felt the chakra boost he gave her helping her to heal. She then decided that they needed help and pulsed chakra into the seal on the necklace. Moments later, Naruto arrived in a golden flash and soaked up the current state of things. Everything okay on your end, brat? Tsunade said as she returned her attention to a Kiri shinobi missing an arm. Naruto looked around the barrier and felt everyone as he answered, Nagato is neutralized and in New Uzu with Konan. Obito took his Rinnegan before I could get there. That is an issue for another day. Okay, well, wanna go tame those Jinchuriki? I don't know how much longer those 4 can hold this barrier, Tsunade said as Itachi approached Naruto. She is right, Naruto. Our forces are too far away, and we were forced to fall back too quickly. Itachi added. Naruto nodded in understanding, before thinking internally, what's the damage? Kurama opened his eyes from his meditative position, you are somewhere around 50 to 60% capacity. Don't bring out the big guns, but we should be able to handle them. Naruto's head turned as he sensed something peculiar through the barrier. They are falling back, he said out loud. Itachi's head snapped toward the enemy position, and he saw them moving away from the red barrier. Why? Naruto scoffed, because they sensed me and Zetsu probably told them about the pincer attack. We need to write to our forces on the western flank and tell them not to engage. It is not worth it at this point. Itachi frowned and each cage joined the group. There was a brief discussion once Naruto told them what was going on. We should go and crush them. Our western flank can hold long enough for us to surround them, I shouted passionately. Naruto shook his head, no, we want to avoid open engagements. If Zetsu is able to fully infiltrate our ranks, then chaos will reign. There are still thousands of Zetsu and a couple thousand Iwa and Ame shinobi. So, we just let them get away? Rasa said sounding disappointed. Seems like a waste. Mei added. I wouldn't say it was a waste. Itachi chimed in. We held off thousands and killed thousands more with less than 200. That is a morale boost. However, Rudo, care to give them a going away present? Naruto smirked, I was thinking the same thing. I don't have too much left in the tank, but I have enough to scare the fight out of them. Do it, Itachi said firmly. Give them hell for me, brat. Can you do that giant statue thing? I asked. No, the fight with pain took a lot out of me. I will have to avoid that level of jutsu. Naruto answered. They are 2 miles out now. Drop the barrier, I want to rest and gather my chakra. I will give them a going-away present once they are out of Iron Country. Itachi groaned, what are we going to do about Iron Country? This battle was far too destructive for them to easily forgive us. You obliterated their national monument, Ruto. Naruto shrugged as he sank into a lotus position and calmed his chakra. Blame Pain for that one. Sure, I reduced the mountains to rubble, but it was Pain that truly obliterated them. I think that is beside the point, Ruto, Mei said through a girly giggle. What are you going to do, Naruto? Tsunade asked as she felt the amount of natural energy he was gathering. Naruto's eyes opened and he formed into the synchronized mode with Kurama and Chome. Sage Arts, Wrath of Heaven and Earth was Naruto's short answer before he flew out of the port area with the 4 chakra wings granted by Chome's yokai. That sounds bad, Rasa said. It sounds destructive. Gaara added. It sounds like a lot of paperwork. Itachi groaned. It sounds badass, I said in a longing way, as if he wanted to see the jutsu firsthand. What a man. Mei moaned as she clutched a hand over her heart. Kyuchi was beyond enraged. They had the cage of each village on the ropes and Madara showed up and ordered a retreat. Ame was disheartened when he announced that the Kyubi brat killed their so-called god. Then, the golden form of the Kyubi brat appeared in the barrier and everyone was eager to retreat. They left thousands of fallen warriors and they were forced to endure the humility of a retreat. Sure, he understood that they were about to be surrounded, but it would have been worth it to destroy the cage. Father, we will have another shot at them, Kurotsuchi said while placing a calming hand on her father's shoulder. A swirl appeared and Obito, still Madara to these fools, appeared running next to him. Your daughter is right. There is another day. I secured the Rinnegan, and I will bring back Madara Uchiha to fight on our side. With Madara on our side, we will secure victory and destroy the Senju brat. Kurotsuchi stumbled mid-step and gawked at Obito. I thought you were Madara. Obito chuckled darkly. I am Madara's agent in this world. I carry out his plan for world peace. Who I am is not important. Kyuchi growled, but his attention was grabbed by a massive chakra flare coming from the sky. He looked up to see a golden-orange comet heading for his formation. Take cover, he shouted at the top of his lungs before erecting his strongest barrier. Obito looked up and said, oh, fuck. Before he phased into his pocket dimension with Kyuchi and Kurotsuchi, which earned a violent protest from Kyuchi over leaving his men. Naruto flew over the enemy formation and gathered as much yokai and senjutsu chakra as he could. He finished his hand signs and saturated his body with as much of the combined chakra as he could. Once he was finished, he dropped from low orbit with as much speed and power as he could. His chakra wings flapped as fast as they could until Naruto reached terminal velocity. Every cell of his being was hardened and reinforced with yokai and senjutsu chakra to protect him from the recoil of this attack. As Naruto descended, his senjutsu chakra gathered the wind and air as he passed. A godly dragon appeared behind him and it glowed golden through the power of his chakra cloak. As he was a mere 100 feet from the ground, he saw all of the minor protections that the shinobi erected, and he offered a sincere apology to Kami for all of the paperwork he was about to send her way. A millisecond later, Naruto's golden form impacted against the rigid earth, and he brought divine wrath down upon the world. The ground shattered in his wake as his momentum carried him down over 300 feet into the earth. A massive wave of earth erupted and chased the earthquake that was easily a 10 on the Richter scale. The wave of earth rose hundreds of feet into the air and spread from his impact zone like a wrathful tsunami of earth and terror. Naruto flashed to the Horizon beacon in the port before the Sky Dragon impacted. Moments later, the Sky Dragon impacted a zone that covered nearly half a square mile and the two explosions collided with each other and pushed a blast wave out in a terrifying crash of nearly divine power. Back at the port, the Allied forces watched their hero take to the skies and they traced his trajectory upwards. They watched him fall like a comet nearly 10 miles away and their jaws dropped at the size of the wind dragon that followed in his wake and acted as the tail of his comet. They all shielded their eyes as a brilliant flash erupted after moments of impact and in less than 20 seconds they struggled to remain standing as the earth shook violently. That, however, was nothing compared to the blast wave that flattened trees and a planar wave of snow and ice that hit them a minute later. The whole Allied force had one thought ring through their minds at the same time: thank Kami, he is on our side. The reinforcements were close to the port, and they had all frozen from the earthquake and subsequent wind blast. They looked toward the event horizon in a mixture of awe and terror as they were filled with the fear of Kami. It took them 5 minutes to shake off their shock before they were able to resume their march to the port. Once the dust cleared, a bird's eye view would show that there was a terrifyingly massive crater that was 2 miles wide. Around the crater were chunks of earth and stone the size of small hills that had been tossed about haphazardly. The trees were flattened to the ground away from the blast zone for miles and there were scant signs of life within the crater. Bodies of Iwa and Ame were scattered around the outside of the blast zone, and some men ran around like ants to gather their fallen. The fear of Kami coursed through their veins, and all they wanted was to return to their homes and forget this fruitless quest. Roshi, the Jinchuriki of Son Goku, cleared the ringing from his ears and pushed off the rubble that had covered him. His eyes widened and he was nearly freed from the effects of Obito's Sharingan before said man appeared beside him. The Jinchuriki listened to the orders of his master and gathered the surviving men while traversing through the uneven landscape of the crater. The total survivors were now less than 1,000, and only despair filled their thoughts and minds on this day. Naruto recovered from the massive chakra drain and backlash as he lay on his back among allies in the port and Iron Country. He winced when he felt the earthquake, and he balked when he felt the power of the wind blast from this far out. He immediately knew that he would need to spend time in Iron Country to rebuild and help them recover from this battle. In the middle of his girls, Naruto found the comfort of sleep in the arms of his women as his consciousness faded to black. I'm sorry. Naruto woke up aboard the transport ship in a modest bed that was way too full. He didn't even need to open his eyes to know who was sharing the small bed with him. He felt Samui's breasts over his crotch as her head lay on his abdomen. Tamari was snuggled into his right side while his right arm was numb and hanging off of the bed. His left arm was likewise occupied by Ino, and this ball of flesh all rested on a standard bed, which was no bigger than a twin. He kept his eyes closed and offered a grateful prayer to Kami. Moments later, Naruto appeared in front of Kami's office desk, and Naruto smiled as he saw his mother and father working on paperwork. The goddess of creation had a pouty frown on her face as she looked down on Naruto. The goddess continued doing paperwork without looking at it while her golden orbs peered into the depths of Naruto's soul. "Do you know what you have done, Ruto?" Kami's tone definitely carried a pout, which sounded exotic and sweet to Naruto's ears. Naruto sighed and bowed lowly to Kami. "I am sorry, milady." Kushina scoffed. "I am sorry for sending over 4,000 souls to the pure world in one day." Minato chuckled sheepishly as he worked on the paperwork at a fervent pace. "Well, he blew away my old record." Kushina and Kami glared at a now sheepish Minato who poured all of his attention into the papers in front of him. Kami coughed and looked down on the bowed Naruto. "Ruto, you must be more careful with your powers. I know you didn't intend for that level of destruction, but it was nearly on a divine scale. Your power over the earth and sky are too great for you to carelessly call upon their full power." Naruto chuckled sheepishly while still bowed. "I wasn't thinking about the consequences, milady. I saw my friends, and lovers, hurt, and I just wanted to dissuade them from attempting something like that again. I wanted to finish the fight, if it were possible." Kami sighed. "Well, it is not over. Madara's soul was resurrected this morning. It seems like Obito didn't want to wait any longer." Naruto sighed. "I tried to stop it. I knew that Obito getting the Rinnegan would result in something like this." Kushina slammed her pen on the desk. "Look, Sochi, you can handle Madara. I am more upset about you killing so many. I am sorry, mother. It was not my intention. I only want a peaceful world, and each of those people bore nothing but hatred for myself and those I love." Naruto answered seriously. "Oh, rise and stop bowing, Ruto," Kami said sternly. "Going forward, I will ask you to restrain yourself more. If you do not, then I will need to apply the godly rules to you." "Godly rules?" Naruto asked with his head cocked to the side. "Yes, that would mean that you are no longer allowed to reside in the mortal realm. I know you do not desire that, and I recently put a piece of myself in that mortal form, and you have yet to take me on a date." Kami ended in a pouty tone. "My apologies, milady. I will keep that in mind, and I will take you on a date upon my return to Konaha." Naruto answered in his sheepish pose. "Very well, your apology is accepted. Now, go back and clean up your mess. I have paperwork to attend to," Kami said despondently. "Bye Sochi," Kushina said. "Be safe, my son," Minato added before Naruto's consciousness returned to the mortal realm. Naruto awoke in his bed and closed his eyes to enter his mindscape. He saw Kurama and Chome sleeping peacefully in their Biju forms, and he left them to their rest. He reopened his eyes and placed kisses on the foreheads of Ino and Tamari. The shift had roused a sleepy Samui, and she pulled herself up to receive a good morning kiss. After the girls were properly greeted, they allowed him to get out of the bed. They watched with hungry stares as he stretched in his boxers, which provided a scrumptious show that highlighted the wonders of the male anatomy. "Damn, Ruto, I am so glad that yummy body is mine," Tamari teased while approaching him from behind as she ran her hands up and down his abdomen. "Not cool, Mari. Those are my pillows." Samui pouted and joined her in smothering Naruto. Ino whined with a pouty lip, "Don't forget me. You two can have the abs, I want this," she said as she grabbed his rod through his boxers. Naruto fell into the embrace of his girls, and he struggled to resist the temptation. Hell, he is still human, and he could no longer resist. He erected a privacy barrier over the room and the whole ship was awoken by the violent, yet rhythmic, rocking of the ship. The rocking lasted for over an hour and very grumpy groans could be heard from the deck of the ship where people were gathering to find out what was going on. After the four's lust was sated, they hopped in the shower before heading to the ship's deck to see a collection of allied shinobi. Naruto yawned and stretched his arms, which put on a show for the women on deck. "Good morning, y'all. What's going on? Why is everyone up this early in the morning?" Daru shot him a deadpan look and then yawned, "You bothersome blonde. Of course, it was you that was rocking the damned boat." Naruto cocked his head to the side in confusion and Shikamaru spoke up. "You troublesome bastard. Your activities rocked the boat and woke everyone up. You woke my lazy ass up early after a battle. You trouble-filled troublesome blondes." Shikamaru's volume continued to rise through his rant. Everyone was now looking at the blonde foursome with wide eyes. The girls were drooling at the thoughts of Naruto ravaging them in such a passionate way. The guys were imagining themselves in bed with the three blonde bombshells. At that moment, Tsunade opened the door to the ship cabins and stepped out on deck. She sipped some coffee and shot a wry look at the foursome. "You get your morning dose, ladies?" she asked while hiding her smirk behind her coffee cup. The statement earned a hilarious uproar of comments and innuendos from the allies that could no longer restrain themselves. A couple of the more perverted men blew back with nosebleeds as their suspicions were confirmed and their imaginations went into overdrive. The kunoichi squealed like fangirls and surrounded Ino, Tamari and Samui for the hot gossip on Naruto's prowess. Who can blame them? The guy literally rocked the boat while tending to his women. After that nonsense was settled, Naruto looked out over the edge of the ship and saw tents set up around the area. The tents were erected in between the town and the port and Naruto could see hundreds of samurai gathered in the town. Evidently tensions were high and there was still some things that needed to be settled between Iron Country and the shinobi villages. Naruto nodded his head to the samurai and asked Tsunade a question. "Mama, what's the status with the samurai?" Tsunade thought over her answer as she sipped her coffee. "Well, brat, they aren't happy. You destroyed their landmarks, we destroyed their port and your final jutsu leveled almost every tree from the village to the border. Also, the wind blast damaged the village a bit and the citizens were forced to endure a massive battle right in the midst of the home without their permission." Naruto nodded with a small frown on his face. "I don't blame them for that. What about Mifune?" Tsunade sighed. "We have tried telling the samurai that he is under Akatsuki's control. He was unconscious outside the fort that we met at, or our clones met at. Luckily, the second in command took charge and hasn't ordered them to attack. It seems like they just want us out." Naruto shook his head in the negative. "No, I am not going to leave them with this mess. It might take a while, but I will help them rebuild. I don't want grudges growing for no reason." The Kage each looked at one another and nodded. "It was I that spoke for the group. Very well, we will help them rebuild and keep a disaster relief contingent here to assist you." Naruto beamed a smile at the Kage before his face got serious. "Good. Now I need you all to know that the real Madara Uchiha was revived this morning. Based on what I know, he won't be at full power yet, but he is a massive threat. Everyone should call me immediately if he shows up and every shinobi squad should flee on sight if they see him." A stunned silence followed these words until Itachi cleared his throat. "Ruto, are you saying that the Madara Uchiha is back?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, I was pulled into Kami's realm this morning. She was kinda mad that I made so much paperwork for her yesterday." This comment broke the tension and earned sweat drops from each Kage. "You mean you killing all those people created paperwork for the goddess?" Mei asked while cocking her head. Naruto sighed loudly. Yeah, it did. I didn't know my last jutsu was going to be so destructive. I thought I would kill a couple hundred and scare the crap out of them. I didn't expect such a wide area of effect." "Brat, you fell from the sky like a comet, and you had a dragon chasing you." Tsunade deadpanned. Naruto chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his neck. "Oh, ha, you saw that? You looked like a falling star," Mei said dreamily. "Then that earthquake and windstorm hit." Rasa deadpanned. "No doing that in my country, bud." I snorted through his laughter. He respected power and he was mighty jealous of the power that was displayed yesterday. "Since when could you fly, Ruto?" Itachi asked the question that had been on his mind for a while. Naruto's laughter halted abruptly. "Oh, ha, well it was a trick I learned on my way to Demon Country." "The Kyuubi lets you fly?" I asked with interest. Yeah, I guess. I am going to go talk to the samurai." "Itachi, was Shisui part of the reinforcements? We need someone to break the mind control on Mifune." Naruto avoided further questioning and tried to redirect. Yes, he should be around. I will send for him and have him join you, Itachi said while caught off guard by the abrupt change in conversation. The group of Kage watched Naruto dart off towards the group of samurai with inquisitive looks on their faces. Each one of them had their own questions and each one of them knew that Naruto was hiding something. So, naturally, they turned to Tsunade for answers. Lady Tsunade, why did Naruto get so dodgy all of a sudden? Mei asked while tapping a finger to her lower lip. It was unlike that brat to act so, well, dodgy, thanks for the word, Lady Mizukage. I added while frowning at the disappearing visage of Naruto. Itachi sighed, he is clearly hiding something from us. Care to share, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade averted her eyes and cursed under her breath. Look, the kid has a lot of secrets. When it is time for you to know, you will know. Ai's mind caught up to a couple of the facts that hadn't aligned yet and his eyes widened. He turned towards Tsunade with a look on his face that demanded a serious answer. It has something to do with the missing Biju, doesn't it? This clicked the light bulb on in Mei's mind and she snapped her fingers. The only Biju that is known to give flight was the seven-tailed horn beetle. Tsunade groaned, look, wait for the brat to get back. He will need to talk to you all soon anyways. I will tell him to come clean. Tsunade crossed her arms under her bust and she zipped her lips in defiance of the expectant gazes of the Kage. And you expect us to be okay with that, Tsunade? Mei asked pointedly. Itachi sighed loudly and rubbed his eyes. Look, we are dealing with Kami's chosen. Hell, I didn't even believe in Kami until a couple months ago. So, why don't we all wait to grill him together and get the answers out of him? The Kage nodded to that and went to resume their work. With Naruto, Shisui and the samurai captain. Naruto approached the samurai slowly because he could feel how on edge they were. The samurai captain stepped in front of his men and placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, which made Naruto hold his hands up in surrender. I am not looking for a fight. I am Naruto Senju Uzumaki. I am looking to speak with your leader and offer my assistance in making up for the damage caused by the battle yesterday. Naruto kept his tone steady and professional. He noticed the uneasy shifting of the samurai behind the captain. The samurai captain offered a slight bow, but his tone was saturated with frustration. It is an honor to meet you, Naruto Senju Uzumaki. I am Tetsubo, the second in command of the samurai. Lord Mifune is indisposed from injuries he suffered yesterday when your shinobi fought on our lands. Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. Yeah, well, I am sorry about that for what it is worth. There was an unannounced Kage, the Kage of Amiga Corps, at the meeting. Then Lord Mifune was being controlled by the Uchiha that is a leader of the Akatsuki. They tried to lock the Kage into the room and threaten them, but I sensed the trap, so they destroyed shadow clones. He used his most genuine tone in an attempt to bring the samurai to his side. Tetsubo looked skeptically at Naruto. You claim Lord Mifune did something so dishonorable? Naruto put a sad smile on his face. Yeah, he did. I know it was out of character for him and that was the first thing that clued me into him being controlled. I am also a prolific sensor and I sensed foreign chakra in his system. That is why I brought Shisui with me. Tetsubo seemed to think things over for a bit, and he talked to two of his trusted captains. He turned back to Naruto with a hardened look on his face. And why should we trust you? That Uchiha there could put him under his control just as easy as remove any possible Genjutsu. Naruto shrugged, is my reputation not enough? Have you not heard how I'm helping many countries throughout the elemental nations? Tetsubo looked at the two again and exchanged a small nod with them. Yes, we have heard. Then I am asking to cash in a little of that credibility. I ask you to let me help Lord Mifune and to undo the damage that was done to your country yesterday, Naruto said modestly while bowing. Tetsubo was a true samurai that operated around the core tenets of honor, integrity, discipline and inner strength. He could respect the humility and sincerity of the boy in front of him and his shoulders slackened slightly, and his facial features softened. Very well, Naruto Senju Uzumaki, we will accompany you to Lord Mifune's resting chambers. We ask that you turn over any weapons and swear to return them to you once the meeting is finished. Naruto pulled off his sealing kit and undid his vest and handed it straight to Tetsubo. All of my weapons are sealed. I cannot do anything about the seals on my body, but I swear on the honor of the Uzumaki and Senju clans that I will not bear any weapon towards your lord. Shisui removed his katana from the clip on his belt and also removed the shuriken and kunai holsters on his waist. He offered them to the two samurai captains with a slight bow. I as well swear on the honor of the Uchiha that I bear no ill will towards your country or lord. Tetsubo nodded with a smile on the fringe of his lips. Good, now let us go to Lord Mifune. As quick 5-minute walk through the samurai village took them to the largest building in the village. It had a circular structure that was nearly 400 feet in diameter, and it was made out of wood. There were 4 guards at the front entrance being warmed by fires. Naruto walked over to the fires after forming a couple hand seals and topped off the timber in the fires. This earned nods of gratitude from the samurai guarding the building. Tetsubo led them through the building and into a room that had 2 more samurai stationed outside of it. Upon entering, Naruto saw Mifune laying on the bed with his head wrapped in bandages and blood was starting to show through the bandages. He was sleeping and Naruto saw that his vitals were stable from the machine he was hooked up to. He turned to address the nurse and Tetsubo, who was still trailed by the 2 samurai captains. Captain Tetsubo, I am a medic trained by Lady Tsunade Senju. I am going to activate a jutsu and I ask for your patience and trust, Naruto said calmly, which earned a nod from Tetsubo. Naruto closed his eyes and clapped his hands in a prayer motion before he flared into his golden sage mode. His coils burned and protested the increased flux of chakra from yesterday's damage, but he was still able to hold the form and calm the chakra. The samurai's eyes widened at the display of power, but the serene feeling of the chakra stayed their hands. It was unlike anything they had ever seen, and it took all of their discipline and professionalism to keep their jaws from hitting the floor. Naruto activated a healing jutsu and started at Mifune's head. While there, he inserted his Senjutsu chakra to fight against the control of the Genjutsu and heal the wounds to the head. The wounds healed rapidly, but even his Senjutsu chakra couldn't dispel the effects of the Kodo. Amatsukami. He continued to move down and heal the small bits of damage done to Mifune's body before he backed away and turned to address his audience. Captain Tetsubo, if you would trust me once more, I wish to show you what I feel when I analyzed Lord Mifune. He is undoubtedly under the effects of a strong genjutsu that is unique to the Uchiha clan. Naruto held out his hand to Tetsubo, who remained frozen on the spot for 10 seconds before slowly reaching out to grab Naruto's hand. With the physical link to Tetsubo, it was child's play for him to show the captain the obvious signs of a genjutsu. The feeling of Mifune's normal chakra flow flared erratically once Naruto moved his hand over Mifune's head. Tetsubo removed his hand after feeling the eerie effect and Naruto watched the man recoil in disgust. This is why the samurai refuse to trust the shinobi. They perform such dishonorable acts and act as if the people of the world are merely collateral damage. Tetsubo's disgust rapidly transitioned into a justified rage. Naruto calmly held his hands up and radiated a positive energy with his chakra. He allowed Tetsubo to feel his earnest desire to help before speaking calmly. Captain, I understand where you are coming from. That is why I have worked so hard to make the world a better place. Tetsubo fought against the calming effects of the Senjutsu chakra, says the man that killed over 1,000 single-handedly yesterday. Tetsubo's tone was derisive. Naruto dipped his head, all evil needs to prosper is for good men to do nothing. Those men and women that I killed yesterday, I carry the weight of their souls with me. They chose to follow men that would lead this world to ruin. I fight every day to preserve it and to guide it into a new age. I understand your feelings, Captain Tetsubo, I simply ask for the opportunity to make amends. Tetsubo couldn't doubt his words, even Shisui was moved by the feel of the Senjutsu chakra and the sincerity in his tone. Very well, Lord Senju, what do we need to do? Naruto nodded to Shisui, who cleared his throat and spoke up. My Sharingan has a similar genjutsu ability to the one that was used on Lord Mifune. I will be able to erase the effects of the current genjutsu, but I will need him awake first. Tetsubo nodded slowly, very well. I will allow that once Lord Mifune awakes. Naruto placed a hand on Mifune's foot and sent a jolt of lightning chakra from the pad of his foot and up his leg. With a jolt and a groan, Mifune awoke in his bed. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone heard Shisui whisper Kodo Amatsukami and saw a Sharingan pinwheel appear on the retina of Mifune before it shattered into chakra shards. Mifune shook his head in confusion and took a couple minutes to reorient himself. Tetsubo, what happened? Mifune said shakily. What is the last thing you remember, my lord? Tetsubo asked. I was meeting with the Iwa Cage, and I agreed to host a Cage Summit to negotiate the prevention of a war, Mifune said with a hand covering his face while he still slowly shook off the confusion. My lord, that meeting happened 3 weeks ago. Lord Senju informed me that you were under the effects of some Sharingan Genjutsu and I allowed Shisui Uchiha to undo the effects, Tetsubo said formally. Mifune's head turned to Shisui as flickers of memories passed through his mind. He dipped his head to Shisui, thank you for your assistance in this matter. Now, tell me, I am seeing images of a battle. What did I miss? Naruto started chuckling while in his sheepish pose, well, Lord Mifune, there was a great battle that took place yesterday. Before I fixed up the damage from the battle, I wanted to break the genjutsu that was controlling you. Ah, Lord Senju, so you aren't just here for more chakra metal? No, Lord Mifune, I came here to guard Lord Hokage during the summit and things were about as bad as we expected. Naruto answered while still scratching the back of his neck. Mifune cocked his head slightly. You expected a battle? Naruto bowed an apology. I apologize, Lord Mifune. I hoped the talks were genuine, but I suspected treachery and developed countermeasures to protect my cage and our allies. I transported 150 shinobi via reverse summoning, and we fought against 5,000 shinobi of Ame and Iwa as well as a couple thousand clones of a plant creature. While Mifune was marveling at the boy that survived such a battle, Tetsubo spoke up, Lord Mifune, the damage to our country was extensive. The Wolf Head Mountains are destroyed, the enemy used a jutsu that turned the rubble into a giant ball that crashed into the ground. Then, Lord Senju used he devastated our border. Tetsu Port is completely destroyed as well. Naruto continued to bow lower and lower in apology until his forehead was touching the ground. My deepest apologies. I have come to negotiate the repairs and each cage agreed to support me in restoring Iron Country. Mifune groaned loudly, very well, we will accept your help. What can you offer? Naruto rose from his bow, I can build new homes and I will clean up the rubble of the mountains and I can create some new ones, if you want them. I can also grow forests or gardens or whatever you want for food. I will completely rebuild your port, I would just request some plans. We will also bring food, metal and other rebuilding supplies as needed. Mifune looked incredulous at Naruto's statement, you can do all of that? Naruto nodded, quite easily. I was also thinking that I will build you a teleportation tower as an apology for turning your lands into a battleground. Teleportation tower? Mifune asked with his head cocked to the side. Imagine my father's Hiraishin except usable by civilians. I have created towers in Konaha, Suna, Kiri, Kumo and each capital. It is my goal to build a tower in each village to link the world, but we are keeping them secret until I have time to make them offers. I ask for your discretion on this. Naruto explained calmly. So, my traders could travel instantly to any of those locations? Mifune asked through his stunned mind. Yes. There are rules and regulations that we are developing, but I can go over those with you in time. Mifune rose from the bed and got to his feet shakily before bowing. I humbly request your assistance in rebuilding and we will provide any materials needed for the tower. Got 50 kilos of chakra metal on hand? Naruto asked while giving Mifune a knowing smile. The little blood in Mifune's head fled and his face paled. That was what all of those 50-kilogram orders were for? Yup. Naruto answered in a chipper fashion while Shisui watched on completely amused. That will take time to gather, but we will approve the project. He turned to Tetsubo, now, for rebuilding, what needs attention first? The housing, my lord. The earthquake and windstorm broke quite a few houses. Tetsubo answered. Naruto chuckled sheepishly again, I didn't know the jutsu I used would be that strong. Take this as an opportunity to get some improved housing for free. Give me a blueprint and I can erect the building in under a minute. You will have to handle any electrical and plumbing though. That is quite generous, Naruto. Please inform the cage that they are forgiven for the damage caused and we will accept any help they can provide. You may also count us as allies against this Akatsuki organization, Mifune said formally. Naruto beamed a gigawatt smile at Mifune, thanks, Mifune. I will do that, and we will get you back on your feet shortly. Inquisition of the cage. Naruto's walk back to the port with Shisui was enjoyable, but that positive atmosphere froze quicker than the icy winds of Iron Country when Kakashi was waiting for him at the entrance to the ship. The ship had turned into a joint command center of sorts and the look on Kakashi's face set Naruto on edge. Kakashi led Naruto into the captain's quarters that had been readjusted to an open discussion with a circle of chairs. Naruto took his seat and decided to grow a table in the middle of the cage. He was thinking that he probably wanted something to stop Ai from lunging at him. Naruto put on a fake smile and looked around before asking, so, to what do I owe the pleasure of your summons? Cut the shit, Naruto, I said forcefully. The only reason I am not beating the answers out of you is because I trust you. So, spill. And you don't want Samui beating your ass, Tsunade said through a clearly fake cough. And he can, cough, take you. Cough. Mei added through mixture of giggles and a fake cough. Ai grew a tick mark over his left temple and slammed his fist on the table. The brat can take each of you as well. Look, Naruto, come clean on the Biju. That is the only topic that makes you dodgy. Itachi nodded, indeed, I think it is time to come clean. Naruto weaved through hand signs and placed his most powerful privacy barrier on the room before his eyes turned icy and hard. His jubilant face grew sharper edges and tone cast out all trace of his youthful exuberance. This does not leave this room. Each cage nodded their heads and Naruto took a deep breath. After defeating Kokuo, I was able to feel his presence in the nature energy around Konaha Stadium. I filtered that energy and drew it into my seal. After a week, Kokuo had enough of his core to begin healing. Kokuo didn't sync with me very well and he requested to be moved into another after he accepted the fact that he couldn't truly be free until the Akatsuki were dealt with. Tamari, Mei whispered under her breath and interrupted Naruto. You put a Biju in your wife? I growled. Naruto nodded, yes, Kokuo chose her before I visited Water Country. That was why she didn't join us for that part of our trip, Mei. She was recovering from the transfer and adapting to Kokuo's yokai. And you thought it appropriate to hide that from us? Mei asked while sounding agitated. Did you see the end? Did you see the fucking end of the world in my memories? Naruto's tone gained a sharp edge, which caught the cage off guard. Yes, we did. So what? I asked, now tense due to Naruto's anger. After defeating the Akatsuki and freeing the Biju from the Ghetto Mazo, I petitioned the cage to leave the Biju alone. I kept them free and away from human society. Konaha, Iwa and Kumo turned against me because of that and prolonged the war that led to the end of the world. Kiri abstained from the war, but due to the lack of support, the resistance ended up losing, Naruto said while struggling to hold back the emotions attached to those memories. So what? I growled. Naruto's eyes flickered red, and he turned his hardened gaze on I. So, I am offering those Biju that I managed to save the same safety. They are under my protection. Itachi held up his hands. Okay, you two, let's take a step back and calm down. So, you want the Nibi and Hachibi as well? I growled. Naruto's red eyes flickered back to blue. Eventually, yes. I do not wish to hoard power, I do not wish to harm B or Yugito. In fact, those two are happy with their Biju partners. Rasa shuffled uneasily before speaking in a soft tone, then what is it that you want, Ruto? Naruto took a deep breath and calmed himself before looking around the table and locking eyes with each cage. The Biju to be free and no longer used as weapons of war. To prevent human sacrifices, Jinchuriki, from being created and abused in such a way. Naruto held up his hand in a petition for patience from I. The sage created the Biju to ensure that the Juubi couldn't be resurrected. He divided the chakra to protect the world from the Juubi and Otsutsuki clan. In doing so, he hoped that the Biju could partner with humanity and spread Ninshu, a philosophy that chakra should be the thread that binds us together and creates a deeper understanding. Mei took advantage of Naruto's pause to ask her question. So, you expect the cage and nations to simply trust you with enough power to conquer the world? Naruto sighed, it is because you maintain that mindset that the world is trapped in this endless cycle. 1,800 years of war and destruction have followed the death of the Sage of Six Paths. War robs us of our childhoods, destroys our imagination and perverts our innocence. I grabbed his fist and tried to restrain himself from acting out. Then what would you have us do? Naruto smiled a sad and wistful smile. The Biju should be able to choose their partner and they should be able to have their freedom. Them residing in a human of their choosing mellows them out and helps them grow. The humans they reside in gain understanding and powers too. Change the natural world. It should be a partnership, not an enslavement. Did you know that Kurama can infuse life energy into earth and make lands fertile? Did you know that Chome can work with the bugs of the world to help create life and prosperity for our ecosystems? Did you know that Kokuo can control the winds and storms that bring water to the thirsty? Did you know that the Hachibi could be used to make lakes and rivers that would help humanity thrive? The Ichibi can control the sands of the desert or soften the ground. The Nibi offers purging flames and power. In short, I am aiming for a regime change like what I have shown you by my own efforts. I use my seals to make life more bearable, I use my jutsu to help as many people as I can, I give my chakra to make the world a better place and I give my blood to fight against injustice. I am not asking anything of you that I am not willingly giving myself 100-fold. Naruto ended his monologue while huffing from his passionate speech. He wasn't going to back down on this. He would fight for Kurama, Juki, Chome, Seiken, Kokuo, Son Goku, Isabu, Matatabi, and Shukaku. The cage remained in a stunned silence and were each caught in their own internal reflections for 5 minutes. Silence hung over the room and the only movement was Tsunade taking Naruto's hand. I was thinking about the implications for B and Yugito. His own brother and a woman he considered a niece were two of his shinobi that he cared for and respected. They both had good partnerships with their Biju and that was a source of strength for Kumo in the past. Could he part with that strength? Could he really choose to believe in Naruto? At that internal question, Ai's mind screeched to a halt because the instant answer was yes. Mei was thinking about the devastation caused by war. Her nation knew it too well, and it was at the hands of a Jinchuriki that they faced it. Kiri had never been founded on peaceful roots, but she was aiming to change that. She trusted Naruto, she knew that. So, why was she so mad? Why was she upset? Because Naruto hid this from her? Could she blame him for doing so? No, she couldn't and wouldn't blame the child. She wouldn't let him down again. Itachi was thinking about the implications of his students' statements and declared dream. The Biju were forces of nature and it was too risky to leave them untampered by bonds to humanity. Did he trust Naruto with such power? Yes, he thought, but then what? Would he commit Konaha to fighting for Naruto's dream? Would a fight be necessary? It was all too much for his young mind to wrap itself around. Rasa was at peace since he had years of first-hand experience of Naruto's profound impact on the world. Naruto had helped him save his nation and he almost single-handedly rescued Suna from the desert. He had no doubt that the boy would do the same for the world, but the only thought that gave Rasa reservations was what would happen once he is gone. What would happen to the Biju after his death? Tsunade cleared her throat and broke each cage from their respective musings. She puffed out her chest and put on a proud face. The Biju are creatures of intelligence, pride and majestic power. Since the age of my grandfather, we have imprisoned them against their will. After we started doing that, we have each seen the scars left by their rampages. Now, let's flip the script and you imagine that you were locked away in someone you didn't know, you didn't choose and you were locked in a cage. To make matters worse, your warden took from you every day. What would you do if you managed to see the light of day? What would you do for your freedom? How would your enslavement make you feel towards your captors? Ai's head hung low because his village had suffered the most at the hands of the Biju. Of course, it was his village that had abused the Biju the most in the past. I couldn't begin to sort out the mess that was in his mind, so he asked the question once more. So, what would you have us do? Naruto had used the silence to calm down and he could feel Chome and Kurama watching attentively within the seal. We do what I have done with each of you. Each of you is bound to me in one way or another by an Uzumaki blood contract. Once Akatsuki is dealt with, the leaders of each village will gather and decide if they wish to partake in such a contract. Every future cage will decide if they want to sign the contract. And who would be in charge of such a thing? Mei asked while tapping a finger to her lips. I offer the Uzumaki clan. I offer myself and I will place the strictest restrictions on myself. I accepted Kami's mission to lead this world into a new cycle. I have relationships with 6 of the 9 Biju and I earned the trust of the other 3 in the past. I believe in them, and I believe in peace. Not peace brought by domination or fear, but peace through prosperity. Naruto answered. Another silence followed this because each cage knew that he was the only viable option. What do you envision the Biju's role in the world to be? Rasa asked. Naruto created 2 wood clones for Chome and Kurama. The 2 stood proudly behind each shoulder. We let the Biju choose their partner. The Biju will be allowed freedom from their seals, but they will be partnered to a human of their choice. Both sides of the partnership will consent, and they will work together to make the world a better place. The Biju can take missions that suit their respective talents. We work together to make the world a better place. We can iron out the details later. So, we trust it all to a contract and the Uzumaki clan? I asked incredulously. Naruto shrugged. My clan is bound to Kami and her contracts are absolute. If my own child violated the contract, I would carry out the sentence just as willingly as if it were a perfect stranger. Naruto is right. The Biju cannot even resist the contract's effects. Just think, the Shinigami, a god far less powerful than Kami, was able to split my soul and seal me into a mortal. That is not to mention that us Biju are honorable creatures. If we give our word, then that is absolute. As the leader of the Biju, I can tell you that we would enter willingly into this agreement, Kurama said in a proud and stoic tone. You do not want your freedom? Itachi asked. Kurama chuckled and Chome giggled. I know that not every human will be like Naruto. What I will say is that I am more content in my partnership with Naruto than I have been since the moment I was created. My pent-up rage and frustration have abated, and I have grown since I partnered with him. It is my hope that my brethren can find similar bonds. Chome chimed in here. It was never my plan to stay in Naruto, but after he went through his sage training, I don't think I could choose another. I too have grown over the last year, and I would also like to continue this partnership. What about when Naruto dies? He is immortal, so he will eventually die, Rasa said. Then I will be free to find another partner. He will watch over me from Kami's realm, I am sure, and I will move on. Kurama answered. And what if you have not found someone worthy? I asked. Kurama adopted a thinking pose and Chome mirrored him for a minute. I have faith. I may always be bound to his kin, but I have faith that any child raised by my partner will be worthy of me. Itachi sighed and lamented, he just can't avoid creating more paperwork. This earned a round of haunted chuckles from the cage. I punched his right hand into his open left. Alright, well, we have Kami's chosen Super Jinchuriki on our side. Let's end this war and we will get the rest of it figured out in time. No more secrets, Itachi said wearily. No more secrets, everyone agreed. Somewhere in Iwa, Obito groaned as his eyes cracked open. His whole body flared with a fiery pain as his tenketsu protested the smallest movement. As he soaked in the room around him, he realized that he was still linked to the ghetto Mazo and that there was a long, shaggy, raven-haired man sitting on the other side of the room and glaring at him with empty eye sockets. Obito saw that the white and black Zetsu were talking to Madara and the creature had frozen when Obito awoke. Obito forced through the pain of moving and sat upright to address his master. Lord Madara, I apologize for reviving you prematurely. Obito began. Enough, Obito. Why am I being resurrected now? I can tell that I am strong, but I expected to be stronger, Madara said gruffly. Obito bowed his head. My apologies, Lord Madara, I revived you prematurely and through the use of my own life force. Nagato is dead and we have only captured 3 of the Biju thus far. Madara scoffed, you are disappointing. Zetsu has told me about what the Akatsuki has done and how it failed. It is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's fault. He is stronger than Hashirama was in his prime. He thwarted our plans at every turn. He trained the Ichibi to the point that it is Zen's rank ninja. He warned Kumo, and put the 2 and 8 tails out of our reach. He killed the 5 tails himself. He saved the 7 tails from 2 of our agents and killed one of them. Then, the 7-tailed Jinchuriki died. Forgive me, my lord, but I called you back prematurely to ensure the mission didn't totally fail, Obito cried out despondently. Madara said. Give me my eyes and I will train my power back up. You are disappointing, Obito. Make sure you do not fail me again. Return to Konaha. The time in Iron Country didn't make Naruto's already complicated life any easier. The discovery of Chome and Kokuo went better than he expected, but it created a new host of issues. The presence of Nagato and Konan in New Uzu was another issue to keep out of the light, but at least Hisashi was there and willing to help. Then, Madara is revived and out there somewhere, which meant that everyone he loved and everything he built was in danger. After repairing the damage to Iron Country, which only took a week with all of the support from Naruto's allies and the samurai themselves, Naruto was convinced to return to Konaha. Before leaving, he agreed to put up stronger protective barriers around each of the allied sites that would be able to identify white Zetsu. Among the corpses that were cleared out of the port and the giant crater, there were roughly 3,500 white Zetsu, which meant that there were far more out there. Additionally, everyone was on high alert for Madara Uchiha after being convinced by Naruto that he was revived. Naruto told the group that Madara was the original owner of the Rinnegan, and he was a colossal threat that only he and the cage should confront. Even the cage would only be useful in fighting a delaying action against the likes of Madara. Thus, Naruto agreed to be the designated opponent of Madara by the cage. If Madara were sighted, everyone would fight a delaying action until Naruto could be summoned. This was a lot of pressure to put on the blonde hero's shoulders and it weighed on him constantly. The unknown probed at Naruto's anxiety and haunted his dreams. How many of his friends and precious people would die before Naruto were able to react and eliminate Madara? How much pain and suffering would the world endure because he was too slow to prevent Obito from getting the Rinnegan eyes? Naruto reported to the Konoha Council while being weighed down by such thoughts. His family members were the only people that knew the root of Naruto's subdued behavior and they were doing everything they could to help him cope. The return to the Senju compound brought a spark of life to his eyes as he felt safe within the compound and among those people that were most precious to him. Shien sensed Naruto re-enter the village and she was waiting for him at the gate with Rias and the children when the Senju clan arrived. She ran forward and wrapped him in a passionate hug, which still seemed weird to the rest of the family. As Naruto's head rested on her shoulder, Shien whispered reassurances in his ear. Do not let the fear of tomorrow inhibit your joy today. Those who know you and those who love you are here to help you carry the weight. She placed a tender kiss on his cheek before releasing the man and backing away. Ria stepped forward with Hashi and Arashir after she handed Kushina off to Anko. Ruto, we know what's going on. Unpucker those butt cheeks and trust in your family. We will handle this as one. Naruto took his children and shot an appreciative smile at Rias. Thanks, Ri. That means a lot. I knew this was coming, but it is just sickening to know that Madara is out there somewhere. Tsunade moved at battle speeds and freed Hashi from Naruto before spinning him around. She stopped and turned to Naruto. Look, Bubba, that old fossil is strong, but we can take him. Don't stress about things that haven't happened yet. Everyone is on high alert for his presence. Just enjoy this break and be ready to go when the time comes. Anko slapped Naruto on the ass suddenly. Relax, Gaki. Not even Madara could stand up to that last jutsu of yours. We were 10 miles away and that earthquake still knocked me flat on my ass before that windstorm flattened me and blew up my skirt. This earned a chuckle from the group that was migrating to the gazebo to begin their customary drinking. Shien closed the distance and whispered in Naruto's ear, I saw that jutsu and I just have to say, it was so stimulating. She followed this up with a pinch to his rear end before 3 wood clones sprouted out of his back to engage in the customary cuddling with his wives. Naruto sat down and pulled Shien onto his lap, which made the human vessel of Kami blush a cherry red. Maybe I can help with that. He ran a hand down the toned leg of Shien and sent shivers of pleasure and anticipation up her spine. You know, for 2 people that just met each other y'all seem really close, Anko said while eyeing the 2 like one of her prisoners. Shien latched tighter around Naruto's chest. Well, with memories of my previous life came memories of my first interaction with Ruto. Then, when I made that contract with Kami, she told me to trust in her chosen. After seeing him, I must admit that it feels right. Tsunade downed a saucer of lemonade and cuddled into Kurama while swearing about not being able to drink. Is that what's going on here? We didn't see much of what happened with you 2 last time around. Care to enlighten us? Shien blushed before looking into the deep azure blues of Naruto. Well, Naruto was among 2 teams of Konaha shinobi sent to me last time. I had no friends, no love, and I was only living to complete my duty. Naruto broke me out of that misery and convinced me to not sacrifice myself. He helped me defeat Morio and stuck around to rebuild my country for a bit. He was my first true friend and the first man that ever defied one of my visions. Shien trailed off there and tucked her head into Naruto's chest. Naruto took over from there. Ha, yeah, after Morio was dead we were close. Then, before I left, she asked me to give her an heir, which I unknowingly agreed to. Multiple people spit out their drinks at this statement, which made Naruto laugh heartily. Ha, yeah, I was pretty dense last time around. Sadly, the war happened soon after that and I never saw Shien again. Shien sighed wistfully. I spent my time praying for you and waiting for your return. When Sasuke betrayed you, I tried to join you in Suna with my people. We were killed en route by, Shien went silent here. It was Sasuke, wasn't it? Yami said in a knowing tone. That prat. No wonder he played catcher to the ass-fucking snake pedo. Tuya added, which broke the somber atmosphere. Tuya held her hands up defensively when 4 Narutos looked at her. That gay joke wasn't about you, so I am safe. Safe. She made the safe motion with her arms and earned hearty laughs from the group, even Naruto. Yes, Tuya, it was Sasuke and some Konaha shinobi that caught us in our travels. When he heard that we favored Naruto, he killed my attendants before trying to take me as a hostage. Rather than be used against Naruto, I offered my life to Kami, and I nearly killed the Uchiha. Shien finished the conclusion of the story. Naruto snuggled even deeper into her in appreciation for Shien's past sacrifice. Tsunade nodded in understanding, but let Kurama speak for her. Well, it sounds like those residual feelings but anew. We will give you a chance, but I will caution you, little lady. I cherish my partner and will protect him with everything I have. If you break his heart, Tsunade playfully slapped Kurama on his chest to stop the empty threat. We will make sure you regret it, dear. Tsunade finished for Kurama. Shien giggled at that. Oh, I know. Trust me when I say that I aim for forever with Naruto. This earned a round of AWS from the women in attendance because they could sense the love she held for Naruto. Tamari sighed, well, how am I supposed to stand in the way of that? It is like all of the women Naruto touched in his past life just naturally find their way to him. Ino giggled, can't say I blame them. He is just so yummy. And cool and manly. Samui added. Don't forget troublesome. Hikari added on behalf of Shikamaru, which made everyone laugh once more. Naruto smirked at Hikari, oh yeah, lil sis? He created a clone that approached Hikari with fingers wiggling in a tickle motion. I think it has been too long since your last tickle torture. Everyone watched in amusement as Hikari dashed away and was caught moments later by the clone. She writhed on the ground in a giggling mess under the rapidly moving fingers. So, what did we miss while we were away? Tamari asked the group. The Otto group has been released and they are living under the supervision of the Uchiha clan. They each have tracking and prisoner seals for their probation, Yami said gruffly. The emo duckbutt is out? Did you visit him? Naruto asked. Yup. Rias chirped. I constructed the prisoner matrix and applied the new seals to the group. They are all rather subdued after their imprisonment and counseling. Ino stepped in here. Did it seem like the counseling was working? Yami huffed. According to your father, they have disavowed Otto and Orochimaru. That at least seems genuine. What about the loyalist? The blue-haired one named Guren? Tsunade asked since she remembered her clearly from the medical treatments and seal removal. Once they brought in the kid Orochimaru was holding hostage, I think his name was Yukimaru, from the Rice Daimyo, she became more cooperative, Shikamaru said since he had remained in Konaha rather than reinforce the cage. Ah, yeah, I remember that kid now. Makes sense that she would mellow out. So, they are all living in the Uchiha compound? Naruto asked. Yup. Rias chirped. Maybe we should go and visit, Naruto said. But for tonight, I think I have some ladies to take care of. As the four girls and Naruto disappeared into the house, Kurama shook his head. Lucky bastard. Tsunade decked Kurama for that comment. If you want a harem, go sit on a cactus. Kurama recovered rapidly and pulled Tsunade into his chest and rubbed his belly. Nah, I'm happy with what I have. After a relaxing morning spent showing Shien around Konaha, including the hidden waterfall and the Cage Mountain, Naruto and his girls walked to the Uchiha compound. After Naruto sent a wood clone to Mikoto, she had insisted on them joining the Uchiha clan for dinner. Naruto gracefully accepted and he told her that he would bring some food over. Thus, the normally quiet Uchiha compound was given a taste of the rowdy Senju clan. Pass the taters, duck butt, Naruto said merrily while holding his hand out for the plate of mashed potatoes. HN. Sasuke snorted but obeyed and handed over the plate of mashed potatoes. So, is it true that you killed the leader of the Akatsuki? Shisui wouldn't shut up on stories of the battle. Naruto shrugged. Well, I took out the Rinnegan user, but the other Uchiha got away. Itachi sighed. Who would have thought that it was Obito? Why didn't you tell us this before, Naruto? Would it have made a difference, or would it have just piled unnecessary guilt on your shoulders? Naruto countered. Sasuke looked around confused. What do you mean? Obito? Like the guy that was on Kakashi-sensei's team? Mikoto sighed. Boys, can we not talk about something more pleasant at the dinner table? Naruto offered a sincere smile to Mikoto. I will answer this one and then we will change the topic. Mikoto nodded, thankfully. Yes, the guy in the orange mask is Obito Uchiha, former teammate of Kakashi and student of my father. Madara saved him from death and entrusted him with his mission to enslave the world. I didn't share his identity because it honestly didn't change anything, and it would only take Kakashi out of the fight. Itachi sighed loudly at that. Yeah, Kakashi is not taking the news well. Anyways, Karen, why don't you share your story with us? Karen put her fork down and looked down abashedly. It's not a pleasant story. Sasuke and Hugo put comforting hands on her shoulder. Well, I grew up on the run with my mom. After the fall of Uzu, we traveled from place to place. When I was 5, we settled down in Kusa. After the invasion here, Orochimaru bought me from Kusa to experiment on my bloodline. When he hit a wall with that, he used me as a researcher and put the curse seal on me to see if it would affect my bloodline. Bastard. Guren grunted in between mouthfuls of food before she wiped some gravy off of Yukimaru's cheek. Well, do you wish to rejoin your family? I am the heir of the Uzumaki clan, and I am rebuilding Uzoshiaga Corps. Naruto offered softly. Karen looked around unsure of what to say. I don't know. I don't know why you would want someone like me. Plus, these guys are kind of like my own messed up family. Naruto shrugged. Look, for once, your future is your own. You can decide. If they want to come to New Uzu when it is ready, then they are welcome too. I only ask that you give us a chance and that you learn the Uzumaki way. You would let us join you? Why? Guren asked since she really didn't like it in Konaha where she felt judged. She could admit that she deserved it, but she didn't like Yukimaru being in this environment. Naruto offered her a graceful smile which made the brunette blush. Because it is the right thing to do, and I need people to live in my kick-ass homeland. Sasuke scoffed, isn't it just a deserted island? Before Naruto could respond, Mikoto scolded Sasuke and Itachi spoke up, the Senju clan has done much to rebuild the island already. The village is rebuilt and just needs people to live there. There are already farmers there harvesting the lands. Your brother is right, my son. It is a beautiful island, and I was considering retiring either there or Wave Country, Mikoto said with a dreamy smile on her face. Tsunade laughed loudly at that. Mikoto, you should come out and join us. We would love to have an Uchiha woman like you in our leadership. I don't want to spoil surprises, but the Gaki found ways to avoid council meetings. So, if you want a cozy home on the beach with minimal duties, then let me know. Lady Senju, Would you please resist poaching Konaha clans in my presence? Itachi said in an exasperated tone. Naruto chuckled, well, if the Hyuga already approved 2 branches, then why won't the Uchiha do the same? Itachi buried his head in his hands, but Shisui chimed in, I'll go. I think Hana would love to live near the ocean and it sounds like the island has plenty of space for the pups to run. As Itachi groaned further, Mikado playfully slapped his arm, oh, relax, Sochi. We can flash there and back almost instantly, and we have the communication tablets. That reminds me, Ruto, when will our order be completed? Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, tablets are booked out nearly a year. It is tough getting enough chakra metal to keep them in production. I think your clan is a couple months out. Mikado sighed deeply, oh well, communication scrolls will work for now. Sasuke was watching on completely confused. Why was his family so tight with the Senju heir? Why was Naruto talking about leaving Konaha? What in the actual hell was going on? Ahem, Naruto, why are you leaving Konaha and why is Itachi okay with it? What is this about tablets and flashing and all this stuff? Don't worry about it right now, little brother. I will get you up to date when we have time. So, Suigetsu, have you determined what you want to do? Itachi asked. Suigetsu grunted, nah, not yet. I think going back to the mist would be cool, but, I don't know. Mei will take you back. Zabuza is rebuilding the 6 swordsmen, Naruto said with a tone of merriment. 6 swordsmen? Suigetsu asked incredulously while standing to his feet. Yup, I broke Seimata. Sadly, its chakra network was not compatible with Senjutsu chakra, Naruto said playfully. While Suigetsu mourned the loss of one of the great blades, Naruto and the others laughed at his over-exaggerated expression. You bastard, that was the greatest of the blades. Suigetsu moaned. Naruto unsealed Dragon's Roar and held it up for Suigetsu to inspect. The blue-haired boy gleefully took the wakizashi and unsheathed it. He whistled impressed as he scanned the blade. He looked up to Naruto for an explanation. My summons includes dwarf artisans and that was one of their creations. If you behave yourself, I may allow you to test one of the prototypes. Naruto took Dragon's Roar back and unsealed Heaven's Edge for him to inspect. This is the katana that I experimented with. It is so naturally conductive to wind chakra that I can cut almost anything. With Uzumaki techniques, I can craft blades that will outperform any blade in existence. Finally, he unsealed Benihime, pet it reverently and handed it to Suigetsu. Well, accept this beauty. She is just special. Suigetsu was marveling over the beautiful weapons much like Tenten would. He was truly a sword enthusiast, and it was his dream to wield such a blade. If I can wield blades like this, then I will swear myself to you. Naruto nodded, sounds like a plan. So, Hugo, how is the Senjutsu balancing seal I applied working? The orange-haired bulky man smiled gracefully at Naruto, it has been great. I haven't had an episode since it was applied. I am grateful for your assistance. Shien chimed in here, well, Senjutsu chakra is a beautiful thing. Much like nature, it has the power to bring life or destroy it. I am glad you have found peace. Hugo smiled broadly at Shien, thank you, milady. As to my future plans, I guess I am undetermined as well. I would like to settle down somewhere that isn't plagued by the violence of the shinobi world. That's understandable. So, Sasuke, what are your plans? Ino asked while resting her chin on her hands. Sasuke shuffled nervously, well, I want to get through the probation period and try to redeem myself to my clan. Mikado placed a motherly hand on Sasuke's wrist. It will be okay, dear. You were taken against your will. Hell, all of you were. Just find peace and a new purpose and things will work themselves out. The dinner at the Uchiha compound was a pleasant experience and it rapidly turned into a drinking night. Tsunade once again lamented that she was unable to drink, but she still partook in the lively conversation. It was interesting for Naruto to see his previous life's team Hebi enjoy themselves. When freed from the taint of the cursed seal and influence of Orochimaru, they were actually decent people. Date with the goddess. After the night with the Uchiha clan, Naruto returned to the compound with his girls. Naruto had been spending quality cuddle time with Shien in bed and he relegated his wives to wood clones. They didn't complain too much, but they said that Shien would have to share in the not too distant future. This left Naruto alone in bed with the goddess and he was grateful for the opportunity. He kept things tame for now, but it was Shien that was getting handsy as he cuddled in bed with her. She tucked into her position as Little Spoon and pulled his arms under her bust and snuggled deeper into him. The little tantalizing wiggle of her butt rubbed up against the sword that was doing everything it could to keep itself in its sheath. Ruto, now that things have calmed down, I think it's time for me to get my date, Shien said airily as sleep called her human form. Naruto kissed the base of her neck and gave her a little squeeze. I think that is acceptable. Do you have any requests? Some good pasta and a good view? Naruto chuckled and the rumbling of his chest vibrated through Shien. I think I can do that. With her desires sated, Shien fell into a peaceful sleep in Naruto's arms. Up in Kami's realm, Minato and Kushina watched on with endearing smiles as the goddess opened her eyes. They knew that when her eyes were closed that she was getting the first-person view of her. Fragment in Shien. It was a more common occurrence now that Naruto was back in Konaha with Shien, and they were proud of their son. To see the contented smile on Kami's face filled them with contentment as well. The next day came, and Naruto enjoyed leading the shinobi through training. His once small CrossFit group now filled Training Ground 7 and he led over 200 shinobi of Konaha through a morning CrossFit session. After that, he flashed to Kiri to apply the enhanced protective seals over the main village before he returned in time for his date with Shien. He hopped into the shower and was surprised by Ino. Ino wanted some Rudo time and saw him slide into the shower. She didn't think Shien would mind if she partook of her husband before their date, so Ino got her shower quickie. The feel of Naruto in the shower was amazing and Ino got her fill before she turned to him with half-lidded eyes and placed a tender kiss on his lips. She smacked his ass and sank into the tub to catch her breath as Naruto dried off. Naruto found Shien waiting in the living room with an elegant golden, spaghetti strap dress that exposed her milky white skin and showed off Kami's improvements to her body. Naruto let out a low whistle before wrapping his arms around her midsection and placing a seductive kiss on her slender neck. Shien tilted her head and made it easier to access for him before she turned and golden orbs locked with azure. She leaned forward and placed a chaste kiss on his lips. Well? She asked in a slightly shy and massively seductive tone. Beyond beautiful. Naruto answered in a husky whisper. Shien melted into Naruto's chest for a moment before linking arms with him and following him to the golden leaf. Shien enjoyed her shrimp penne pasta and garlic bread from Konoha's fanciest restaurant. She looked out over the balcony and saw the illuminated faces of the Hokage before she felt Naruto's hands intertwine with her own. Are you sure you don't want to be Hokage? Shien asked with her eyes locked on the visage of his father. Nah, I am happy with what I got. I am not the same kid that craved attention. I have answered a higher calling to restore my homeland and protect the people of Wave. I am happy with the path I am on now, Naruto said contentedly. Shien squeezed his hand a bit and tore her eyes away from the Hokage monument. And what about me? I know I jumped right in, but how are you feeling? Naruto offered a sincere smile. I am happy. I don't need to overthink things. I am just happy to be with you, my girls and my family. That is all I need in this world. You're perfect, Shien said with a pleased grin on her face. Thanks, sweetheart. That means a lot coming from you. Naruto shot back. You aren't too bad yourself. Shien playfully slapped Naruto's hand. Way to ruin the moment, Baka, she said through giggles. Naruto shrugged. Moments weren't meant to last forever. Their value was only in the moment of their inspiration. Oh ho, Mr. Philosophizer? Shien asked with a playful eyebrow raised. Mei, just saying. Want to get out of here? I want to show you the Namikaze Gardens. Naruto asked. Sure, Shien said while extending her hand out for him to help her up, but why do you still call it the Namikaze Gardens? Wasn't your dad a senju? Naruto took her hand and shrugged. I wanted something to remain alive from the name he built up. The senju and Uzumaki will have their memories enshrined in New Uzu, so I figured I would leave the Namikaze compound with its name. Plus, I want to open the compound and let people enjoy the garden. Well, Mr. Senju, what say you show me what makes this garden so special? Shien said in a playful tone as her feet followed Naruto's own. It would be my pleasure, milady. The trip through Konaha was pleasant if not slightly annoying. The girls refused to leave him well enough alone and their pheromones tickled his nose and their jealousy prickled at his senses. Although he preferred that to the lust that he sensed coming from the men that greedily soaked in Shien's beautiful appearance. As the night air chilled, it gave Naruto a good excuse to unseal his jacket and place it over Shien's shoulders. The blondes cuddled into each other as they walked, and Naruto opened the gate to the Namikaze compound. As they passed the Genjutsu barrier, Shien let out a breath of amazement at the abundance of plant life that greeted them. The gardens were stunning from the residual natural energy that hovered around the compound from Naruto's meditation. The two walked to the grassy clearing that bordered the small lake before they cuddled down on a blanket. Naruto leaned back and peered up at the clear night sky that was untainted by the artificial lights of Konaha. The stars peered back at the couple and covered the small clearing in a peaceful ambience. They cuddled into each other and took the time to get to know one another. Naruto found out that gold was Shien's favorite color, and because of that her aura naturally shifted to gold. He learned many other small things about his goddess in human flesh and found himself drawn deeper into her. The night passed with questions, kissing and cuddling that remained at the PG-13 level. They gazed at the stars just as much as each other's eyes. They lost themselves in the beauty of both things, and they reveled in the fact that the whole world didn't matter when they were wrapped in their own bubble. It was in this state that the two ended the date as Naruto flashed them into Shien's bedroom. As Kami opened her eyes, her realm glistened with a positive golden aura that illuminated her night sky. The smile on her face could only be described as the ethereal beauty of a happy goddess. Kami returned to her duties while humming a merry and content tune that reverberated off the walls of the room and filled the souls of all those that dwelled in the pure world. Minato and Kushina enjoyed the happy state and only hoped that their son could continue to make their boss happy. Surprise attack. Madara Uchiha was a proud man that was the definition of an ingenious battle junkie. His aptitude for battle was among the highest the world had ever seen, and he learned at a prodigious rate. He took 3 months to prepare himself after his resurrection, and he wore himself down to the bone each day to make the most of the time. He had integrated his Rinnegan and learned the powers of the vaunted eyes. He worked with the cells he stole from Hashirama and learned how to implement Genjutsu chakra into battle. It was a massive power boost that was difficult to control, but he knew he would need it if Zetsu's reports on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki were to be believed. Finally, Madara felt ready, and he was going to go and crush the cornerstone of the resistance to his will. His first fall occurred because he wanted to destroy Konaha, and now that Hashirama was no longer alive, there was nobody to prevent him from doing so now. Even if Zetsu told Madara that the boy was stronger than Hashirama, there was no way that Madara would believe it unless he experienced it himself in battle. Madara moved out of the mountain cave he had used for the last 3 months in Iwa and moved with a purpose towards Konaha. Zetsu and Obito trailed him, but Madara had ordered them to remain out of the fight. He wanted to cast Konaha into ruin single-handedly, which would crush the will of the Senju boy and draw him out into battle. Madara traveled quickly for the next 2 days, and once he entered Fire Country he moved at his top speeds. According to Zetsu, the boy could feel everything in Fire Country if he were in Sage mode. Madara recognized the terrain he was running through, and he jumped high into the air as the lights of Konaha appeared over the trees. The lights illuminated the darkening skies of dusk and cast a peaceful whitish-yellow sheen over the horizon. Madara enabled the gravity control of his Rinnegan to hover over Konaha. It was time for the world to know the price of resisting the will of Madara. Madara weaved through hand signs while floating hundreds of feet above Konaha and called out, "Rin Arts, Planetary Devastation." Before the 3 massive asteroids began their descent onto Konaha, Madara was surprised to hear alarm bells trilling all over Konaha. He humphed in disgust, "These ants can scurry around all they want." There was no avoiding their end at the hands of Madara's jutsu. Madara watched his asteroids break through the light cloud cover of the night sky as the eerie lights of Konaha illuminated the bottom of them. Madara could hear the wind rushing as it was forcibly pushed away from each asteroid's trajectory, and he closed his eyes with a smile on his face to wait for the moment of impact. The moment his revenge would be complete and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki would be no more. In the Senju compound, Naruto was having 4 heated makeout sessions with his girls as they lay in scattered heaps of tangled flesh when he felt the massive surge of chakra. He immediately knew something was wrong, and his 3 clones instantly set to the task of erecting a barrier around the Senju compound. The real Naruto called Kurama and Chome back into him forcibly and flashed into Golden Yokai Sage mode, the combination of Kurama, Chamiya and Senjutsu chakra, but he didn't stop there. He sensed the enemy in the air, and he sensed the 3 asteroids beginning their descent from orbit. He knew that he would need to exceed all of his previous limitations to save those he loves. In the 10 seconds after sensing the disturbance, he pulled in as much natural energy from the area as he could. He pulled on the life force of people in the village, the energy of the plants and trees of the forests, the currents in the air and the resiliency of the earth. The amount of natural energy would normally be overwhelming, but Kurama and Chome immediately recognized the severity of the situation and sank into meditative positions within the mindscape. Naruto felt the panic of the people as the alarms flared around Konaha. He felt his children and loved ones stir in the Senju compound. He felt the children he sheltered in the orphanage. He felt the shinobi stirring from their families and friends as they moved to report into emergency stations. All around him panic and chaos ensued, but he forced it out of his mind as he clapped his golden glowing hands together and his eyes furrowed closed in concentration. Then Naruto went through hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground while roaring, "Sage Arts - Protection of Yggdrasil." Itachi was atop the Hokage Tower, and he was looking up into the night sky as the shinobi poured in from all over the village. In the 30 seconds since the alarm went off, over 100 shinobi were already on the roof of the Hokage Tower. Each of them was following the eyes of the Hokage, and their jaws dropped as more than half of each asteroid had cleared the cloud line. Even through the darkness of the night sky, the three massive constructs could be seen easily, and they spelled despair for the shinobi and civilians of Konaha. Madara hovered passively in the air now on the northern edge of the village. He didn't expect his jutsu to take almost a minute to descend from the heavens, but even the Rinnegan has its limitations. He had sensed the asteroids form out of nowhere in the upper atmosphere, and he figured the fall was needed to maximize the effects of the jutsu. Now, as the asteroids closed in on their target, an evil and vengeful smile crept onto Madara's face. That smile cracked and faltered when Madara sensed the amount of Senjutsu chakra being gathered to one point in the village. Then, Madara watched on in disbelief as the Senju boy completely shattered the restraints of his own humanity and halted Madara's revenge. The people of Konaha watched on in awe as a tree with a trunk that was nearly 300 feet in diameter rose in a twisted pattern out of the ground as it continued its ascent into the sky. The giant tree sprouted bushes and other softer aspects as it gently pushed the citizens of Konaha caught in its path out of its way. They were surely stunned and surprised, but each person would be okay once they picked their jaws off the ground and rolled their tongues back into their mouths. The tree continued to spiral upward until the canopy of the tree covered all of Konaha. The canopy continued to grow and surge forward with natural energy until all of the night sky was covered by the canopy. Above the canopy, three massive wooden branches diverged out of the first canopy and began their climb toward the three separate asteroids. The branches sprouted branches that rose in concave patterns into the sky. They climbed and climbed as their creator guided their ascent while roaring to the heavens. Naruto kept his hands on the ground and funneled as much as he could possibly push into his jutsu in the ground. His family was now gathered around him, and each member had a glowing hand on Naruto in an effort to assist his jutsu with their own chakra. Each member of the Senju clan contributed as much as they could as glowing palms offered their support and their eyes remained closed in concentration. They weren't distracted by the darkening sky or the emerging canopy. They were enraptured by the all-encompassing natural energy that was pouring into Naruto before being guided into the ground. 58 seconds after Madara cast his jutsu, a massive clash of superheated stone and wood echoed across Fire Country. The shockwaves of the impact created torrents of wind, and the impact of millions of kilotons of force raced down the trunk of the divine tree and spread its force into the lands of Fire Country. The ensuing earthquake rattled Konaha like an Akimichi dinner bell while the tree of Yggdrasil groaned in effort to halt the advance of the asteroids. The impact lasted for nearly 15 seconds before the meteors stilled from the descent and came to rest in the shattered canopy of the divine tree. Madara watched on in disbelief as his jutsu was countered by a miracle that effortlessly outshone his previous rival. He remained hovering in the air, completely stunned by the display as his body and soul began to itch in craving for a massive battle. As the ground stopped shaking and the air stilled, Madara nearly missed the golden form that broke through the dense canopy and slammed into him at speeds faster than he had ever moved. Madara, even with his enhanced eyesight granted by the Rinnegan, barely had time to erect a X-guard with his forearms before he was catapulted away at the speed of sound. Madara felt his arms nearly liquidize before Hashirama's cells and Senjutsu chakra healed them during his chaotic tumble through the air. He also felt the terrible impact of breaking the sound barrier that slammed into his back. All in all, as Madara hurtled away from Konaha, his body reeled in pain before he crashed through the forest and left a trench nearly 500 feet long in the forest. Madara barely had time to pull himself out of the end of the cratered path before he was forced to dodge a golden punch that was glowing with chakra. He dodged, but that didn't stop the fist from soaring past him and into the ground. Madara was flung even further back away from Konaha due to the colossal impact of the punch and shattered earth. Madara was able to right himself in midair this time, and he aimed a palm at the golden figure that was dashing towards him at speeds that exceeded his eyes' capabilities. Madara watched in amazement and fascination as Makuten Tails raced in front of the boy and shrugged off the effects of his gravitational wave that decimated the forests behind him. Madara was forced to create extra arms made of metal to counter the assault of fists and tails as a devastating taijutsu battle ensued. Not even the draining effects of the Predapath could stall the assault of the Kyubi Jinchuriki and the Nanabi Jinchuriki. That brief, distracting thought caused Madara to pause, and his face paid the price in blood and flesh as a golden fist sent him flying through trees, rocks, earth and any other obstacle until Madara came to a skidding halt. Madara pulled on Hashirama's cells and the Senjutsu chakra they provided, but he was surprised to feel the link to his source of natural energy weaken until it flickered out. He grunted in pain as he pulled himself to his feet and noticed that he was now standing near a familiar valley. Before the golden boy could land another devastating punch, Madara used Sunshine to appear on his head on the other side of the canyon. With a brief respite in the fight, he removed his gunbi and katana from his back and turned to face the reincarnation of his rival. Naruto continued his chase as his rage carried him forward. After that last shot to Madara, Kurama and Chome disturbed the link to their yokai and were able to calm Naruto down. Naruto! Kurama shouted through the mental link. You need to calm down. You are drawing on too much of our yokai. You will burn yourself out at this rate. Naruto paused in place from where he had sent Madara flying. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he felt his tenketsu emptying while the yokai receded into his seal. He calmed that effect by letting the natural energy take its place, and he let his body calm and cool from the brief, yet intense, fight. Thanks, Q. I lost myself for a bit. That motherfucking zombie needs to go back into the Kami damn dirt. Naruto thought back. He Chome chittered, I think that Tuya is rubbing off on you. Not now, sister, we are in a fight against Madara. Kurama chided. Naruto's head turned toward where he sensed Madara come to a halt, and he took one last deep and calming breath before he darted toward the Valley of the End while thinking, thanks, Q. We got this. Can I still use your yokai? Kurama cracked an eye open through his meditative pose. Yeah, bud. Just keep cool while using it. That tree you created took a lot out of you. Naruto came to a halt on the head of Hashirama and saw Madara waiting for him with his gunbi and katana in hand. He scowled at the visage of an enemy that nearly beat him last time around. He could still vividly remember the feeling of Kurama being torn out of him and the despair brought on by the Biju being bested. Kurama resonated with those feelings, but the age-old Biju maintained his composure and steadied the yokai and natural energy that was filtering through the seal. Why did you insist on coming back, Madara? Naruto growled out across the valley. Madara did little to hide the battle-crazed smirk that engulfed his face. How could I not come back when there is such an opponent? You are far stronger than Hashirama was in his prime. Tell me, boy, how did you attain such power? Naruto scoffed, yeah, let me just tell the villain how I got strong. Look, old man, just go back in the dirt and let me fix the world you did your best to break. Madara cocked his head, what do you mean? How do you know it was me? Naruto chuckled, I know that you mind-raped Obito and convinced him to follow your suicide plan. I know that you implanted the Rinnegan in Nagato so that Zetsu could twist him into a monster that would eventually be able to revive you. I know that the infinite Tsukiyomi was your idea, and I know that your dumbass idea would never work. Madara's maniacal grin faltered and was replaced by a frown that went down past his chin. You shouldn't know such things. How do you know my plan will fail? Naruto laughed like some villain out of a comic book before responding, because I am not retarded. I didn't try to enslave the Biju, I communicated with them. You a genius on the battlefield, but you are one of the stupidest people I have ever met. You were so greedy for power that you never stopped to consider the repercussions of your actions. Madara growled deeply and tightened his grip on his weapons. You should not insult your elders, boy. You do not know the truths of this world. My elder? You are dead, you zombie fuck. Your place is in the ground and Yami's torture chambers. Not even the Shinigami would want your tainted ass soul. Naruto bit back. Madara could only take so much, and he was recovered from the damage and ready for his fight. He launched off of his own head and crossed the valley in less than a second before a resounding clang echoed across the valley as Benihime clashed against Madara's katana. Dragon's roar answered the gunbi, and Naruto cursed at the sage for crafting such a weapon. Naruto battled equally against Madara while in Golden Sage mode, and his wind-coated blades were chipping away at Madara's katana. Madara had tried to use the Preta Path to absorb the boy's chakra, but he was having minimal effect. It was clear to the battle maniac that the boy was at least equal to himself in Genjutsu, and his weapons were much better in quality. After a spinning double slash, Madara's katana shattered, and he was forced to bring the gunbi into a block. Naruto was waiting for this, and he amped up with wind chakra with yokai and senjutsu chakra before he transitioned his spin into a stab. The two blades tore through the center of the gunbi and shocked the hell out of Madara. Madara jumped back and used his gravity manipulation to land back on his head. His battle mania was reaching peak, and he wanted to go all out against the boy. He weaved through hand signs in a blur, and moments later the valley was filled with potent fire that raced towards him. The majestic flame destroyer didn't even cross half the valley before it was countered by a water-colliding wave that was equally as big. The steam released by the dual jutsu filled the valley and obscured their vision, but Naruto was a practiced sage and had the advantage. Madara was forced to jump back as Naruto indulged in a moment of hubris and shattered the earthen head of Madara with 10 trees that sprouted out of what used to be Madara's head. The Uchiha dodged backwards and growled at the sight of his perfection being erased from the world. Madara flew through more hand seals before a blade of white-hot fire soared across the valley. Naruto answered the potent fire blade with a wooden barrier that protected Naruto's front in a minimalistic fashion. The rest of the flame blade tore into the forest and started a fire that billowed smoke into the night sky. From behind the wood wall, Naruto pulled on Chomei's chakra and decided to use the same scale powder jutsu that gained him the advantage in the fight against Pain. As Obito shouted at Madara to close his eyes, the night erupted in light as if a second sun emerged. The chakra light was so intense that Madara's Rinnegan was blinded. The battle experience of the Uchiha shined through when he was able to dodge the initial punch Naruto threw, but he wasn't able to dodge the follow-up knee. The knee catapulted Madara into the air, but his momentum was halted violently and abruptly by chains that lashed around his ankles. Madara cried out in pain as his knees were dislocated by the sudden change in momentum, and his scream was interrupted as his head and body slammed into the earth. His body was enveloped by the pain caused by the two attacks, and he instinctively pulled on the power of his Sharingan. Madara's right eye transitioned out of its Rinnegan phase and became the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The body of the Susanoo erupted around Madara, and the wounded Uchiha was placed in a chakra-reinforced diamond on the center of the massive construct's forehead. Naruto didn't wait for the blindness to abate before he weaved through hand signs, and 10 wooden dragons wrapped the Susanoo up. The Susanoo was wrapped so tightly that all 4 arms were incapable of moving, but that didn't stop it from making hand seals. A torrent of fire poured out of the Susanoo's mouth and ignited the air on its path towards Naruto. Naruto countered with the Rashomon gates that absorbed the impact of the flames and left a large, V-shaped area of protection in front of Naruto. The wooden dragons didn't perish to the flames, they continued eating the chakra of Madara's so-called perfect Susanoo as their Senjutsu reinforced bodies withstood the potent flames. Madara's Susanoo appeared to be cracking, which surprised the legendary Uchiha warrior. In addition, his body was beginning to fail from the large chakra expenditure and the accumulated damage he took from Naruto. This was not ideal. As the Susanoo was cracking, Obito appeared in a swirl within the forehead of Madara's Susanoo. "My lord, it is not wise to continue this fight. The boy has endless energy from the Kyuubi and his sage mode. Let us withdraw." Obito's tone bore traces of fear that greatly irritated Madara. Madara growled as his subordinate disrupted his intense battle, "I am not beaten yet. My lord, the boy will beat you. Please, retreat for today and we will find a way to defeat him." Obito pleaded. "We can place the Biju we have collected within you to give you the advantage." This caught Madara's attention, and he growled at the thought of needing to use another's power. Before he could protest further, he felt Obito's hand on his shoulder and his body was sucked into Obito's alternate dimension. The form of Susanoo crackled into pixels of chakra that were absorbed by the chakra-draining dragons. The only sound heard across the battlefield was the stirring of dragons and the crackling of wood from the raging forest fire. Naruto clicked his teeth before roaring out in frustration. How could he forget Obito's stupid jutsu? He absent-mindedly flipped through hand seals and made the water from the river in the valley rain down in torrents on the raging forest fire. He sustained the jutsu until only embers remained before he sat on the ground to collect his thoughts. "Relax, Ruto," Kurama said in a calming tone. "That was a win for us. You just sent Madara Uchiha, one of the most feared shinobi of all time, fleeing with his tails in between his legs. Indeed, Ruto, it was truly impressive, and it made me proud to be your partner." Chomei added. "Thanks, you too. I just wanted to end this pointless fighting, and this was my opportunity." Naruto thought back. Yeah, it would have been fitting to end him here, but there is only so much you can do. We still have a massive tree and meteors to deal with back in Konaha, so let's go home. Kurama said warmly. "Indeed, Ruto, if you could create such a tree for me, it would be the perfect home." That was truly magnificent. Chomei screeched excitedly through the clicks of her pincers. "Ah, how did I accept sharing my partner with you? You are so excitable." Kurama moaned, which made Naruto chuckle. Naruto hopped to his feet. "All right, you two, that's enough. I love you both and I am grateful for your help. Let's go home." Naruto disappeared in a golden flash. Reaction to Madara. Naruto appeared in the Senju compound to see his whole family as well as a couple Anbu waiting for him. He received the summons to the council room, which was to be a joint council as well as an allied council. Seems like Itachi wanted to get this over with all at once. Naruto couldn't shake the thought that it was a bad idea. He was sure each cage had their own idiotic councils to deal with, but it probably wasn't the best idea to host a joint council with the other cage present. As Naruto entered the council chambers, he saw each cage and the full ninja council of Konaha. He breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that only the core council of civilians were present. He took his spot in the center of the room and locked eyes with each of the cage. With small bows of respect, the greetings were over, and Itachi began. "Naruto, could you please provide a full report?" I have brought our allies here to hear this first-person report, Itachi said monotonously. It's 4 a.m. You better have a good reason for disrupting my beauty sleep. Mei groaned, but her attitude did a 180 when she locked eyes with Might Guy, who beamed a smile at her. I am guessing it has something to do with the gargantuan tree that is covering the whole village? Rasa asked. Naruto nodded. Forgive us for pulling you from your beds. Madara Uchiha launched a surprise attack on our village, and I was able to defend our village before I engaged Madara in single combat. Naruto proceeded to tell the story of the battle and included the brief conversation and the conclusion of the battle. So, just to be clear, you beat the crap out of the Madara Uchiha and sent him packing all the way to the Valley of the End where you fought against and bested his perfect Susanoo? Itachi said in disbelief. Naruto shrugged. Yes, Madara had a cheap imitation of Sage Mode in the Rinnegan. He thought that would be enough to best me, and I wish I were able to end him while I still had the element of surprise, but I was unable to finish him. If Obito didn't interfere, it would have been my victory. I shook his head lightly before returning to his stoic facade. I believe it. I will believe anything that comes out of the kid's mouth at this point. So, what do we do now? How do you think Madara will react to this defeat, Lord Hokage? Rasa asked. Why do you ask me? Itachi asked. Because your clan has the most complete records of Madara. You should know the most about the legendary rogue Uchiha. I answered. Itachi sighed. Madara left our clan shortly after the formation of Konaha. In truth, we know very little about his reasons for leaving. The clan journals from the Clan Wars era show that he is a battle maniac and that he was intensely loyal to his clan. He will try to attain more power. Naruto cut in. His objective hasn't changed. The only source of power that could put him on equal footing with me is that of the Biju. Even then, he will enslave them and not synchronize with them. I am not scared of fighting against Madara. I am scared of not being there when he makes his move without me there to stop him, Naruto said pointedly. Do you think he will come after our villages now? Do you not think the cage can hold him off? Mei asked. Not yours, Naruto answered shortly. He will go after those with the Biju. He may attempt to punish villages and make us fear, but I think he will prioritize going for the Biju. Rasa got into a contemplative pose. Do you think Gaara should remain here in Konaha? Naruto nodded sadly. Yes, Papa Rasa, I do. Gaara is strong and I trust my brother, however, Madara is on a different level though. It doesn't need to be immediately because he will need to lick his wounds. That being said, I believe he will go for Gaara or Yugito first. Why? I asked shortly after hearing Yugito's name. Because removing and absorbing the colossal power of a Biju isn't easy, even with the Rinnegan. It is like a tug of war. If he tried with the higher level Biju first, he would lose the fight against their potent chakra that overwhelms his own reserves. Naruto answered. So, we hide Yugito and Gaara? Itachi asked. Naruto scoffed. No, I refuse to let that motherfucker rule us through fear. Itachi nodded to Shikaku Nara, who stood up and bowed to the cage before speaking. Why not lay a trap then? This silenced the room, and everyone was excited to hear what scheme the Nara could concoct. We hide the Nibi and Ichibi in New Uzu. Then, we let this Zetsu creature hear about it and fight him on our terms. Naruto scoffed. You want to use the lands I recently rebuilt to host the battle? They would be isolated and alone without shinobi guards there. The village's defenses are good, but they can't withstand someone like Madara. I frowned. I agree with Naruto. I am not against setting up a trap, but that seems ill thought out. Madara used to interact with the Uzumaki. He would know how to access those lands. Plus, so long as they can relocate at will, they will be able to hit and move. Hyashi added, which drew heads towards him. We need to develop a mobile countermeasure to the space/time jutsu before we do anything else. As of now, it takes me 4 clones and a minute or so to get into position. I also have the engraved seals into the barriers of each of your villages. Naruto answered while thinking. For now, we do not have the initiative and that is what gives me pause. Then, why don't we just assault Ame and Iwa? I asked. I read the report about your sweep through Ado. Why not do that? The Kijis were each in their thinking poses when Shikaku stood up. I do not believe that a wise idea. The threat of the white Zetsu is still something we are attempting to counter. After seeing the chaos they could sow against 200 of our strongest shinobi, I don't like the thought of that mayhem on a broader scale. Naruto nodded. We can plan out an identity seal and apply it to every uniform that is worn by our forces. I am not against a sweep, but that could put many civilians in danger. The amount of collateral damage would be unpalatable. Better their villages than ours, Sume said firmly, and there were many that agreed with her. Naruto frowned at that thought. Honestly, It is that line of thinking that perpetuates the cycle of hatred. We are so close to victory that we must wrap it up in the proper way. I can begin hunting for Madara on my own while you each protect your villages. Absolutely not. Tsunade stood up and slammed her hand on the desk, which drew every eye in the room to her. Strongest shinobi in the world or not, you are not going to shoulder this alone. She is right, Naruto. Itachi added firmly. Don't hog all the fun for yourself, brat. The Raikage barked out. Family never fights alone, Rasa said sagely. Mei sighed and relented. Let us help you, Naruto. You have done enough for each of us already. Naruto held up his hands in defeat. Fine, then I will let you all plan this out. Just tell me where you want the big guns and when you need me. In the meantime, you will each agree to immediately summon me if Madara shows up. The Kage each nodded to this statement. Naruto, what will we do about the giant tree and the 3 asteroids that are resting atop our village? Kuza Akimichi asked sheepishly. Naruto chuckled. Once the asteroids are pulverized, I can have the earth reabsorb the tree. I am a little too tired to do that today. That being said, we have a couple people capable of smashing the asteroids and we can use our barrier core to prevent any of the rubble from damaging the village. Inoki's sweat dropped. Will the tree hold the giant rocks until you recover? It stopped them while they were falling from the sky, didn't it? Naruto shot back after yawning. The Kages were each watching the exchange in amusement as their hero. Yes, they all agreed that he was a hero at this point, shrugged off 3 asteroids hovering over the village. Let it go. Naruto, you may return home and rest. We will deal with the new additions to the village tomorrow, or well, later today, Itachi said. As for each honorable Kage, could I invite you for tea in my office? That'll do, not like I can go back to sleep anyways. Rasa started. Get it done in time for CrossFit and I'm in. I followed up. Mei glanced towards Guy and threw a wink his way before saying, I prefer black with 2 cubes of sugar. Ow, please return to Kiri and clear my schedule for the day. Naruto left the council chambers and flashed to his room where he collapsed in a tired heap on his bed. This naturally woke up the 4 blondes that were cuddled up waiting for him to return. He was so exhausted that he didn't react to them stripping him, nor moving him to the bathtub, nor when the warm water encased his body. The sponge bath he received from his lovers sent him to the land of sweet dreams and he resided there until late afternoon. He is so cute when he is asleep like this, Shion said affectionately as she tenderly wiped some hair out of his face. You really love him, don't you? Tamari asked as she dropped the sponge in the bath water and cast an analytical gaze over the newest blonde. Shion smiled wistfully. Yes, for reasons unknown and unfathomed, I do. His warmth and presence call my soul to his own. Yeah, I understand that. It was the same for me, Samui said softly as she wrapped her arms around his waist and pulled him into her. She had the honor of going in with Naruto and she cherished every opportunity she had to love on him. Yeah, the guy is special. Who else could convince all of us to share one man? Ino added. Tamari scoffed, I thought I would just have to share with you, flower girl. Samui pouted and splashed water at Tamari. Oh, really? So, you weren't the one that tied him to a bed and pulled me into the room? Tamari blushed brightly. That was Ino's idea. And you didn't touch her at all? Ino challenged. Oh, no, she touched me, licked me and pleasured me. Tamari's face turned flush, and steam began coming out of her ears in wisps. That clone train was amazing, and I definitely remember her tongue. She is good with her tongue. Samui took shelter from the others behind Naruto's back while Shion was blushing furiously as Kami's mind raced with perverted thoughts. The goddess had never indulged in the pleasures of the flesh but maybe. Ladies, I know it's early, but, Ino cut her off, when the time is right and it doesn't feel forced or awkward, we will bring you in. For now, we are all getting to know you. Well, except Naruto. He seems pretty close to you. Shion blushed and averted her eyes. Yeah, he knows me pretty well and it feels like there is nothing between us anymore. Ino scooted over and cuddled into Shion. Aw, that is so cute. I, for one, think you fit in just right. Later that day, Naruto awoke to find that the meteors had already been smashed to bits by Tsunade. It was amusing for him to walk around the village because everyone was either gaping at him or the tree as he passed by. It was weird walking through a heavily shaded Konaha, but he figured that it was rather fitting. Despite that, he met up with Itachi and Aoba, captain of the barrier corps, to discuss absorbing the tree. Lord Senju, will there be any risk to the local populace when you reabsorb it? Aoba asked while looking up at the dense canopy. Naruto shrugged, I should be able to absorb it from the top down. The only real risk is leftover debris falling. The broken branches and meteor fragments, stuff like that. I will get the barrier core to activate the low-altitude protective barrier then, Aoba said in his thinking pose. I will have the Anbu on standby to intercept debris. Itachi added. Naruto shrugged and yawned, very well. Can I leave a slightly larger than average tree in its place? I think it would be a good thing to commemorate the day and act as a reminder to Konaha to remain vigilant. Itachi nodded along, very well. The housing in the trunk was already destroyed. I have promised that you would erect new homes for them, and our engineering corps will handle the advanced ceiling, electrical and plumbing. Okay, that sounds easy enough. Okay, let me know when you are ready, Lord Hokage. Naruto bowed with an overdramatic wink and flourish, which made Itachi chuckle. Crowds gathered and watched Naruto undo his miracle. The oohs and ahs that were heard as he entered GSM were slightly distracting, but Naruto pushed through. The crowd watched on in amazement as tree groaned and began absorbing the dense canopy into the massive trunk of the tree. The process took Naruto nearly 20 minutes because he wanted to make sure too much debris didn't fall too quickly. The Konaha shinobi shot volleys of fireballs at the falling debris or erected earth domes if the debris couldn't be destroyed. It provided some entertainment for the populace, and the end result was a tree that was 120 feet tall with a Makuten tile engraved with a memorial message. Ever vigilant, ever safe. Keep your eyes open and senses aware to protect the great tree. Guy's official challenge to Kurama. Might Guy lived by a couple core tenets that kept his anchored to sanity, and they sheltered him from the despair of a harsh past that haunted many shinobi. First, give it your best in everything you do, each and every day. Second, your word is your bond, once it is broken, it is worthless. Third, nothing is stronger than love and positivity. He lived by these three tenets, and he did everything within his power to pass these core strictures to his students. Thus, after the morning CrossFit session a couple days after Madara's attack, Might Guy realized that he had accepted a challenge and not followed through on it. As he was cleaning up equipment, he remembered the challenge he accepted from Kurama, and he wanted to remind one of his youthful rivals. He bounded over to where Naruto was guiding nearly 100 Konaha shinobi through the cooldown session. Great workout, Ruto. It was a most youthful workout. Naruto looked up at the eccentric Jonin as he continued stretching. I have come to remind Kurama that we agreed to a youthful spar when we were on our mission in Snow Country. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, I remember stopping you two knuckleheads. Wanting a spar like that in the middle of a mission. Naruto shook his head at the memory. Well, I can let Kurama know. I am sure he would agree. Guy pumped a fist in the air, which earned a Guy-sensei is so cool. From Lee, before he continued the conversation. Yosh. Well, I have this afternoon clear, and I would like to issue the challenge once more to Lord Kurama. Naruto nodded. Okay, I will let him know. Where do you want to do it and what are the terms of the spar? Guy instantly transitioned into a thinking pose. Well, I cannot compete with his jutsu. Could you see if he agrees to a taijutsu/kenjutsu battle? We can fight on training ground 9. I will ask for barriers from you, Ruto. Naruto winced. You want to fight Q and kenjutsu? That is, Guy nodded enthusiastically and cut him off. Yes, since my time in Snow Country, I have found a passion for the blade. Using your katana let me know how much more efficient it is than simply using my fists. Naruto smiled at that. He truly loved kenjutsu. Yeah, you were fierce with a blade. That scene where you chucked my sword with $800,000 was awesome. Guy scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. I am grateful you were able to recover such a fine blade. I lost myself to my youthful passions and I wasn't thinking about the blade. Naruto waved him off. No harm, no foul. Just don't do it again. Now, I will let Kurama know to be at training ground 9 at 2 p.m. That sound good? Guy threw one fist in the air and lashed the other out in a thumbs-up gesture. Yosh. That is a fiery time, and I will bring my most youthful best. As Naruto was leaving, he could already hear the rumors spreading and feel the anticipation of the crowd. Guy's reputation had skyrocketed in recent years, and he had become an acknowledged leader of the Jonin. He was also ranked number 5 among Konoha's ranks, which had expanded quite a bit since the Senju's return. Thus, the Konaha rumor mill churned at full speed when Naruto returned to the Senju compound to notify Kurama of the spar. Oi! Q! Where you at? Naruto said as he walked into the compound. Garden gazebo, Q shouted back. Naruto entered the garden and couldn't stop the smile from breaking out across his face. He shook his head and chuckled when he saw Kurama and Tsunade cuddling on the bank of the pond that took up a bit of the Senju training grounds. Tsunade was almost 4 months pregnant, and the baby bump was being cradled affectionately by the kitsune Biju. Both of his honorary parents turned their heads to him and returned the affectionate smile. What's going on, Ruto? Tsunade asked in contentment. Naruto chuckled. Guy remembered the agreement to spar, Q. You know the one I broke up in Snow Country? Kurama let out a deep laugh. Ha ha, yeah, bud, I remember. When does he want to do it? 2 p.m. You want a boost? Naruto asked. Kurama closed his eyes and looked internally. Yeah, I can use more of my yokai. I don't want any of your Genjutsu though. I want to fight Guy with my own power. Naruto nodded, figured you would say something like that. You have been out of the seal for months now, so I kinda figured you would be running low. By the way, he wants to keep it at Tai/Kenjutsu. Kurama clicked his tongue. He won't let me show off, huh? Tsunade slapped his hands playfully. He doesn't want to get burnt to cinders or shredded to bits. Your jutsu basically requires somebody of our level to counter. Kurama let a prideful smile spread over his face, and that is why I am so taken with you. I found myself the most beautiful and powerful maid in the world. Tsunade blushed and Naruto laughed. The three spent a while just hanging out by the pond before Naruto topped Kurama's yokai off and they geared up for the spar. They walked as a trio through the village and ignored the whispers and turned heads. It was a change for them, and they had grown accustomed to it. Some hailed them as heroes for what they have done for Konaha. Some were upset that they planned on leaving Konaha, but overall, the overall sentiment was reverent and positive, which was nice for a trio of empaths that could feel what the villagers were feeling. Naruto couldn't stop the full-bellied laugh that erupted when he walked through the crowd of shinobi that had shown up to watch the spar. Seriously, do these guys have nothing better to do? Naruto never really thought about the shinobi force of Konaha that was nearly 5,000 strong. It was rare to see so many in one place, and it made it clear that Konaha was hailed as the number one for a good reason. The crowds parted reverently as the mix of Jinan, Chunin, Jonin and Anbu parted ways to let the elite shinobi pass. There wasn't a single one of the gathered shinobi that were pretentious enough to think they could stand on the same level as the trio. As they entered the training grounds, Naruto was amused to see Might Guy and Rock Lee limbering up. The two played off each other a little too well, which is why most people avoided them. This had gotten more bearable over the years, but when they were truly excited, the flames of youth danced and nearly consumed Konaha. My eternal rival, Guy shouted before he bounded over to Kurama. My eternal rival, Lee shouted as he bounded over to Naruto. Naruto cocked his head at the look in Lee's eyes before he turned to Guy. What's up, Guy? Guy puffed out his chest and slung an arm over Lee's shoulder. Well, my eternally youthful student said that we should change the terms of the spar. I couldn't extinguish his vibrant youth, so I request that we make this a tag team spar. Kurama laughed boisterously and Naruto shook his head. Still only canon taijutsu? Naruto mumbled under his breath. Guy lashed out with another thumbs up accompanied by shining teeth. Indeed. For you, young Senju, we request no sage mode or yokai cloak. Naruto nodded. And for Lord Kurama, we request a limitation of 6 tails. Kurama chuckled and let his tail sprout behind him. He sighed as he placed a hand over Naruto's seal and 2 of the tails disappeared. He locked eyes with Guy. Will that do? Guy nodded proudly. Indeed. Now, we also decided to use chakra wood weapons that are blunted. Strikes will be countered and any killing blow with be honored. Naruto shrugged. Sounds fair. So, are we going to let you use the gates? Lee's eyes watered and turned into a terrifying version of the puppy dog eyes. Please. Kurama belted out a laugh. Very well. No long-term injury, so you are both limited to 4 gates. Naruto turned to Kurama and looked at him incredulously. You want to give them 4 gates when we can't use our cloaks? Kurama put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Relax, partner. I just want a good fight. Naruto sighed and nodded. Very well. We accept the set terms of the spar. Guy and Lee jumped in a synchronized fashion into the air and performed a double high five. Yosh! They screamed and made every shinobi present cringe. Naruto fashioned an extra long katana-shaped sword from Makuten and handed it to Guy. He created blunted tonfa for Lee. An extra long katana for Kurama, and he replicated his dual blades for himself. After doing that, he created 4 wood clones that entered Sage mode and erected the barrier around the training ground. As soon as the barrier was set, the shinobi crowd closed in to get the best view. Every tree was loaded to capacity as the Jonin and Anbu found their perches. The Konohamaru Corps found a spot near the front center of the barrier and groups of Jinan whispered excitedly about the battle they were going to witness. The rookies were all lined up along one side of the barrier while talking animatedly and the sensei were behind them. In this fashion, the whole barrier was encircled by the shinobi population of Konaha, and the excitement grew to a dim roar. Do you think Guy and Lee stand a chance this time around? Kiba asked while leaning on Akamaru. Shikamaru yawned and responded, it is too troublesome to think about. I am sure that Naruto and Kurama handicapped themselves to make it fair. Not like we will actually be able to see anything anyways. Ino laughed and cuddled into Temari, who was watching the processions with an analytical eye. Leave it to you, Shika. If you never practice tracking fights at these speeds, then you will never be able to keep up. Sakura scoffed, are you saying you can track them? Samui laughed, we had spars every day on our trip. Naruto and Tsunade in Sage mode will likely be faster than these boys today. Shien shuffled in, I am excited to see Naruto go all out. It will be my first time watching in person. Who are you, Blondie? Kiba asked while doing his best not to check her out. Ino pulled Shien into her hug with Temari, this is Shien. I guess you could say she is engaged to Naruto. He got another one? Tenten asked incredulously. Shien blushed, yeah, well, you could say a higher power was involved. I was the shrine priestess of Demon Country. Shino pushed his glasses up, it is only logical, Kiba. Naruto has always had a weakness for blondes. Kuji couldn't help but laugh at that, yeah, he does. I mean look at these 4 beautiful blondes. Gotta tip my hat to the guy. And you are okay with this? Sakura asked while looking at Ino, Temari, and Samui. They all shrugged, but Ino spoke for the group. I know it seems weird, but Shien fits right in. Plus, it's not like it actually takes away from our Rudo time. Tenten scoffed, how doesn't it take away from your time with him? How can he keep the 4 of you happy? 3 of the 4 wiped away small nosebleeds at the thought and Shien blushed. It was Shikamaru that cut into the conversation, are you serious? Troublesome woman. What is Naruto's most used jutsu? As the reality hit Tenten, her face turned red starting at her chin until the tips of her hair flushed. Then, steam spouted from Tenten's ears, and she passed out in Neiji's arms. Neji turned to the foursome, and it doesn't bother you to spend quality time with the clones? Samui scoffed, each clone is so eager to please. It is amazing. Yeah, you get used to it and he spreads his love equally among us. Ino added. Plus, his clones are perfect replicas. As long as you don't think about it, you don't even really notice. Temari contributed. His presence is just so warm and bright, even a fraction of the real Rudo is worth it. Shien summarized, which left a dumbstruck crowd of rookies. In the barrier, Guy and Kurama had started the spar. They were just warming up and stretching out as they clashed for the past 5 minutes. Both of them were wearing devilish smirks as they blurred around the training ground to the amazement of the genin in attendance. As they picked up speed, Kurama surprised Guy when he allowed his 6 tails to spread out behind him. Guy was further surprised when he was forced to take the fight seriously as 10 appendages assaulted him at blurring speeds. Kurama's smirk encompassed his whole face as he sent Guy flying with a tail lash that followed behind a spinning kick. As Guy careened into the barrier, Kurama darted over to Naruto and tagged him in. Get a warm-up, partner. Once they open the gates, it is going to get rough, Kurama said as he tagged out. As their hands clapped, Naruto chuckled, yeah, I know, Q. You might pay for that little trick later. Before Kurama could respond, Naruto disappeared in a blur towards Guy who had already recovered. Naruto cut Guy off from tagging Lee because he wanted a piece of Guy first. Guy's Goken style was terrifyingly powerful, and each blow Naruto was forced to block could be felt. Even without Sage mode, Naruto rapidly healed from each blow and Naruto wanted a shot at paying Guy back for the bruises. Naruto slapped away a right straight and ducked under the side kick before he exploded upwards with an uppercut. Guy turned his shoulder and absorbed the blow, before he was sent tumbling backwards. Guy righted himself and forced Naruto to keep his distance with a spin kick that lashed out at hip height. Guy continued his spin and flipped backwards, which landed him by an enthusiastic Lee. Naruto groaned as he heard the slap and was forced to block that leaf whirlwind kick that Lee had turned into his signature intro. Naruto encased his right forearm in his Makuten gauntlet, and he caught Lee's leg. Naruto grinned foxily as he spun the enthusiastic taijutsu specialist around at blinding speeds before launching him into the air. A dizzy Lee flew nearly 150 feet into the air, but the flight allowed him time to clear his head. His face grew serious as he began his descent, and he unwrapped the wrist bindings he wore. Before Lee could fall completely, he dodged Naruto's attack by lashing his bindings to a tree, which shifted his trajectory and gave him control of his descent. Lee wrapped around a tree branch and used the momentum to launch himself at a surprised Naruto. The moment of clashing in midair was actually an exchange of 10 strikes and Lee was able to sink his fist into Naruto's gut. Naruto grunted as Lee's powerful blow landed and he rolled with the momentum and flipped backwards until he landed on the ground. Lee landed moments later and the two clashed once more. Naruto allowed Lee a 10-minute warm-up as he guided the exchange toward Kurama. Lee was surprised when Naruto spun out of a blow, And it was Kurama's fist that sent him flying backwards. Got to maintain your battlefield awareness, Lee. Kurama chided as he strutted over to the eccentric boy. Lee picked himself off the ground and wiped the blood off of his lip. Thank you for the youthful lesson, Lord Kurama. As the two engaged, Sasuke was having a conversation with the few people he considered friends while watching. He knew everything he said was not private as the 4 Anbu guards surrounded Guren, Suigetsu, Hugo, Karen and himself. He had come to accept it and knew it was his own fault that he was in this situation. He was amazed to see the level of combat that Konaha had grown accustomed to. Oi, Suigetsu, think you could keep up with them? Sasuke taunted through his trademark smirk. Suigetsu scoffed, of course I can. I can still track them. Give me a blade and they would be sliced toast. Hugo was normally a silent man, but he had grown out of his shell since he didn't need to worry about suddenly rampaging. No, you might keep up with them at this level, but they are holding back a lot. Karen watched on in amazement. She had already declined living with Naruto since she wanted to stay with her friends. It is amazing. I was never one for combat, but they are moving so fast. And the power behind their blows is staggering. Guren added while Yukimaru rode on her shoulders. As she said that, Lee missed a kick and created a 10-foot crater where Kurama was standing a moment before. Sasuke nodded, he has grown even stronger since I last fought him. Lee is one of the best at taijutsu. In fact, that was all he could use during the Chunin exams. Then how is he reinforcing himself with chakra? Karen asked since she could sense the chakra Lee was shaping within his body. Sasuke's head snapped to her, what do you mean? He is reinforcing his body with lightning chakra. He started doing it after he took the blow from the fox dude. Karen informed the group, which made Sasuke think. Lord Senju performed an operation that gave him a modified chakra network with Fuinjutsu. The Eagle Mask Anbu informed the group. What can't that guy do with Fuinjutsu? Sasuke said in a mixture of jealousy and frustration. Look all around Konaha. You can see what he is capable of by doing so, Guren said blandly. I think I will follow him to his Uchiha Corps. I don't mind the trees, but I prefer the ocean and his seals will make that village incredible. Suigetsu nodded, and those seals on swords are awesome. To think he can outperform the legendary swords. Holy shit. Karen whimpered as Lee crashed into the barrier right in front of them. Lee pulled himself up and rubbed his cheek as the impact of the barrier really hurt. He looked to Guy-sensei, who shook his head in the negative. It wasn't time to open the gates yet. Lee ducked under a flurry of punches from Kurama and swept his feet. This staggered the Kitsune Lord and gave Lee time to tag Guy in. Guy pulled out his wooden katana and Kurama mirrored his action with the foxiest smirk on his face that anyone had ever seen. Their speeds cranked up to the next level as swords were thrown into the mix. It was Kurama's area of specialty and he sprinkled pointers for Guy into the spar. The taijutsu prodigy was picking up the art of Genjutsu rapidly, but he was still far behind the proficiency of Kurama. That meant that Guy took glancing blows to the shoulders and forearms, but he had avoided all of the fatal blows that would remove him from the spar. The negative trend for Guy caused him to jump far away from Kurama and unleash the gates. Guy opened the gates of opening, healing, life and pain all at once. Guy saw no need to hold back and step this fight up any further. He wanted to take the decisive advantage and eliminate Kurama from the spar. He blurred forward in a streak of red that was caused by the blood rushing to the surface of Guy's skin. The intense chakra wave followed the path he tore through. The training grounds, and everyone heard the groan of the wooden swords as the high-speed impact tested their durability. It took less than a minute of Guy with the fourth gate open to shatter both wooden renditions of the katanas and now Guy was in his element. Kurama was compensating by streaming his yokai at high speeds through his Makuten body and it was straining him to his limits. The restrictions he and Naruto accepted were debilitating when dealing with someone this proficient with the 8 inner gates. Yosh! Guy-sensei! Show them the springtime of youth, Lee shouted from the sidelines. With the rookies, Neji hung his head as his peer snickered and it was Tenten that groaned aloud and voiced their shared distress. They have gotten so much better, but when you get them hyped up, they revert back to that. Tenten gestured towards all of Lee with her hands. He, Sakura giggled, I am glad that some things never change. Shizuka watched on with a fond smile, it is getting rarer and rarer to see those two give in to their passion. I say let them have their moment, Ino giggled mischievously, are you saying Lee doesn't share his fiery passion of youthfulness in the bedroom? While Shizuka blushed, Neji stuck up for his teammate's girlfriend. Not everyone has such little self-restraint or the desire for children already. His tone was jovial and joking, but it got mixed reactions. Tamari pulled Ino into her, well, we may not have planned for it, but baby Hashi is one of the greatest blessings on our family. Tamari glanced to Samui, Arashra as well. Samui snuggled into the girly hug. And you would struggle with your self-restraint if you were with someone so gifted, Samui said as coolly as she could while fighting off a nosebleed. While the guys were jealous and evaluating their own gifts, Sakura replied, "You never shared how gifted." Samui began spreading her fingers apart while Ino made a O with her fingers to represent the girth. As Samui surpassed 8 inches, the guys' heads fell and the girls that were listening and blew back with blood trickling from their noses and steam erupting from their ears. "It is true," Gaara said monotonously as he caught a passed-out Hinata. "I am no longer ashamed to admit it. He is gifted." While the rookies were distracted, Guy had unleashed some of the techniques that were unique to Guy's inner gates. Kurama managed to escape the primary lotus and he took some damage from the reverse lotus, but he was able to tag out to Naruto as Guy was recovering from the recoil of the reverse lotus. Naruto stepped onto a devastated training ground and sank into the hummingbird fist style as he saw Guy face him. He only had one shot at this, and it would depend on Guy's opening move. Guy was beginning to feel the strain of the fourth gate as Kurama had managed to escape. He needed to eliminate that opponent to equalize the field for his youthful student. Guy saw Naruto sink into the hummingbird fist stance, and he locked eyes with the most youthful Senju. The two disappeared in a blur and crackle of chakra before a clash resounded in the middle of the training area. Through the power gifted by the fourth gate, Guy felt the bones of his left fist shatter as Naruto countered with an elbow reinforced by a blunted Makuten plate. He pushed through the pain and continued his combo as his right hook impacted on Naruto's cheek. The young Senju wasn't ready, and he tumbled through the training ground and impacted unceremoniously onto the barrier. Guy darted forward and jumped into the air before spinning like a buzzsaw and calling out Konaha falling leaf kick. A Makuten clone substituted with Naruto when it saw its creator in danger and splinters of its former body scattered around the training ground like shrapnel from a hand grenade. Naruto emerged from the ground where his clone had remained hidden and took Guy's back. He took a move from the rakeage before encasing his body in his medium Makuten armor and latching both arms around Guy's chest. The green beast of Konaha was supremely surprised when Naruto exploded upwards and guided that momentum backwards and back down to the ground. Then, his world went dark when his head impacted the ground hard enough to forcefully close the gate of opening, which disrupted the rest of the 8 inner gates. Naruto walked out of the crater that was nearly 100 feet in diameter and he appeared carrying Guy's unconscious form through the dust hanging in the air. He looked towards Lee and smirked, but Kurama distracted him. "Oi! Ruto! Guy was mine!" Kurama barked. Naruto looked back and gave a playful shrug towards his partner. "Sorry, Q. I kinda got carried away by the moment and I really wanted to try Uncle I's move." Unfortunately for our blonde hero, this brief exchange distracted him from the immense buildup of chakra and Lee connected with a leaf whirlwind spinning kick to Naruto's face. The student caught his master before he could fall as Naruto was sent sailing into the barrier. Everyone winced when Naruto collided with the barrier face first and slid down the barrier with his cheek leaving a trail of blood on the chakra surface. Kurama chuckled as he shook out his shoulders and launched himself into the training ground. His partner could be such a knucklehead at times. The rookies winced when Lee connected a full-blown leaf whirlwind to Naruto, and they winced once more when Naruto collided face first with the barrier. The girls were simply shaking their heads in resignation. Their lover could be so scatterbrained and distractible at times. Sasuke and the previous team Hebi were sweat dropping while the Konaha shinobi watching were all talking animatedly. There were many utterances about what just happened in the fight. To think that Guy could actually be knocked unconscious. That was one of the Raikage's signature moves. Did he really just get distracted in the middle of a fight? I think he took the fall to let Lord Kurama have fun. Ooh, I feel sorry for Lee, that looked like it hurt. Oh my Kami, remind me not to piss Lord Kurama off. How is he getting back up? Oof. Just stay down, kid. That is something you don't see every day. Who the hell gave Lee alcohol? Tenten's shrill voice rippled through the barrier. Hick. Oof. Holy shit, that is amazing. My first time seeing a drunken fist user. Lord Kurama is pissed now. Hick. Off. It's over. Did Lord Kurama really just use that jutsu? I thought only Kakashi used that jutsu. That would definitely sober me up. Winner, Kurama and Naruto Senju. Itachi announced as he appeared in the middle of the training ground next to Kurama. Tsunade and her medics ran over to Naruto, Guy, and Lee. While they healed them, the crowds began scattering while talking animatedly about the intense fight they just witnessed. The Genin thought that was the craziest shinobi fight ever. The Chunin wished they could reach that level but knew that those guys were just playing with one another. The Jonin were resolved to train a bit more if Naruto's CrossFit could allow them to reach that level. The Anbu commander was downtrodden because he didn't have any Anbu that could fight at that level. Then, He lifted with a determined look hidden behind his mask and resolved to up Onbu's daily training. I can't believe Lee broke out the drunken fist, Neji said while shaking his head. Well, it caught Kurama off guard. I have never seen him take that many hits in a fight. Rias chirped merrily. Well, that kid was more elusive than the heavy style. It was like his instincts just made him dodge and counterattack everything. Anko added. Kiba shivered. I still remember the ass whooping he gave all of us when we accidentally let him have alcohol during your training trip. Ino's head snapped to the nearest source of hot gossip. Okay, how did that go? $5,000 damage to Ichiraku's, a 1-month ban, 6 rookies and 2 Onbu squads in the hospital, and it took guys showing up to deal with Lee, Shino said in a monotone laced with fear of the memory. Huji rubbed his cheek where Lee knocked him unconscious that night. It was so terrible, there was still so much food and drink on the table. It was sent flying and we were kicked out before we could eat it all. It was so damn troublesome, Shikamaru said while groaning. Yeah, well, now we know how to wake Lee up from that drunken effect, Kiba said while Akamaru whined. The pup thought that the Sennin Garashi, or the 1,000 Years of Death, jutsu was a forbidden jutsu. No way. No way am I doing that to Lee. Sakura screeched while animatedly shaking out her hands. Whatever, where are we going to eat? Tamari asked the group. Madara's wrath and beginning of the end, Madara Uchiha was never one to sulk and moan. That being said, Madara was always one to rage, destroy and then correct when he was bested in combat. When he returned to his hideout, he had ripped through a couple hundred white Zetsu before his anger was sated. It then took him another week to recover from the wounds he gained during the battle. During his recovery, he stewed over being beaten so soundly. He knew that his Sage mode was nothing in comparison to the Senju boys. He knew that the Senju's techniques naturally countered his own and his Sharingan/Rinnegan weren't enough to compensate for the difference in strength. He knew that his raw chakra reserves were less than a quarter of his opponent's. That last thought made him remember feeling other yokai than that of the QB. Then he remembered the boy flying in air and his genius mind linked the couple data points he had together rapidly. The Senju child had the Nanabi and QB dwelling within his body. 2 of the strongest Biju. Madara knew that he had few choices left for him and he began forming his plan. It took a month for Madara to safely transition the Geto Mazo into a seal on his body. It took him 2 more months for that power to integrate into his system and Madara admitted to himself that he felt much stronger. With his own increased chakra reserves, he was able to absorb more natural energy and his Sage mode was stronger. Madara still admitted that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was stronger than him, but that was his only opponent in the shinobi world. Zetsu, I have successfully absorbed the 3, 4 and 6 tails. Where are the Jinchuriki currently? Madara asked. Black Zetsu spoke before his idiot white half could. The 8 tails is in Kumo, the 1 and 2 tails are most likely in Konaha, the 5 tails should have reformed by now, but we have not felt the beast since its death. And the boy has the 7 and 9 tails. Tell me, Zetsu, have you felt the 5 tails yokai since that day? No, Lord Madara. According to our best knowledge, the reformation process generally takes the number of years equal to number of tails. Black Zetsu said seriously, which was the norm for the will of Kaguya. Madara HMPHD before responding, well, if I wish to equal the Senju boy in terms of Biju power, then the only option is to go for the 8 tails. The others are either near the boy or in unknown locations. Once I have the 8 tails, I will be able to subdue the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and Project Infinite Tsukiyomi will be within reach. Yes, you fool, Zetsu thought. Just a little more and Mother will be resurrected, and the pathetic mortals will return their stolen chakra. Senju Compound, 3.5 months after Madara's attack on Konaha, Naruto was doing his favorite thing in the world, he was hanging out with his wives, children and family. Tsunade was now super pregnant and on the downhill to giving birth to something miraculous. Kurama was excited waiting on the twins and the family was rallying around the matriarch of the Senju clan. Tsunade's pregnancy didn't stop the family from enjoying their favorite pastime and they were doing just that while teasing their newest member. So, Shien, my girl, how was he in your humble opinion? Rias asked while wiggling her eyebrows, which made Shien shelter deeper into Naruto's chest. Oh please, Anko said through giggles, the way she was limping around this morning and the fact that she went to see Hinata first thing in the morning tells us all we need to know. While Naruto's girls were giggling and Shien was whimpering into his chest, Naruto growled at the 2 rowdy lesbians. Enough, you two. Have some decency, Tamari giggled and pulled her clone into a kiss. Oh, relax, my love. You know those 2 don't know the definition of decency. Samui added on as her clone shifted her on its lap and ran its hands up and down her thighs. Antithesis of decency. This made Rias put a hand to her chest in mock hurt and Anko shot a pouty face at Samui. Tsunade decided to get her piece in, different strokes for different folks. So, Shion, was he everything you were hoping for? Shion blushed furiously as her head mimicked an overheated thermometer and her head nodded slowly into his chest, which made the group laugh, cheer and drink. Before the processions could continue, Naruto and his clones say bolt upright with faraway looks in their eyes. This immediately drew everyone's attention and then Naruto's tablet started vibrating and glowing red. Fuck was the collective thought of everyone present. Naruto opened the tablet and a panicked Mabui was visible on the screen. Naruto, Madara is here. Raikage and be fighting him. Please come. Naruto growled and looked to Kurama and Chome, who were already walking over to return to the seal and give his yokai back. Okay, we are on our way. How long have they been fighting? 10 minutes. The Raikage told me not to call you, but it isn't looking good and Daru told me to call you, Mabui said in a panic. Got it, Mabui. Stay calm. I will be there in a flash. Naruto hung up the tablet and looked to the group. Girls, you are staying. Tell Itachi what just happened. I am going. Tsunade grabbed his arm. You fight strong, and you fight smart, do you understand me? Naruto nodded and allowed Tsunade to pull him into a hug. She whispered in his ear, you keep him safe, Q and Cho. Don't worry, Mama. If I can't win, then I will retreat, Naruto said with a confident smile on his face. He allowed his clones to give his goodbye kisses before he pressed a seal on his right shoulder. His civilian clothes disappeared and a cloud of smoke and his battle uniform appeared in a snug fit. His combat vest was a forest green with burnt orange lining with 12 sealing pockets holding scrolls on the front. His long sleeve shirt was burnt orange with the Joint Clan symbol on the shoulders. The Joint Clan symbol was the red Uzumaki swirl with 2 crossed Senju symbols in the whirlpool. His pants were black with burnt orange lining and went down into black combat boots with burnt orange laces. Naruto let Ino develop his uniform and she conceded to Naruto that burnt orange was a much better ninja color than the vibrant orange of his previous life. The overall aesthetic was pretty cool and very unique, especially when he added the haori over the back that carried the emblem of Kurama with the Joint Clan symbol on Kurama's chest. The fully equipped Naruto rattled off a cheeky salute before disappearing in a golden flash. Tsunade jumped into leader mode and began issuing orders to her family, who had all sobered up rapidly. They all thanked Tsunade for teaching them that jutsu. Gaara went to call his father and notify Suna, Hinata called Kiri and Yami called Wave. Anko went to report to Itachi, the girls went to notify the clan heads and the children were taken to the safe room by Hikari. The Senju compound knew better than anyone the threat their children were under in Naruto's absence. Chaos in the clouds. I was huffing as he worked alongside his brother to fight against the legendary shinobi. Madara showed up at B's mountainside home/temple/training ground and he tripped the alarm seals. I was able to blast, kick, punch and obliterate his way through the army of white Zetsu that tried to stop him. He told his shinobi to engage the threat and rushed towards the sound of battle that were echoing through the mountains. He arrived to see B's Akurabeto style, the 7-blade wielding style, defeated by Madara. As B's final sword was severed, I launched a lightning lariat into the side of Madara's neck. The arm was halted by an ethereal blue ribcage, but the momentum was enough to send Madara flying back nearly 300 feet. I saw B transition into his fighting position and the AB combo was ready to go and fight the legendary Uchiha. I told Mabui to hold off on requesting reinforcements. We should be enough to handle this guy, I said confidently as he fixed his eyes on Madara's torso. B forewent his rapping to notify his brother of the current situation. Bro, Juki says he cannot come out. He can sense the Geto Mazo in Madara, and those eyes would be able to pull him out. He has a Rinnegan and Sharingan and he beat me easily in Genjutsu. I knew it was deadly serious when B wasn't rapping, and he immediately encased himself in lightning armor. Combo 3, brother. Madara scoffed as he watched the brothers talk. You two are nothing compared to my main target. If you surrender the Hachibi to me, I will spare your village its destruction. If you continue this fight, I will destroy your village as retribution. I growled, I am not giving my brother or his partner to you. Kumo will rise and eliminate the threat to the world. That's right, fool you fool, I will not die before I even try. I am Killer B, Jinchuriki of the mighty Hachibi, B roared as he charged into a flanking position. B and I fought a losing battle that scaled up over the next 10 minutes. Madara was eventually forced to enter his yokai cloak which flamed violently over his personage. The flames represented the fact that the yokai was wild and not properly synchronized, but it was still a massive power-up. As the two brothers fought on the back foot and Daru led the shinobi against the horde of white Zetsu, Naruto arrived in Kumo's cage tower since that was where the Hiraishin beacon was. Mabui, Sitrep, Naruto said in a commanding tone as he entered GSM. Main forces are led by Daru and fighting White Zetsu. Reikage is at B's training ground. Yugito is in safe house with your seals, and she is not happy, Mabui snapped out. I can feel the Reikage and B's Hiraishin seals now. I am heading there. Keep the teleporter up, reinforcements should arrive shortly, Naruto said before vanishing in a golden flash. Mabui offered a quick prayer to Kami before going to the command room and coordinating Ai's forces as he fought against Madara. Naruto arrived in a golden flash to a horrifying scene. I was missing his left arm and there was a wound over his heart that was cauterized as I forced his lightning armor to crackle into existence again. He looked over to the clash as saw an ethereal chakra trail linking Madara and B. He blurred into motion in a streak of gold, and he crashed a mountain breaker palm into Madara's shoulder. Madara was surprised by the arrival of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and he was distracted by the chakra tug-of-war. He wasn't able to sever the connection in time and was forced to absorb the most painful blow that cracked through his emerging Susanoo protection effortlessly. This time, Madara didn't simply fly a couple hundred feet. He was sent careening into the base of a mountain after skipping violently off the ground a couple of times. The enormous crater in the mountain that sent dust flying into the sky was the testament to the strength of Naruto's blow. With a moment to breathe, Naruto created 2 wood clones to tend to AI and B. He also created 10 more that went to assist Kumo's forces against the White Zetsu clones. And just like that, the time he bought with his first strike was used before he felt a large flare of yokai and Senjutsu chakra. Madara's perfect Susanoo emerged in the mountain ranges of Kumo and it sprouted wings from its back as Senjutsu markings began combining with the yokai to encase the Susanoo and make it stronger. With Madara, Black Zetsu was in the sleeve of his cloak and the creature spoke in an imploring fashion to his creator, Lord Madara, he is still too much for you. This statement was ignored as Madara ordered his Susanoo into the sky. Naruto growled as his opponent used his cursed eyes and stolen power to threaten the people Naruto loved. Naruto knew that this Madara wasn't on the same level as when he was in his Biju mode, but Naruto could feel the yokai of Kurama's siblings trapped in Madara. Ruto, he sealed the Geto Mazo, Isabu, Son Goku and Seiken into himself. I can feel all of their chakras. Kurama informed him through the mind link. Naruto synchronized with his 2 Biju partners and a flaming golden blur raced through the sky towards the massive Susanoo construct. Naruto focused chakra into his fist and threw it forward with a roar as his fist grew with Makuten chakra like an Akimichi expansion jutsu. By the time the Makuten fist slammed into the Susanoo, it was nearly the size of one of the hands of the true several thousand hands jutsu Naruto had showed off in his duel against the Reikage. The impact of Susanoo's swords and the Makuten fist sent a shockwave through the air that tore through the mountain ranges of Kumo like a violent tempest. Madara was surprised when his Susanoo's momentum was reversed, and he was sent flying into the same mountain he just pulled himself out of. Since Naruto remained airborne, he soared into the sky in an attempt to recreate sage arts, Wrath of Heaven and Earth. With the amount of power radiating through the mountains, Madara was able to sense where Naruto was as easily as he could track the sun on a cloudless day. That didn't stop Madara's eyes from widening when he saw a sky dragon descending upon his position. Madara's Rinnegan flared to life, and he poured the potent yokai into the jutsu as he roared out with Susanoo's hands extended with a Shinra Tensei. The sky dragon clashed against the gravitational wave and the resulting wind gale was about 10 times stronger than the previous mid-air clash. The nearby mountains were torn asunder by the devastating winds and Naruto was sent flying high into the sky while the downward draft nearly flattened Madara's Susanoo. Madara was panting from the effort of the jutsu and sustaining his Susanoo's new form. That didn't stop his heart from racing and his mind from embracing the battle mania that he cherished so much. Madara's Susanoo bent its legs and launched into the sky at terrifying speeds to where it could feel his opponent. Naruto righted himself midair somewhere near the lower stratosphere and he breathed rapidly as the air thinned and went cold. Without his protective yokai cloak, it is likely that he would have frozen over. However, cold air has nothing on the potent power of the yokai cloak. Naruto hovered momentarily and began gathering momentum as he sensed Madara's ascension. Do we have anything that can punch through the Susanoo? Naruto thought internally. Biju Rasengan? Kurama offered. It's kind of our signature move, after all. That sounds exciting. We need to be careful though, we are still too close to Kumo. Chome offered. Naruto decided to accept Kurama's opinion and he began condensing the yokai in his palm and spinning it rapidly as he descended down into the richer air of the lower atmosphere. Once he had it controlled, he focused on condensing the yokai even further rather than making it bigger. His brow wrinkled in concentration as he flew towards the massive blue form of Susanoo. Seems like Madara wanted to keep the fight in midair to negate his advantage with Makuten. Madara felt the wild flare of yokai, and he saw the potent jutsu held in the senju's hand. Even he was wary of such a jutsu, but his momentum combined with the speed of his opponent made the clash unavoidable. Madara focused his 4 swords of Susanoo into one and he encased them in the flames of Amaterasu. With his attack point made, he surged chakra to the Susanoo's wings and soared faster towards his opponent. Naruto saw the potent technique and had flashbacks of him and Sasuke clashing their strongest jutsus together time and time again in a test of strength. Rather than taking that approach, Naruto was going to fight smarter this time around. That was why he had a second chance, after all. Naruto focused on using the wings to guide his plummet towards Mother Earth and he dodged around the flames of Amaterasu while 4 Makuten chains slammed into the side of the swords, pushing them further off their path. Naruto swerved around the blades and Naruto had milliseconds to aim his attack at the jewel on the head of the Susanoo. The Bid Rasengan clashed briefly against the protective jewel before the jewel started cracking before shattering completely. Madara wasn't a legendary shinobi for nothing as his instincts guided him to ditch ship and he dove out of the way and used his Rinnegan to fly away from the immense explosion that was caused by the Rasengan detonating in the Susanoo. Naruto let go of the Rasengan inside the Susanoo, which caused it to destabilize and detonate. Naruto flashed away to the Hiraishin beacon that he could still feel on Juki. The size of the explosion deceptively belied the size of the Rasengan as the explosion appeared like a nuke that detonated nearly a mile above the peaks of the mountains. As the sky was torn asunder, it let the earth feel its wrath as devastating winds peeled away at the stalwart crusts of the earth. Anything that was on the surface was shredded and flattened while the underlayer of the earth that had been denied sunlight for decades was exposed. Madara was too close to the point of impact and explosion as it detonated. His vision erupted in a brilliant white despite the concentrated yokai and protection of Susanoo. Madara was sent rag-dolling through the air for miles and miles since the explosion had rendered him unconscious. Even Black Zetsu was useless as the parasite clung to Madara's skin for dear existence. B watched from the ground with his jaw dropped before a tired Juki rallied him to provide shelter for his brother's body. With Madara no longer near, Juki took his Biju form and protected his dear brother. With Daru, the order to erect defenses came just in time to shelter his men from the violent winds with a variety of water and stone walls. After the first disturbance caused by the winds, the 500-strong force of Kumo's quick reaction force had broken contact with the White Zetsu and relied on Naruto's clones to hunt out the infiltrating plant people. All were forced to stop what they were doing as the brief, but violent clash between Madara and Naruto demanded their attention. 3 waves of wind and chunks of earth, each one stronger and more violent than the next, slammed into the mountain battlefield of Kumo versus the Zetsu army. In between each wind gale, the shinobi and Zetsu watched transfixed as a nearly godly battle ensued in the skies over Kumo's mountains. The Kumo shinobi watched in reverence as their ally fought against the boogeyman of the shinobi world past and present in order to protect Kumo. The Zetsu were distracted by the overflowing natural energy that saturated the Kumo mountains. Mabui watched from the Reikage Tower after the first gale of wind shattered the windows of the Reikage Tower. She held her hands over her mouth as she saw the first wave of reinforcements arrive from the teleportation tower. Konaha was the first to arrive and the teleportation tower flashed 4 times total. That meant 40 shinobi of Konaha were present and Kumo needed to recharge the tower amidst the raging battle. Shisui, the rookies, and many other Konaha shinobi watched another series of miraculous events take place in the sky over Kumo. Unfreaking believable, Hana Inuzuka whispered in a stunned reverence as she stood next to her boyfriend. That isn't something men were meant to do, Genma whispered as his senbone clattered to the ground. Shisui shook his head and chuckled as his EMS circled animatedly in his eyes to absorb the far-off battle. That's just Naruto. Shisui clapped his hands and broke the entranced state of his troops. All right, focus people, we are here to help evacuate and defend our allies. A bolt officer dropped next to Shisui. We have evacuated the lower mountain and the western peak. We need your help on the eastern peak, and we will send the next wave to mid-mountain. Who do you have recharging the chakra battery? Shisui asked. Yugito insisted on doing it since we are barring her from joining the battle, the officer replied. Very well. Genma, take squad 1. Hana squad 2, Kotetsu take squad 3 and squad 4 is with me, Shisui shouted out his order. Kotetsu, in his new and shiny Jonin vest, turned to his squad and did everything he could to hold back the excitement in his voice. This was so much better than gate guard duty. All right, let's move out. Kotetsu ignored the crack in his voice as he shouted his order and followed on Bolt Shinobi to his sector. Madara regained consciousness while flying through the sky and he could see droplets of blood hovering in a rapidly disappearing trail as he plummeted through the skies at astonishing speeds. He shook out the cobwebs and cleared his head as his EMS flared back to life. A much smaller and weaker Susanoo formed around his ragdolling figure, and he was able to stabilize his flight and slow his momentum. He hovered a couple hundred feet over the earth and was glad that he regained consciousness in time to avoid a devastating clash with the earth. Naruto broke his eyes away from the skyline as Madara left his detecting range. That meant that Madara was at least 100 miles away and somewhere in Iwa. As his thoughts cleared and he brought his senses back to around him, he processed the panic screams of B that was shaking his brother. Naruto was instantly at B's side and his hands were glowing a defiant gold as he did what he could to revive the wreckage. B watched through teary eyes as his ally and brother in burden tried to heal his brother. B was still in denial, he couldn't accept what his senses were telling him. After sheltering his brother from the devastating effects of the clash against Madara, B knew that his brother was no longer here. His heart had stopped beating and the chakra had ceased moving in his system. It wasn't Naruto's fault, there were limitations to what even he could do. Naruto struggled to focus and steady the chakra in his hands. He too was in a state of denial, he didn't want to lose a precious person and the images of Samui crying haunted his thoughts and distracted his chakra. He denied the feeling of eyes-stilled chakra and the lack of a beating heart. He forced his chakra into the Raikage's body and forced the wound over his heart to repair itself. The cauterized wound to the heart began to turn a fleshy red and the charcoal-like singed flesh disappeared. Despite that, and micro-shocks to the heart, the Raikage's body refused to accept the life-giving chakra. Without a soul to anchor it to his body, it was like pushing water through a leaky container. The Zetsu army retreated into the ground once Madara was sent flying since their purpose had been fulfilled. Hundreds of their clone brethren lay scattered over the uneven terrain of Kumo's mountains and their chakra will return to the earth forgotten and unwanted. The Kumo force held in their cheers and darted to provide relief to B and their Raikage. It took them mere minutes to find the devastated battleground and they all froze when they saw Naruto hovering over their Raikage with B leaking tears by his side. Naruto refused to accept the reality of the situation. Tears of defiance and frustration fell from his eyes and evaporated under the intense influence of his chakra. The cloak glowed vibrantly in the dark mountains as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki did everything he could to defy the natural order. It wasn't until Daru walked over and placed a calming hand on Naruto's shoulder that Naruto was broken from his single-minded task. Naruto looked up with a snarl on his face that instantly dissipated when he saw the pained visage of Daru. Naruto's chakra cloak fizzled out and he sank to his knees in despair as his ears refused to hear the comforting reassurances offered by his partners and allies. Naruto absently trailed the procession of Kumo shinobi that carried the Raikage's lifeless body back to Kumo. His tears grew in frequency and intensity as the wails of the shinobi on Kumo's walls entered his ears. His connection to nature resonated with the overwhelming despair of a village losing its leader. His guilt grew and his heart throbbed as his body natural converted the despair to a will to defy all. His visage hardened and he instinctively did something that momentarily horrified the Kumo shinobi before it gifted them a sense of peace and acceptance. Naruto caught up to the Kumo shinobi and took some of the blood off of the Raikage's combat uniform. The procession halted and silence encompassed the front gates of Kumo as Naruto flickered into GSM and went through hand seals. A wood clone sprouted and once the hand seals were finished the clone was surrounded by paper and ash before the Raikage was standing in the presence of his shinobi and village. I didn't know how long he was drifting, but he knew that he hadn't made it to the pure world that Naruto had talked to him about. Suddenly, he felt a pull and before he knew it the familiar view of Kumo was in front of him and he could see all of the men and women he loved with all of his heart. He turned his head to the golden figure and saw a sad look on his face. Amidst the eerie silence, he turned around and saw his men holding his dead body. This instantly made him snap back to Naruto with a look on his face that said, "Explain, brat. I fought off Madara, but I couldn't save you." Ai's eyes fell in understanding, and he clapped a massive hand on Naruto's shoulder before he continued. I wanted to give you a chance to say goodbye." I removed his hand from Naruto's shoulder and pulled the young man's chin up. "Thank you, Ruto. Thank you for giving me this chance." I dropped Naruto's chin and turned to address his shinobi. He idly noted that there was Suna, Kiri and Konaha shinobi present as well. He closed his eyes and sorted his thoughts before he began his final address. "My fellow shinobi, do not cry for me. I look around and I see the proud men and women of Kumo standing side by side with their allies. I see something never before seen in our world. I see an alliance of nations that are committed to bringing the world into a new age. It fills my soul with joy to see this and it was my greatest honor to serve you and our people with all I had." I paused here and wiped tears from his eyes as siffles erupted from the stoic shinobi watching. "I want you to take heart and steel your courage for the trials to come. Do not deviate from the good path we have been walking on because of my death. Fight this fight and come out victorious on the other side. Find strength in your allies, take heart in the bonds of friendship and love and do not let the good work we have done so far be for nothing. I trust Daru of Kumo to lead you into this new age of peace and I name him my successor." The sobbing halted at this pronouncement and a reverent silence fell over the thousands watching as Daru, Mabui, B and Yugito moved forward. Daru dropped to a knee in front of the Reikage and his shoulders were bouncing arrhythmically as choked sobs tore from his chest, heart and throat. The other three took positions behind Daru and placed comforting hands on the kneeling man's shoulders. I placed a comforting hand on Daru's head and ruffled his white hair a bit. "Daru, I chose you because I trust you implicitly. I know this will be a drag, but you are the right man for the job. Protect my family and my village. Protect this alliance and trust your heart to guide you. I, the 4th Reikage of Kumaga Corps, name you the 5th Reikage and entrust our people to you." I's tone was soft and reverent, but it carried such a durable strength that it halted the sobs that were tearing through Daru. Daru sniffled one last time and cleared the snot from his nose before looking up to I with a fiery resolve in his eyes. "I accept, Lord Reikage. Thank you for everything. You were, are and always will be family to me." I ruffled Daru's hair and turned his gaze to Mabui before he pulled her into a tender hug. "I am sorry, my love. I didn't want to leave you alone like this." Mabui buried her head into I's chest. "You stubborn idiot." She pulled herself further into the hulking form of I, who wrapped his arms around her. "I love you." I tenderly pushed her away from him, lifted her chin and placed a tender kiss on her lips. "I love you too, I will wait for you on the other side." Mabui once again buried herself in I's chest as the Reikage addressed his brother. He held out a bent arm and clasped fists with B. "Fool you fool. It just ain't cool." B sniffled before growing serious. "I am going to miss you, brother. Rest easy, I will protect Kumo while you sleep." I gave an appreciative look to his brother. "I know you will. Help the brat here defeat that fossil and find a good woman, B. That is all I want for you. Be happy." B nodded as tears once again poured out of his eyes. "I will, bro. Go say hello to Lady Kami, tell her to wait for me, because no man can compare to Killer B of Kumo. I chuckled resignedly before unclasping his hand from B's before turning a softer look to Yugito. "You know, kiddo, I am so proud of you. You overcame so much and grew into a stunning woman. I want you to know that I count you among my family, you and that crazy kitty inside you." Yugito wiped away her tears and joined Mabui in hugging the Reikage. The tender sight broke hearts and wrung tears out of every viewer present. Yugito stifled her sniffling and raised her head to address her Reikage and honorary father/uncle. "Thank you, Lord Reikage. Thank you so much, for everything, I love you." I ruffled Yugito's hair with a caring smile on his face. "I won't let you down. I know, kiddo. I know you won't. I will be looking down on you, so just look after my knucklehead brother and help Daru run things. And quat." I's deep and soft voice rumbled through his chest and reverberated through Yugito. After breaking the hug, I gave Mabui another kiss and gave everyone a final look. As shouts of adoration and gratitude poured out from those on the walls of Kumo, I turned to Naruto. With a grateful look, I nodded to Naruto with a peaceful smile on his face. "Thank you, Naruto. I will say hi to your old man for you." Naruto chuckled. "Please do. Give my mom a hug from me while you're at it. Rest easy, I will help preserve all you have built." With that, Naruto undid his version of the impure world resurrection and let I's soul find rest among the heroes of Kami's realm. The rest of the procession to the Reikage's tower was somber, but there was a firm resolve present in the sadness. It was no longer overwhelming, rather, it was reverent and respectful. As I's body was taken to a safe place, Kumo rallied itself to reinforce defenses and get their feet back under themselves. It was a long and somber night, but the second major clash between Madara and the Allied forces set things in motion that could no longer be halted. Plans for the end. I's funeral was held a week after Madara's attack on Kumo. Shinobi from all over the Allied nations arrived in Kumo to pay their respects. It was a solemn event that served to demonstrate the will of the alliance despite the strength of the enemy. The speeches commemorating I, and his reign as the 4th Reikage, were given by the leaders of Kumo as well as Samui. They told stories of I's will to protect the people of Lightning Country, and they shared parts of his journey to change his dream into a will to better the elemental nations as a whole. The funeral and the speeches were broadcasted throughout Lightning Country, and the will of the people was galvanized against the threat that Madara Uchiha represented. The foreign shinobi present shared the message with their own people. Some of the smaller nations also heard the message and began to think of coming to the table to offer their support. The result of Madara's attempt to gain power by attacking Kumo resulted in the whole of the Allied forces knowing the stakes that they were fighting for. Naruto returned to Konaha with the Senju clan and the atmosphere was somber. As scene just do, they gathered in the Senju garden and shared a drink in honor of Ai. They comforted Samui by offering their perspective on the fond times in Kumo, and they listened to Samui share her memories of the former Reikage and the impact I had on her life. Samui's cheeks were flush, and she was giggling a bit. You know, Mabui told me that the Reikage cost Kumo almost $200,000 in building repairs last year. She sipped on some more sake in the lap of her lover. He always let his excitement get the best of him, and I will always remember how he would jump out of the Reikage tower or smash his fists together in excitement or crush his desk in frustration. Samui trailed off and leaned her head into Naruto's chest. Naruto rested his head on top of Samui's own in a comforting manner. He was a good man. His eccentricities made him unique and amazing. How is B holding up? Tsunade asked tenderly. Samui frowned a bit. He is blaming himself. He has sworn not to rap until Madara has been dealt with. It is strange seeing him so somber and serious. Rias adjusted the passed out Kushina in her lap and added, yeah, Yugito is taking it hard too. She was so mad that she was kept out of the fight, and then her anger turned to despair when I died. Naruto frowned a bit and pulled Samui closer. I'm going to hunt him. I am done letting him hit and run. How? Yami asked seriously. He had been cuddling into Tuya, but he sat up bolt straight when he heard Naruto say that. I marked him, Naruto said under his breath. Come again? Everyone was thinking, but it was Tsunade that said it. When I arrived in the fight, during my first shot on him, placed a Hiraition marker on his shoulder. He may be able to hide his own chakra, but if I am close enough, then I will be able to feel that marker. If he is hiding in Iwa, then it should be the only one in that country. Naruto informed the group. Ruto, did you tell this to Itachi or the other cage? Tsunade asked seriously, and everyone was now in business mode. Not yet, Naruto admitted. I don't know if I want to involve them in this fight. Gaki, you aren't in this alone, Anko said fiercely. I am not letting you fight against Madara, Obito and whoever else he is alone either. Tamari growled passionately. As Naruto began holding up his hands, Ino added to the assault, Ruto, no way. There is no way we will let you go alone. Naruto sighed, forgive me. I am not strong enough. This caused everyone to pause before he admitted, I am not strong enough to lose you, even one of you. I couldn't. Each girl pulled their clone or original into a comforting and passionate hug, but it was the matriarch of the family that spoke up, and that is the same for us, brat. You built up this family, you gathered allies, now is the time to use them. This statement from Tsunade earned a passionate affirmation from every member gathered in the Senju Gardens, even Shikamaru. Naruto relented, fine, I will ask Itachi to call a cage meeting for tomorrow. Mama, I know you want in, but you need to focus on the baby. If I let my family come, then we need you to hold down the fort. Tsunade growled and crossed her arms under her bust and over her baby belly. Fine, brat. If you die, I am getting Kami to revive you so that I can kill you myself. Shion giggled at that. I think Lady Kami would be willing to do that for you, Mama, she said innocently, making Naruto pale as Shion glommed onto him. The next day, Itachi brought Naruto, Jiraiya and Shisui with him into the council chambers where Mei, Ao, Chojuro and Zabuza were representing Kiri. Rasa showed up with Gaara, Kankuro and Baki, who were followed shortly by Daru, Yugito, B, and Shi. As everyone sat down, Itachi nodded to Naruto, who stood up to inform them why they were called. I asked you here today to notify you of a development and to form a hunting party to end the war, Naruto said forcefully, which earned stirs and slight cracks in the stoic masks of the cage. What changed, Naruto? Rasa asked. When I entered I and B's fight against Madara, I placed a Hiraition marker on him. I cannot feel it from this far away, but I will be able to feel it if I am close enough. Naruto answered. So, you are just going to run around the world until you feel it? Mei asked dubiously. No, I'm going to run through Iwa. I don't have many markers in that country, and I should be able to sense it more clearly. Naruto answered. You are going to run through the country that hates you the most? The same country we are at war with? Itachi questioned incredulously. Yup. Naruto answered simply. Me and 100 clones or so. Rasa rubbed his temples while Gaara and Kankuro snickered behind him. And how are we supposed to reinforce you if you do this? You will be alone in enemy territory, and we don't even know if Madara is in Earth Country. Well, he is not in Rain Country, I confirmed that yesterday. Naruto admitted with a shrug of his shoulders. He is also not at his old base of operations. That points me to Earth Country. Your part will purely be a scouting mission, correct? Itachi asked hopefully. At first. Naruto answered devilishly, but he was forced to continue when everyone looked at him expectantly. I will locate him, and we can gather elite forces with the teleporters. You guys will likely move in from the Suna border and I will go straight to my beacon. What will we do to detect the white Zetsu? Daru asked since he knew the chaos those damnable creatures caused. My siblings volunteered to take part in these operations. They can each use Sage Mode and detect negative emotions, to an extent. Naruto informed the council. To be clear, those were your previous alters, right? Mei asked hesitantly. Technically, yes. Although, I would like to point out they are no longer bound to me, and they are completely self-sustaining. And they will be able to detect the white Zetsu? Daru asked for confirmation and Naruto nodded. Itachi sighed and rubbed his eyes. Why do this now? Why let Madara keep the initiative? Why let him strike us separately? I can find him, and I will end him. Naruto answered passionately. How are we to prevent his spatial movement or prevent him from fleeing? Itachi continued the questioning. Naruto threw several bundles of seal tags on the desk. Spread out and have shinobi power those. During the search, I will put their sister tags around the northwestern border of Iwa. I will lock the whole country down. This will take 200 shinobi out of the fight, but there you go. 200 shinobi to lock down a whole country? Mei asked with a confused look on her face that just made her look even cuter. This is just locking the spacetime within a set space. The tags pull most of the required energy from natural energy, but they require a shinobi conduit to counterbalance the natural energy. It was the best I could do with the time I had. Naruto informed the cage. Unbelievable. Rasa muttered. Just lock the space, it's as simple as that, frickin' Uzumakis. Gaara put a supportive and understanding hand on his rambling father's shoulder while Kankuro snickered. Rasa, can we begin teleporting shinobi quietly to Suna? I would like at least 2,000 or 3,000 to participate in this. Itachi asked. Daru stepped in. Kumo would like all Bolt officials and Jonin to join this operation. They number 1,500. That is a lot of people to send through the teleporters. We have to do it that way, otherwise the Zetsu will detect the troop movements, Itachi cautioned. We will power the teleporters, B said in a serious tone as he stepped forward. We will do it for free. I will go to Suna and power theirs to compensate for all of the required chakra. No need to do it alone, B, Gaara said with an understanding smile on his face. We can do it in shifts. Just get half of your people across first and then you can take over for me. Okay, so that's 150 jumps from Kumo. I would say I have 500 that I want to send, so another 50 jumps. Mei? Itachi ended with a question. Kiri will participate. I will match Konaha and commit 500. Some of those will be Chunin though, our forces are still recovering from the war, Mei said with a slight bit of shame. Don't press yourself, Mei. Naruto started. I do not want individuals joining when they are unprepared. Naruto is right, the white Zetsu will turn them into a liability. Itachi backed up his student. Then, I can commit 300, Mei said with her head hung low. That is more than enough. Naruto answered happily before turning serious again. Look, here is the thing. Madara sealed the Geto Mazo, which contains the Sanbi, Gobi, and Rakubi, into himself. They still don't equal me alone, but part of the fight will be extracting the Geto Mazo. To control the statue I will need to take Madara's eyes. Say what? Mei asked in confusion. Come again? Rasa added. The Geto Mazo is the husk of the Juubi and only a Rinnegan wielder can control it. I am not going to leave the Biju trapped in that damn statue. Naruto answered with fire in his tone. Sigh. Can you pull it off? Itachi asked. Naruto shrugged, it will make things tougher, but I should be able to. Okay, craziness aside, what will the allied forces be doing? Mei asked trying to get back on task. Kurama and Chome watched from within the seal as the plan formed. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't foolproof, in fact, it was pretty rough. There were plenty of holes and it depended heavily on the element of surprise. The allies had numbers and passion on their side though. It was amazing to see how seriously each village took the death of a cage. The troop movements began shortly following the return of the cage to their respective villages and the final clash was imminent. Do you think he can use father's eyes? Chome asked Kurama. Kurama scoffed, of course he can. He already has mastery over 4 of the domains and if he were an Uchiha the damned eyes would have evolved into the Rinnegan long ago. His vitality and chakra are more than enough to bear the burden of the Rinnegan. Chome chittered nervously, do you think he should take them? This question was different to Kurama. This was a far more introspective question and Kurama admitted that he took a while to think this answer over. I don't know. I trust him to make the right decision. Back at the Senju compound, Naruto went to inform the family of the plans. Evidently, Yosuke and Haku came from wave after Yami told them about Naruto's plan. They both demanded to be part of the attacking force and Naruto relented. Naruto took this opportunity to inform them of what he wanted them to do. He was going to attach them to shinobi divisions to protect them from the threat of the white Zetsu. This made Tsunade nervous, but nobody could talk the Senju family out of mobilizing. Shien pulled him aside after hearing his plan and she looked at him with frigidity locked in her golden orbs. "You will not take those eyes." Naruto cocked his head and looked at her in confusion. "Why?" "I need to free the Biju from the demonic statue of the outer path." Shien bonked Naruto on the head. "Baka, did you have the Rinnegan when you pulled them out of the statue last time around?" "No." "Then why would you need it this time around?" Shien pressed. "Because Madara sealed the statue in himself. Plus, I don't have any of their chakra, so I won't be able to link with them and pull them out of the statue." Naruto answered softly and unsurely. "Baka, if you defeat Madara, your first mission for Kami is accomplished. Just focus on defeating that zombie," Shien said firmly, "and make sure you come back to me. We still need to get married and have our eternal test run." She ended by pulling Naruto by the collar of his shirt and placed a passionate kiss on his lips. "Well, I wouldn't say no to some more practice," Naruto whispered huskily into Shien's ear. The earthly representation of the goddess of creation shook her head and enjoyed her night with Naruto. It wasn't her place to get involved in earthly wars or the affairs of mortal men. Except her man, but he was clearly an exception to the rule. That didn't stop her from her nervous agitation caused by her visions. Kami had disabled her omnipotence for the experiment, but Shien's body still had the power of the third eye. She was still able to see people's deaths, and as the day of battle neared, her visions became more and more frequent, and she simply hoped that Naruto would not be in one of them. 1 week later, Tsunagakure, Naruto yawned and woke up in a bed that filled him with joy. It had been a while since he had spent a night in Suna and he was grateful to be back at one of the first places he called home, at least this time around. As the warm desert sun shone through the window, Naruto cracked his eyes open and thanked Kami for the wondrous sight, and who could blame him? 3 blonde heads, 6 beautiful breasts and 3 faces of women he loved the most in any world lay in their selected spots on his body. Naruto knew that he'd be overly serious and not as attentive as he should have been since this nonsense with Madara started. Perhaps that was why he decided to get up to some mischief this morning with his women. With a thought, 3 clones were formed and in less than 10 seconds his girls were bound to the head of the bed with the real Naruto resting peacefully amidst the cluster of bodies. As the foursome was cuddling in bed, Tamari's mind finally cleared enough to ask a question. "Not that I am not grateful, Ruto, but what was that for?" The other 2 blondes seemed to clear their minds at this question, and they cuddled further into Naruto as his chest reverberated while answering, "Well, I realize that I have been a bit broody and distracted. So, I wanted to treat you girls today." Samui ran her hands up and down Naruto's abs as she asked, "Is that the only reason why?" Naruto sighed contentedly from the tender ministrations of his women. "No." This caused the hands to stop their playful wondering and they all looked to him. "I am nervous. I am fighting against Madara. I know I am strong, but that fight last time nearly ended the world." Ino pulled Naruto into a tender kiss. "I have faith in you." The other girls muttered their affirmations as well. "I know, my loves, I know," Naruto soothed, "but, in case this was my last day in the mortal realm, I wanted to treat you. I wanted to let you know that I love you. I wanted to make you feel that you are the most important thing in the world to me." "Then win," Tamari said forcefully with a dash of tender love. "I agree with Mari, I know you can do it, so just get it done." Ino followed up almost immediately. "It will be cool. I know you will win," Samui said before crawling up his chest and placing a sexy kiss that tasted like heaven on his lips. "So, where did you find them?" Tamari asked. "Fuji Mountain, about 5 miles south-southwest of Iwagakure." Naruto answered. "I didn't go in for visual, but I left a clone to spy on them. There are white Zetsu all over the country and I felt Obito, Madara and a couple strong signatures there. My clones haven't popped, so they haven't moved out yet." Ino chuckled. Hee hee, Madara is probably still licking his wounds. After hearing what happened to the mountain range, I can't really blame him. Samui started. Karua said that Kumo's Rest, which were the 6 mountains surrounding B's home, are now rubble. "Yeah, the clash between Madara and I was destructive. It was crazy because we didn't even fight on the ground. It was all collateral damage from our clashes in the air," Naruto said. "Well, it's a good thing that is one of your so-called domains, eh?" Ino said cheekily. Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, he definitely didn't get the advantage he thought he would. I need to do something special for Chome to thank her for that." "Oh, I wouldn't worry about that." She was giggling like a fangirl as she told us the story. She said that she was just happy to synchronize with you again, Tamari said while shaking her head. Samui kissed his abs. Yeah, it's cool. I would be jealous if she didn't have Shino. Ino giggled. Yeah, well, I mean we get to sync while meditating with him, and that's kind of similar. Tamari whined, I want to feel that with Kokuo. In good time, my love. Your link with him is still growing, Naruto soothed his blonde with soft words and a tender kiss. So, any plans for this time around? Samui asked to get the conversation back on topic. Well, the barrier will contain him to Earth Country, more or less. I don't think he will have time to focus on breaking it. So, I want to fight him and try a new jutsu Q and I have been working on, Naruto said. New jutsu? Tamari inquired. Is it a wind type? No, and it's not really new. More like a variation of one we already know. Naruto added. Let's just say you should be able to see it from wherever you are in Iwa. So, the big guns, eh? Samui asked. That's cool. Naruto stood in front of the team chosen to accompany Naruto directly. They were some of the strongest men and women he had ever worked with, and he had the utmost faith in them. The Cage, Gaara, Tamari, Kakuro, B, Yugito, Shi, Kakashi, Might Guy, Zabuza, Chojuro, Haku, Shisui, Itachi and Neji stood lined up in front of him. They were captains with their own assigned sectors and responsibilities. Gaara was to lead the western flank and he would be on Zetsu duty with Hinata and Yami acting as the censors. Tamari would be to Gaara's east and working with Hikari, who insisted on helping to at least sense the Zetsu. B and Yugito would hold down the middle. Zabuza and Might Guy would work with the joint forces to bring up the two companies to the eastern flank with Yosuke as their censor. Shi, Chojuro and Haku were in charge of the shinobi that would be spreading out and powering the Uzumaki arts, space denial seals. Shisui, Itachi and Kakashi were to accompany Naruto and deal with Obito. The original 200 shinobi were grown to 400 to power the barrier. The Cage each insisted on making sure that this would be the decisive battle and they wanted to make sure the barrier couldn't be disrupted. Alright, guys, we are marching into enemy territory. Naruto started. I would expect resistance from Iwa, but we can't let them distract us from our mission. They should be crippled after their failure in Iron Country. Stay focused and don't let Zetsu surprise you. During my scouting, I felt them all over, especially around Iwa. We move out at full speed, and we camp tonight 10 miles away from the border. At 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, we move into Iwa and my team will speed ahead of the main force and get ready to confront Madara. Gaara stood by his father and Kazekage. Will we not have to worry about white Zetsu in the desert? I have 100 clones along the border that are hunting the white Zetsu. They cannot escape my sensory abilities, so they should pull back into Iwa. Naruto answered. Won't that tip them off? Mei asked. Naruto shrugged. They may know we are doing something, but they won't know what. The important thing is to get the barrier up before they decide to bail. Daru put a calming hand on B's shoulder, but the Kumo Jinchuriki snarled at Madara's name. Are you sure I can't come with you, Ruto? Fool you fool. Naruto shook his head. No, I don't want any other Jinchuriki around Madara. The way he was able to pull so much of Juki's yokai out of you in your short battle makes me nervous. For him to take two tails in a couple minutes is no joke. He is right, B. Let's just focus on taking out the Zetsu and other shinobi, Yugito said to comfort him. And if Madara or Obito breaks the barrier we just march on Iwa? Rasa said more to confirm the plans than ask the question. Yes, if this barrier fails, then we take out his only remaining ally. That would be better than leaving so many enemies run wild while I hunt him. Naruto answered with a bit of remorse. But we should offer them the opportunity to surrender? Itachi asked. Why offer such mercy to people who will never see you as anything other than a monster? Because I know all too well what it feels like to have your village destroyed to almost the last man, woman and child. Naruto answered somberly, which cowed the group in front of him. Keep your men under control and fight with honor. If the Earth Daimyo and his samurai get involved, then we will have a massive fight on our hands. Were they mobilizing? Daru asked. Not that I felt. We should be able to end this before they can fully mobilize though. I am not against crippling Iwa and Earth Country, but if people surrender then we should let them, Naruto said after shaking off his sobering thoughts. That's a relief, Mei sighed out. The Earth Daimyo has 20,000 samurai and he can muster militia as well that would make the battle exhausting. And I really don't want to kill that many people. Kakashi added while Might Guy remained stoic with a determined look on his face. This statement got a round of head nods. Earth Country may be enemies, but nobody felt like that much death would ever be something to celebrate. Alright, let's move out, Naruto said. We got your back, Ruto. Kurama said within the seal. Indeed, I believe it is time we end this. Chomei added. Decisive battle, Naruto, Itachi, Shisui and Kakashi blurred through the mountains of Iwa as the three Sharingan bearers struggled to keep up with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. They had separated from the main force at the Iwa border nearly 30 minutes ago, and Naruto could already sense the beginnings of multiple battles as he closed the distance to Madara's new hideout. As he approached the mountains that surrounded Iwagakure, Naruto saw a golden shimmer spread over the horizon and he felt the tingle of active chakra as the barrier activated. Alright, they are ahead of schedule. Now, let's get there before they have time to react, Naruto said as he clapped his hands midair and activated his Golden Sage mode. Kakashi watched his sensei's son, the young man that should have been his little brother, dart off into the distance. The golden glow of his cloak pulled further ahead of him, and he cursed as he noticed he was falling behind Shisui and Itachi. It was freeing to him, to move without the restrictive seals active, but it was insane trying to keep up with those three. Kakashi shook off his lazy thoughts and pushed more chakra to his lower limbs to keep up with the three insanely fast shinobi. Kakashi closed his eyes and offered a prayer to Minato, Kushina and Rin to protect Naruto during this battle. Itachi felt an unfamiliar nervousness rise in his chest as he followed his student to confront the most legendary leader of his clan. His whole life changed when the young blonde entered his life, and as time passed, he grew to appreciate this man more and more. As Iwa's mountainous terrain blurred around him, he marveled at the difference Naruto made for his family, clan, village and world. He realized that he had been following Naruto since he joined Team 8, and he was just grateful for the chance to fight alongside him. He closed his eyes and thanked Kami for this opportunity and realized that he was praying a lot more to the deity now that he knew she was real. Shisui was resolved to end this war today. When he learned that Naruto saved him, or at least changed his fate with his second chance, he didn't know what to think about such a mind-blowing revelation. To learn that in a previous timeline he was killed by Danzo before he could stop the Uchiha coup attempt was a lot to swallow. An image of Hana flickered through his mind, and he couldn't stop the smile that came to his face despite the winds of Iwa trying to blow his cheeks off. Shisui closed his eyes and offered a prayer of gratitude to Kami for this second chance and for the blonde man she used to give it to him. Up in Kami's realm, every soul was watching and waiting for the imminent fight. Kami was overwhelmed as prayer requests poured in, and she chuckled when she processed Itachi and Shisui's prayer. She spread her senses around her realm and giggled as the Uzumaki and Senju clans were talking animatedly while watching their progeny march fearlessly to battle Madara. She sighed when she sensed every soul from Iwa hoping for his failure. She shook her head when she heard them saying that if anyone could kill the demon's son, then it would be Madara. Why did the dead even bring their grudges to her realm? Kushina was watching on while holding Minato's hand. She knew this would be a tough fight, and she was watching the split screens that contained the battles of the allied shinobi against the remains of Iwa, Mei and White Zetsu. Evidently, the Iwa forces were alerted to many White Zetsu suddenly dying in Suna's desert, and they were ready for an attack. She sighed as the paperwork started appearing on her desk as the first casualties of the battle were sent to Kami's realm. Minato marveled as he watched an unprecedented feat of Fuinjutsu take place. Imagine trying to encompass a whole nation in a barrier. A barrier that was powered by 800 conduit seals and 400 shinobis while being combined with natural energy. It made him swell with pride as he watched his village, and his son's allies, fight. It filled him pride to watch his son march forward to confront the most feared enemy of all time. He literally couldn't be prouder of his son. Shinigami and Yami were seated next to their mother as they prepared for the influx of souls. This was the first time in a long time that their mother had called them for anything. They watched on in amazement as they watched the mortal armies clash, which was nothing unusual in and of itself. What amazed them was watching four villages, that were embroiled in war and rivalry for the past century, work together around their mother's chosen. You know, sister, this almost makes all of the paperwork worth it, Yami said as she watched the battles on the big screen while sipping some scotch. Almost. The Shinigami grunted. I am still mad that mother took all of my glory. That seal on her champion used to be mine. The pouty tone of the goddess of death made Yami laugh. Aw, quit pouting and give it a rest, Shin, Yami said dismissively. You have been crying over that for the past 14 years. What don't you get? If mother didn't tamper with things, then you never would have gotten another soul. Without souls and mortals, we would have fated. Get over yourself. The Shinigami scoffed and crossed her arms under her bust while muttering, she could have done that without changing my seal and claiming my champion. He was supposed to be mine after his first death. Yami burst out in laughter. Oh. That is what this is about. Your mad mother has claimed a mortal you were interested in? Kami's head snapped towards her two daughters. Well, Shin, too bad. You should have told me before I did all of this. That being said, you can find another. He is mine now. The test run is going that well? Yami asked with an eyebrow raised. Kami blushed and nodded and the Shinigami humphed. Yes, I knew it would and I believe he has decided to accept it. Kushina appeared and glommed onto Kami, yay. To think, I get to be the mother-in-law to the goddess of creation. Does that mean I get a cool job like Shin-chan or Yami-chan? Kami patted Kushina on the head. I think I could do that for you, Shina. Is being my secretary not good enough? Kushina put on a pouty face, which made Kami chuckle. We can talk about it another time. The main attraction is about to start. Madara felt the arrival of Naruto and a couple others. He felt chakra shimmer over a wide area, and he looked to Obito. Go outside and take a look. While I deal with the Senju boy, go get me the other Jinchuriki and their Biju. Obito nodded, as you wish, Lord Madara. Obito activated his EMS and tried to travel through his pocket dimension. Madara looked at him like he was some sort of fool when Obito remained standing still in the mountainous chamber. The legendary Uchiha's scowl deepened when Obito shifted, and he looked like some sort of constipated fool. What are you doing? Madara growled with his arms crossed in front of his chest. I can't use my Kamui, Obito said nervously. Madara closed his eyes and pulled on the natural energy that he had become more familiar with over the months. That damn child, Madara hissed before continuing, we are in some sort of barrier and, Madara's eyes widened to comical proportions, which was extremely unusual for the Sharingan/Rinnegan wielder, it covers the whole country. Obito's eye widened under his mask, and he didn't know what to say about that. That was simply impossible. So, what do we do? Without Kamui I am at a severe disadvantage. Madara scoffed, we dance. We have no other choice. They are here. The chest of Madara Sasano flared to life and encompassed himself and Obito. It was then that the mountain rumbled violently before three gigantic earth dragons tore through the chamber and crashed into the incomplete Sasano of Madara. After the smoke cleared, two Uchiha stared off against Naruto, Itachi, Shisui, and Kakashi. It was Kakashi that spoke first while Madara and Naruto had a glaring contest. Obito, why? Why didn't you come back to the village? Why did you kill Sensei? Kakashi is brokenhearted, no longer able to maintain his composure in front of his old friend. Obito scoffed as he stood next to his master, back to the village? After you broke your promise to me? Not only did you break your promise, but you were the one that killed Rin. Obito's tone raised to a shout and tension rippled in the air between the Sharingan brothers. Before Kakashi could reply, Madara scoffed. You two, if you are going to have a little reunion, take it somewhere else. This is a battlefield. Yes, Lord Madara, Obito said obediently with a small bow of the head. Fine by me, Itachi said before nodding his head to the side. Shall we? Go, Madara said petulantly and impatiently. I don't want you to spoil my dance again. As the four shinobi vanished and went away off to have their conversation and battle, Naruto finally spoke to Madara. Why? Why are you so persistent on this that you would plan your resurrection? Why not just enjoy your time in the pure world with your old rival? Madara cocked his head, pure world? There is nothing after this life, child, there is only darkness. Naruto shook his head, nope. You're wrong. He used a teasing tone to incense Madara. The Uchiha man scoffed, HN. And how would you know? Naruto chuckled devilishly as he adopted his pranking look on his face. How about if you knock me on my back, I will tell you. Madara cracked his knuckles, very well, let us dance. Madara held up his hand as Naruto got into a fighting stance. Our big jutsus are fun, but we have yet to have a good old-fashioned fight. If this is to be my last fight with you, I can accept that. I will not try to flee, and I agree that either you or I will be the victor today. However, if I accept those conditions, then I want a true battle. I want a true dance. Naruto wanted to scoff and simply end the fool, he wanted to refute the childish claim, but he remembered how battle-crazed and childish Madara was the last time around. If he could get him to willingly enter a fight to the death, then that is the best-case scenario. Naruto sighed and settled with a simple nod. Very well, Madara, I will give you your dance. You are not against a good country swing, are you? Naruto asked. Madara cocked his head to the side, and he was about to ask what a country swing was, but he was forced to parry a punch from the blonde. Madara's eyes widened and his right Sharingan shifted into his Rinnegan. Even parrying the punch, Madara felt the weight behind it as the golden hand of Naruto whizzed past his face. Madara leaned back and backflipped and tried to catch Naruto with a kick. Naruto absorbed the blow and an intense taijutsu battle began. The Uchiha Sage and Senju Uzumaki Sage clashed in high-speed taijutsu combat that was filled with earth-shattering kicks and punches fast enough to create wind funnels. The two were evenly matched as they warmed up against one another. Naruto couldn't stop the battle mania from fixing a smile on his face, and he couldn't repress the begrudging respect for the combat prowess of his opponent. If the crazed smile on Madara's face was anything to go by, then Naruto believed he was feeling the same thing. As the two disappeared in blurs of gold and black, the mountains of the area became a battleground. As they each scaled up their chakra and increased the potency of the natural energy in their bodies, the devastation escalated. After 10 minutes, Naruto was able to land a decisive blow to Madara's face, but he paid for it by taking a mule kick that sent him flying into the base of a mountain. As Naruto pulled himself out of the crater, Naruto saw Madara rubbing his cheek with a victorious grin on his face. "I put you on your back," Madara said proudly. "Now, tell me what you know of the pure world and how you know it." Naruto shrugged and ignored the cautions from Kurama and Chome. "Because this isn't my first rodeo. I have fought you before, I have been through a variation of this dance before." Madara blinked, and then blinked again, when he finally scoffed, "And you expect me to believe that? You are in sage mode, aren't you? Even if it is that weak, that is definitely sage mode, and you should be able to sense if I were lying." Naruto answered blandly and shook out his wrists. "Stop fucking around, Naruto." Kurama growled loudly. Hi. Naruto replied internally. "Ruto. Brother is right. This is not a man to mess around with." Chome screeched. Madara had used the distraction to mull over his thoughts. "So, then what happened last time?" I answered the one promised question. "Round 2? Naruto said with a cheeky smile. Madara nodded and let the fanatical grin spread across his face once more. "This time, I choose to waltz." Madara unsealed a sickle and a katana out of his wrists. Naruto chuckled manically before he unsealed Benihime and Dragon's Roar and encased them in wind chakra. "Very well, I can handle 3/4 timing. Let's dance." Naruto took the initiative this time and blurred forward with his blades held out to either side. He started with a side slash from the right that was blocked by the hilt of Madara's sickle. Before Madara could counter that block, his katana was forced to block a triplicate of slashes and stabs from Dragon's Roar. The first blood of the Genjutsu battle was had by Naruto, but the shallow wound to Madara was already sizzling shut by the time that the next clash of blades sounded. The Genjutsu fight continued to frustrate Madara as he had several slashes and tears in his cloak and his armor was beginning to look shabby as sharp wind slashes tore through it. He was frustrated that his Rinnegan and Sharingan were not enough to keep up with the blinding speed of the Senju boy. It was unbelievable to him that he was being outpaced this much and the boy wasn't even serious yet. It frustrated Madara to no end that his blades were losing each clash, despite the elemental advantage that Madara had over Naruto's wind blades. After another block, Madara saw that the wind covering Naruto's blades was saturated with water and the wind kept the water cool, which negated his flame-covered blades. That revelation was short-lived as Madara was forced to block a series of spinning slashes that escalated into thrusts. Madara was once again on the defensive as he relied on the predictive aspect of the Sharingan to defend himself against the blonde boy. Madara was no longer grinning as he took a deeper wound to his right leg, and he let out a roar of frustration as he used his Rinnegan to get the advantage in the Genjutsu aspect of the fight. Naruto's eyes widened because his two blades were locked with Madara's once more when 8 blade-like appendages sprouted out of Madara's back and chest. Naruto was able to jump back, but one of the blades had stabbed him through the abdomen and caused a gush of blood before the wound healed shut. As he found his new footing, he was forced onto the defensive as Naruto now had to fight against 10 blades as opposed to 2. It took a shout of frustration from Kurama for the blonde knucklehead to realize that he could counter with his Makuten chains. Madara had broken the rules first, after all. Madara scowled as the damnable chains made their appearance once more. With ninjutsu being used freely now, the gloves were off, and the true battle was starting. Madara opened with a Shinra Tensei that started to throw Naruto away when one of the sealing chains wrapped around his ankle. Mid-air, Naruto was able to anchor 2 more chains in the ground. And he spun Madara into the air before the Makuten chain slammed him into the ground by his ankle on the opposite side of Naruto from where he began. Madara was confused and frustrated by the fact that the Pretapath couldn't absorb the chakra chains efficiently. It was infuriating to the Uchiha who couldn't understand why the chakra-absorbing effects of the Pretapath couldn't absorb constructs made of pure chakra. Naruto felt the small drain as chakra clashed against chakra, but he was more than able to sustain the minimal chakra drain from the overall clash. Madara hopped back to his feet and weaved through hand signs before blowing out a fire-style, majestic flame destroyer jutsu. As the intense wave of flame impacted on the mountain's face and spread towards Naruto, he countered with the wood wall to halt the flame's advance and then added a WoodStyle, water colliding wave. The water poured over the breakneck of the wood wall and doused the intense flames, which resulted in the area being encompassed in chakra-dense steam. The two sages ignored the steam and clashed violent jutsu against violent jutsu. They lost track of time, space and surroundings as the only thing that mattered was besting the opponent. The black flames of Amaterasu burned terrible swaths of black flames into the faces of mountains. Wooden trees were blown away by waves of gravity. Earth, water and wood dragons fought against fire dragons that burned hotter than Yami's hellscape. Lightning jutsus crashed into wooden walls with violent roars as the battle continued to escalate. The air became so saturated with chakra that the environment shifted around the two into an emerging chakra storm. Black clouds formed high in the skies, lightning flashed and rain began to fall as the chakra in the air swirled into a storm of epic proportions. The lightning jutsus of Madara charged the atmosphere and tore into the earth that Naruto erected to counter. Fire continued to superheat torrents of water that formed out of Naruto's own body or the free water vapor in the air. In Iwa, the warning sirens were blaring as the mountains around their precious village were being reduced to rubble one by one. The storms that erupted out of nowhere were further inspiration for the Genin of Iwa to hop to their tasks. They overcame their fears and focused on evacuating their citizens to the underground shelters as the civilians gawked at the bouts of flames, flashes of lightning, gales of wind, chunks of earth and torrents of water erupting in the surrounding mountains. The universal thought of Iwa's civilians was, there is no way human beings could do such a thing. The Chunin guarding the walls were not censors, they were pretty rare in Iwa, after all. That being said, each of them could feel the massive swell of chakra that preceded each gigantic jutsu. The amount of fire used by Madara caused the already hot temperature of Earth country get to an uncomfortable point before the rainstorm formed and provided a sweet release. The flashes of jutsus of two intense fights continued flickering through the darkening skies and provided a unique show for the Chunin guards. Madara was frustrated as he called upon the power sealed in him. He focused it like he saw Naruto do and he was able to wrap the intense yokai around his body in a more tempered manner. It wasn't as clear and distinct as Naruto's chakra cloak, but it formed into a long sage cloak over Madara, and it was a dense black. It wasn't as pure as the old Madara's Juubi cloak, but it was still threatening to Naruto. You yahoos ready in there? Naruto thought. You are having way too much fun with this. Kurama deadpanned. I'm ready, Ruto. Chomei chittered excitedly, it has been quite fun to watch. Kurama scoffed, yeah, the idiot only gets thrown around by the gravity jutsu 100 times. Oh well, at least I don't have to focus on healing his broken body anymore. Naruto laughed out loud as he flared into golden yokai sage mode before thinking back, you haven't had to focus on healing me for years. It is all sage mode. Plus, this is probably the last time I will get a fight on this level. He isn't even trying to run away. No shit, Kurama deadpanned, he is completely lost to the battle mania. He is basically acting on instinct at this point. Yeah, it is kinda scary how much of a battle genius he is. Naruto admitted. Brat, you are the same way. Kurama deadpanned once more and shook his head despondently. Chomei chuckled, you can say that again. Now, Ruto, focus. Yes ma'am. Naruto thought and projected the image of a mock salute. With the power of the Biju and Geto Mazo, Madara powered up his jutsu and got ready to throw something new at Naruto. After forcing the kid to defend from another wave of flame, Madara held both hands out in front of him and formed 3 mini Biju bombs. As Naruto was recovering from yet another wide-scale fire attack, his eyes widened to comical proportions when he saw Madara holding 3 Baijudama in his hands. Naruto immediately weaved through hand signs before placing both hands on the ground as the Baijudama began soaring towards him at high speeds. He summoned the 5 Rashomon gates to absorb the impact and then he added in 2 V-shaped wooden barriers to disperse the insane pressure and flames of the explosions. As Naruto recovered, he felt a tingle in his senses, but it was unfamiliar, yet familiar at the same time. Suddenly, Naruto was punched hard in the face by an invisible foe, and he was hit mid-flight by yet another invisible foe. Kurama and Naruto came to the same realization simultaneously as the memories of his previous fight with Madara surfaced. He clicked his teeth and 4 wood clones sprouted out of his back glowing in the jism and they each darted at their invisible opponents. Kami dammit, Limbo and all of the Rinnegan's other BS abilities were really cheating. Naruto almost instantly healed the damage done by the Limbo clones and he sensed that his wood clones were able to deal with them. Naruto felt Madara's chakra and yokai swell and he knew something big was coming. Then, 3 familiar signatures registered in his brain as their roars echoed around the mountains of Iwa. Fuck. Naruto thought before he shook off his initial reaction and thought to Q, "You ready for that new jutsu, friend?" Kurama had been growing frustrated with the slow ramp-up of the battle so far. Sure, he knew that Naruto could easily handle the drawn-out fight, and he admitted that his partner likely had far better stamina than the reincarnated Uchiha. Upon feeling his brethren let loose from the ghetto Mazo, Kurama's anger had instantly flared, and Chome wasn't much different. When he heard Naruto's question, he smirked devilishly and was ready to take the kid gloves off. "Hell yeah!" Kurama snarled through the mind link, "It is high past time to free my brethren and put this bastard back in the dirt." Oh. Let's do it. Chome chittered excitedly. Naruto closed his eyes and clapped his hands together before beginning his hand signs. Madara panted from the exertion of releasing 3 Biju from the ghetto Mazo. He watched the Biju appear with the chakra rods linked to purplish-black chains that encompassed the base of their necks. He closed his eyes to calm his breathing and steady his chakra coils. He cursed Obito for resurrecting him prematurely because this body was clearly not at the level he expected, and the drain of such an invigorating battle could be felt. Madara's eyes snapped open when he sensed the massive upsurge in chakra from the Senju boy. It dwarfed anything he had used thus far, and from the feeling it surpassed the combined chakra of the 3 Biju he just summoned, which was stunning to Madara. However, with his Rinnegan open, he couldn't deny the fact that it was happening. To his Rinnegan it was like looking at a miniature chakra sun before Madara's jaw dropped when the jutsu sprang to life. Battle at the border, Eastern Battle. Temari was bored as she steamed a group of 100 white Zetsu and watched as the superheated water vapor turned the plant creatures into melted piles of goo. She was standing at the front of her formation, and she felt the gawking gazes of the men and women behind her. She looked off into the distance where she could feel her little brother's chakra swell and wondered what had gotten him so riled up. Before she could go and check, a company of Iwa shinobi appeared behind a formation of white Zetsu that had just risen out of the ground. "They just don't know when to give up," Hikari said despondently. She had watched the decimation of the Zetsu and felt nothing, but she had grown nauseous when she saw the original border guard killed. She wasn't looking forward to seeing even more loss of life. Temari squinted as she looked at the leader of the formation, and then she clicked her teeth in anger. "That little bitch doesn't know when to quit." "Who is she?" Hikari asked while the allied forces listened in. "Kurotsuchi, daughter of the Tsuchikage. She was there at the Chunin exams, remember?" Temari answered blandly while never removing her eyes from the battlefield. Hikari snapped her fingers. "Oh yeah, her. The girl Ruto captured before you, died, and Ruto, went crazy." "Yeah, that one," Temari said in a frigid tone. "Relax, my girl." Kokuo soothed through Temari's mind link. "Are you going to give her a chance to surrender?" "Hell no, Ko," Temari answered instantly. "This bitch had 2 chances. 3 strikes and she is out." Kokuo sighed sadly. "Very well, I am with you." Temari turned and addressed her forces. "We have an enemy company and a couple hundred white Zetsu. You are to remain in your teams of 3 at all times. Go after my jutsu fades," and Hikari casts the golden pollination. "Hi!" The formation of 50 shinobi shouted behind her while Hikari nodded resolutely. Without further warning, turquoise-colored chakra surrounded Temari, and she summoned Kamitachi, her personal summons. Without a further word, she nodded to the weasel before she opened her primary battle fan all the way. The potent wind chakra merged with Kokuo's yokai and channeled through the seals on her battle fan. She began her dance as Kamitachi focused on syncing his chakra with hers and joined her dance. Kurotsuchi saw the lover of the blonde demon, and she saw the chakra cloak that erupted around her. She had issued orders to prepare defensive jutsu, and the white Zetsus had already burrowed into the ground to seek shelter. Nothing could have prepared them for the triplicate of 800-foot-wide twisters that hissed with steaming chakra that closed the distance to her formation in mere seconds. The potent winds clashed with earthen barriers and shredded them mercilessly, which allowed the steam chakra to penetrate the defenses and wreak havoc on 40 or so Iwa shinobi. As the twisters faded, the allied forces charged forward with a battle cry, and golden flowers erupted from the ground and released a fine, golden pollen. As the pollen hit the ground, the white Zetsu were forced out of their hiding spots, and they had unnatural growths all over their bodies. It looked like the white creatures were suffering from rapid onset cancer as their bodies bulged in unnatural ways. The idea behind this jutsu that Naruto created was to disable the transformation of the white Zetsu into allied forces. The golden pollen reacted with Hashirama's cells and caused a reaction to the potent natural energy embedded in the jutsu. Temari led her allies across the steaming battlefield, and she sprinted straight for Kurotsuchi. Naruto wouldn't be happy that she was being motivated by revenge, but Temari felt like she had a score to settle with this girl. As she sealed her battle fan and pulled out her dual sensu fans, she steeled her nerves and prepared to give Kurotsuchi her final lesson. Tamari leapt into the air over a lava dome that was in good shape, and she formed 2 wind blades on the edges or her sensu fans. Kurotsuchi felt the jutsu end and she looked at the 20 shinobi that were able to shelter within her lava dome. No wind jutsu would be enough to penetrate her lava defenses, and as she dropped the lava dome, she felt the arrival of the enemy forces. She ordered her forces to scatter and engage before she looked up and saw 2 translucent wind blades descending rapidly upon her. She funneled chakra to her mouth and spat out 2 lava balls to intercept the wind blades. Tamari saw the counter and didn't let it disrupt her battle plan. She encased her fans in steam chakra and fell upon Kurotsuchi with a battle cry. Her fan sliced down and through Kurotsuchi's kunai before the tore 2 vertical slashes into her uniform. Tamari enjoyed the pain screams of the girl and she instantly moved to continue her assault. She begrudgingly admitted that Kurotsuchi was skilled as she immediately encased her kunai in a lava chakra, which equalized the subsequent clashes against her fans. Shikamaru, Kuji and Ino were back together again, and they were attached to Tamari's platoon. Shikamaru used Kuji in an earth-style, human boulder yo-yo to flatten the formation of Zetsu. He processed Tamari jumping over the white Zetsu and whispered troublesome under his breath when he saw the overzealous spouse of the most troublesome blonde ever. He turned to Ino and issued orders. Ino, we need to get through the Zetsu and get to Tamari. She is in there alone, Shikamaru shouted over the roar of the battle. Ino just sliced through 2 white Zetsu white chakra scalpels that were more like chakra sabers since they were 3 feet long. She will be fine. Just make sure these plant fuckers can't show up behind us. Tamari was forced to disengage Kurotsuchi as 8 Iwa shinobi surrounded her to give the Iwa princess a breather. Unfortunately, Tamari's wind and steam jutsu were truly devastating when Tamari didn't need to hold back. That was why she jumped ahead of her formation, and the volley of wind blades that began shredding the Iwa forces validated her reasoning. As an Iwa man that looked like he should have been retired already was cut in half, Tamari once again launched herself at Kurotsuchi. Kurotsuchi panted from her exchange with Tamari, but she steadied her chakra and allowed her medic to heal the 2 wounds running down her front chest. She saw that she didn't have much time and she channeled as much chakra as she could into her next jutsu. After she finished her hand seals, she placed her hands on the ground, and it caused the whole battlefield to shake. Shikamaru's eyes widened to saucers when he saw a massive volcano, nearly 500 feet in diameter, erupt and spew lava into the formation of allied forces. He was then relieved as Kuji and another Akimichi used an earth jutsu to absorb the initial volley of lava. Then, the 2 squads of Kiri shinobi were able to launch a massive wave of water at the top of the volcano, which caused an eruption of steam around the battlefield. Shikamaru was grateful for the storm and rain that had formed overhead because that empowered his Kiri allies. Tamari smirked devilishly when she saw the steam encompassing the battlefield, and she synced her chakra with Kokuo's yokai before spreading it through the steam. Once that was done, she worked with Kamitachi to create a heavy downdraft that blew the steam away from her allies and into the Iwa and Zetsu ranks. She reveled in the screams of her opponents as the surprise steam jutsu crippled them. She then darted toward where she felt Kurotsuchi. Kurotsuchi panted from the strain of her best jutsu and the subsequent strain of having to surround herself in yet another lava dome. It was stressing to her that her opponents were able to launch successive high-level jutsu one after another at her men. She shook off her thoughts as she felt the wind die down around her, and she began releasing her lava dome when she felt pain lance through her chest and both arms. She was able to look down and process both of her arms falling off before her body began sliding off of her lower half as her world went black. Tamari took a brief moment to savor the defeat of the lava bitch before she joined her allies in finishing off the remaining Zetsu and Iwa shinobi. It took less than 5 minutes after killing Kurotsuchi to clean up the battlefield, and she ordered her men to tend to the wounded. As she looked around, she was sad to see at least 5 of her allies dead, and she winced when she saw the burns on the 2 Akimichi that had taken the brunt of the lava and steam attacks. She walked over to the group of injured that were being tended to by the medics. "Sorry about that, Kuji. Thanks for protecting our guys from that jutsu." Kuji offered a sincere smile and waved her off. "Us Akimichi are tough. That lava hurt and your steam didn't feel much better, but we will be fine." The other Akimichi looked up and offered the same sincere, chubby-cheeked smile to back up his clan air. "You troublesome woman, you couldn't just use a katana or something?" Shikamaru drawled. Tamari scoffed. "I could, but that is Ruto's thing." "She is right, Shika," Hikari said, cheerfully joining the conversation. "Her sensu fans are just as, if not more, dangerous than brother's sword." Ino wrapped an arm over Tamari's shoulder. "Yeah, but Ruto doesn't devastate whole battlefields when he swings his swords." "I think the battlefield devastation was the point," Kuji said while chuckling. "It made our job easier, so no harm no foul. Thanks, Kuji. That was why you were my favorite from Team 10, Tamari said playfully, which earned a pout from Ino. Before the blonde mind walker could counter, everyone froze as they heard the roar of the three released Biju. Tamari was instantly notified by Kokuo about what happened, but that was nothing compared to what she saw next. Despite being 50 or so miles away, she was still able to see a massive wooden construct erect itself in the distant mountains. She closed her eyes and prayed while the allied forces around her were each struggling to break themselves out of their shock. At the beginning of the battle, Gaara and Rasa were forced to separate from Tamari when one of their worst-case scenarios became reality. They knew that their front was responsible for the battles that would be nearest the Earth capital. When they entered Earth country, scouts reported that the samurai were mobilizing from the capital and Gaara immediately set out with his father to stall or confront the samurai. As the sand and golden clouds came to a stop over the Earth capital, Gaara looked down on thousands of samurai that were in formation and preparing to depart the capital's gates. "Father, Naruto didn't want us to kill them unless absolutely necessary," Gaara said in his usual monotone, despite the excited protestations of the Shukaku, who wanted to release havoc. "Then perhaps we should give them a demonstration of what it would mean to leave the safety of those gates," Rasa said with a proud smirk on his face. Shukaku howled now in Gaara's mind and Rasa chuckled as he saw the obvious signs of his son having an internal conversation. "Very well, father. I will sync with Shukaku and plug the gates. You can send in a shadow clone to negotiate. Have fun, son. Do not overextend yourself," Rasa said as his golden cloud glided towards the city. Gaara closed his eyes and absorbed the sand that was below his feet. As he fell through the skies, he synchronized with Shukaku and a titanic tanuki formed in the air before crashing to the ground in a thunderous roar accompanied by an earthquake. Before the samurai could react, tidal waves of sand erupted from the dry ground around the Earth capital and crashed into the high walls surrounding the city and plugged the gates. With that done, Gaara let Shukaku have some fun and went to spend some quality time with his mother within the seal. Shukaku restrained himself as he watched Rasa send repeat shadow clones into the samurai formations to negotiate with them. The slightly crazy tanuki cackled loudly when it saw Rasa erect a golden barrier to stop the volleys of arrows from the long bows. His cackling intensified when he saw Rasa form golden javelins that he held suspended in the air above the samurai formations. He whined a bit when the samurai's resistance stopped, and he saw the negotiations taking place. Shukaku was never one to let a good thing go to waste though, so he began forming giant sand sculptures while Rasa was negotiating. This reignited his cackling when he heard the frustrated shouts of the samurai on the walls. Their stupid honor stopped them from enjoying Shukaku's art. The tanuki could admit that he was being a little crass, but the tiny human should just be glad he wasn't claiming their blood with his sand. With a final touch, the newest sand statue on the road to the Earth capital was finished and this earned the loudest roar of anger yet. The glorious sand statue of the Tsuchikage and Earth daimyo taking sand javelins in the ass would remain forever, as true art should. Or at least until the samurai could destroy it, but Shukaku considered that semantics. Shukaku's joy was disrupted when he felt the flare of yokai from Iwagakore's direction. He growled loudly and wanted to run to reinforce Naruto, but Gaara retook control and just continued to look off in that direction. When the giant wood construct appeared in the skyline over the Iwa Mountains, Gaara shook his head. His brother never did know the definition of restraint. Battle of the Uchihas, Kakashi trailed behind Obito as he traversed through the mountains of Iwa away from the site of a battle that was already starting between Madara and Naruto. He was trapped in his own thoughts and couldn't find his resolve. On one hand, he wanted to fight for his friend and save him from the darkness. On the other, he knew that his friend was most likely beyond saving and it was his friend that had plunged the world into darkness and chaos. Thus, Kakashi trailed behind with an empty look on his face hidden behind his half-mask until Obito came to a halt on a mountain about 5 miles to the other side of Iwa. Before the conversation could begin, Kyuchi and 2 squads of golem appeared behind Obito and they were accompanied by 50 white Zetsu. This caused the trio to pause and reevaluate the situation. "Please let me deal with Obito," Kakashi said quietly. Itachi looked unsure towards his old Anbu captain. "Are you sure you can do what needs to be done?"
Kakashi visibly winced. I don't know. But I need a chance to sort it out."
Shisui placed a comforting hand on Itachi's shoulder. "Let him go, cuz he will find his way. We have a cage and a bunch of nobodies to clean up," Itachi sighed, but a moment later his visage hardened and his Sharingan flared to life. "Kyuchi is mine. I have to repay the favor for what he did to my father and clan." Shisui shrugged and cracked his knuckles. "That means I get the chumps." "Very well." His voice barely contained his excitement as he removed the dual kodachis that were in a X-guard on his back. Obito never took his lone visible eye away from Kakashi. He had buried his past so deep that it may as well no longer exist, but looking at the half-masked face dredged up memories of past that forced Obito to push them down with vigor. As the battle began, Obito dashed forward with a sickle and katana in much the same way Madara did. He was trained by the legend, after all, and it showed in his fighting style. Kakashi snapped out of his musings when he was forced to deal with Obito's first attack. He withdrew 2 kunai and coated them in lightning chakra. The two owners of the same set of Sharingan began an intense duel that darted in between the screams and flying blood from the battles around them. Then, they broke into the fight from canon that took place in Obito's Kamui, because that fight was a masterful piece of choreography and a perfect blend of past and present clashing against one another. As Kakashi laid on the ground with a hole in his gut next to his one-time friend, he looked into the darkening sky and enjoyed the soft patter of the rain falling on his face. He was struggling to breathe from the strain of the battle and the hole in his gullet. As the blood trickled out of the wound and mixed with the rain, Kakashi looked over and saw Obito lying in a similar situation, but there was a Chidori hole that took out his right lung. "I am so sorry, Obito," Kakashi said quietly as the battles continued to rage around them. The tears mixed with the rain and saturated the mask that always hid Kakashi's face. Obito grunted and spat out some blood before he turned his head to look at Kakashi. "That was, a lifetime ago. That life you remember ended when Rin died to your Chidori." Kakashi closed his eyes in remorse and began to sob, which turned into a coughing fit due to his wound. "It was and is the single greatest regret of my life." "I know." Obito cut him off in a firm tone. "I was there that day, you know. It was after Madara healed me and I saw you impale Rin with your Chidori." Kakashi opened his eyes to see the pained look on the half-crushed face of Obito. He also saw the hole in his chest beginning to heal. "I want you to know, I didn't do it intentionally. I was trying to fight, and Rin threw herself." "I know." Obito cut him off once more. "That is why I committed to Madara's plan. It was the only way I would ever get to spend a lifetime with Rin." This statement earned a sad silence from the two wounded teammates. Shunshine no Shisui blurred around the battlefield in flashes of steel from his dual kodachis. As On-Man fell with an afterimage standing over him, the next one was already dying. The teleporting Uchiha decimated the accompanying shinobi and Zetsu alike. All of his speed training with Naruto and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan he got from Mikoto made him all the more deadly. As the final Iwa shinobi fell, 50 or so after images finally faded out of existence and Shisui turned to watch Itachi finish his fight with Tsuchikage. Itachi released his Susanoo and let out a sigh as he watched the soulless body of Kyuchi crumble to the ground unceremoniously in a pile of ash. With a pulse of chakra from his eyes, the black flames of Amaterasu fizzled out. He looked around the battlefield and saw that Shisui was waiting for him with his arms crossed. Itachi let out an Achen and clicked his teeth as he walked over to his cousin. Shisui was waiting with a shit-eating grin on his face as Itachi approached. "Well, cuz, I think you are getting rusty. I dealt with 2 squads and 50 plebs before you were able to finish off a mere cage." Shisui could no longer hold back his chuckles. "Achen, he had some decent defenses," Itachi said petulantly before turning to look for Kakashi. He saw the down forms and nodded with his head to Shisui, who simply nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi felt the 2 Uchiha warriors approaching, and he was glad for the backup. He knew that Obito would heal faster than himself. "Look, Obito, I will go with you." At Obito's grunt, Kakashi continued. "I will go with you to the pure world." "No." Obito cut him off for the 3rd time, but his tone was softer as he too felt the 2 approaching and he knew his eyes could no longer save him. "I don't want you to steal Rin from me again. Live this life. Find happiness, for me and for Rin." Tears fell freely from Kakashi's eyes, and the rain turned to a downpour as the sounds from Naruto's fight continued to escalate. Obito continued before Kakashi could respond. "I forgive you, Kakashi. Let it go." Itachi approached and saw the wound in Obito's chest regenerating and he moved quickly to apply a chakra lock seal on the downed Uchiha missing nin. Itachi was surprised when Kakashi struggled to a knee and he tried to stop him, but the man was able to shove his wrist away and Itachi stopped when he saw the resolved look on his elite Jonin's face. Kakashi took a knee over Obito. "Then I will send you to her, give her a hug for me," Kakashi whispered softly and affectionately. Obito nodded with a natural smile on his lips. "Thank you, Kakashi." Obito closed his eyes and barely felt the lightning-encased blow to the heart that sent him to the afterlife. Shisui dropped to Kakashi's side, who had crumpled to the ground once more. He took a first aid seal out of his pouch and placed it over the front and back of Kakashi's wound. As the tags took Shisui's chakra and converted it to healing chakra, Shisui looked down at the pained face of Kakashi. No words were necessary as the three understood the gravity of what just passed. That peaceful sentiment was disrupted when a massive flare of yokai preceded roars from three Biju. "We may need to go and back him up," Kakashi said as he rose onto his elbow. "No," Itachi said firmly. "We would only get in the way during such a fight. We will remain on standby." As Itachi finished that sentence, a massive wooden construct that defied logic rose into the skyline above Iwa. All three forgot to breathe as the stunned silence was suffused with the sound of mountains crumbling and chakra clashing against chakra. Naruto vs. Madara, the real fight, let's go, Naruto. Kurama shouted excitedly through the mind link as his chakra took form and continued to expand. On the outside, Naruto was rapidly raising into the air on a wooden platform that was fixed atop of a giant visage of Kurama that was fixed into a meditative position in place of a Buddha statue. Behind the wooden Kurama, 1,000 tails splayed out behind the kitsune, and each tail was equal to one of the true 1,000 hands of the original jutsu. As the wooden construct continued into the skyline above Iwa, Naruto cackled loudly as he was finally able to use his trump card. His cackling echoed across the mountain range as he saw the stunned look on Madara's face. Madara shook off his shock and fatigue before he entered into his perfect Susanoo complete with sage markings. He ordered the three Biju to attack in unison as he took to the skies above the mountain range. He watched in amazement as four tails lashed out and he was able to maneuver his Susanoo to dodge the tail meant for him. He growled in frustration when Isabu's spinning charge was halted and the giant turtle was sent crashing into a nearby mountain. The lava monkey was charging as it hurled giant balls of lava towards the wooden construct, but the monkey was sent flying by one of the tails as the left hand of the kitsune smacked the lava balls out of the air. Son Goku was sent tumbling back the way he came and halted unceremoniously as the base of a mountain that interrupted his tumble. The monkey shook off its disorientation and prepared to charge once more. The six-tailed slug, Seiken, crawled its way towards the wooden statue, leaving a trail of acid in its wake, and let loose massive volleys of acid that began disintegrating the wooden tail that smacked into Seiken milliseconds later. The wet-sounding smack echoed across the mountains. As the wood tail passed through the slug Biju and sent acid spraying all over the place. Seiken was forced to shake off the disorientation that accompanied the reformation of her body and she prepared to continue the fight. As Naruto watched the tail's opening assault, he blurred through hand signs and decided to incapacitate the Biju one by one. He finished his hand seals and 10 massive, wooden torii gates crashed down onto Isabu and immobilized it completely. Naruto left a wood clone in his place to maneuver the construct as he used Sunshine to appear on the head of the immobilized Biju. He gave a compassionate look into the single eye of the turtle Biju before he blurred down to the neck of the creature where the massive chakra rod was embedded. Naruto formed golden hands out of his yokai cloak and with a massive heave he was able to remove the chakra rod. In that moment, he was sent to the mindscape of Isabu and he exchanged fist bumps with the Biju. The Biju's eyes widened when he got a message and memories from Kurama. Naruto nodded when he received a piece of Isabu's chakra. When the time comes, he would willingly do his part. As Naruto removed the chakra rod, he was forced to dodge an attack of lava and acid from the two remaining Biju. He flashed to his wood clone in a golden flash and watched the form of Isabu retreat back into Madara's Susanoo. One down, he thought before he used the statue to block a titanic fireball of Amaterasu flames from Madara's Susanoo. 10 tails of the statue formed a wall that intercepted the black flames before the tails separated themselves from the kitsune statue and fell into a valley in between two mountains. The valley roared as the black flames of Amaterasu consumed everything they fell upon. The two joint hands of the kitsune statue glowed as they moved through slow and deliberate hand signs. As the tails continued to halt the assaults of Madara's Susanoo and the two Biju, the gigantic kitsune statue halted its movements and glowed brilliantly. Then, the earth shook violently as 10 massive trees erupted from the ground and shredded the mountains they came from. The 10 great trees soared into the skies with their tips in the form of dragon heads above thick canopies. The effects of a supersized Hokage-style Elder Jutsu, 10th Edict of Enlightenment were instantaneous as the charging Biju halted mid-stride and sat into reclined positions. The draining effects of the wooden trees that surrounded the Biju were obvious as thick streams of yokai flowed from the sitting Biju into the 10 great trees. Madara saw the jutsu and knew that he needed to disrupt it. The Susanoo weaved through hand signs and formed a massive black orb in between its palms. Ghetto Arts, Chibaku Tensei Madara roared out as he released the chakra black hole into the sky. This orb was about 10 times as big as the one Pain had summoned in Iron Country and its effects were immediate, devastating and wide-scale. The shattered mountain range flew into the sky in giant chunks of earth and the Biju were pulled in with earthen debris from the battle. The chaotic pull of gravity even had an effect on the wooden construct, but multiple tails lashed into the crust of the earth kept the great statue safe from the devastating gravitational pull. Naruto blasted off the top of the head of his thousand tails statue and jumped from rock to reach the Biju in seconds. He fought against the insane gravitational pull of the artificial black hole, and he focused on his targets as his short, chaotic journey took several seconds. The golden form of Naruto shone brightly as he landed first on Seiken's neck and ripped the chakra rod that anchored it to the Geto Mazo out of its neck. He didn't even take half a second to enjoy the small victory as he collected another bit of Biju yokai from the friendly slug. He darted higher into the air where the form of the red, giant ape was flailing helplessly in the sky as it was pulled towards the Shikabu Tensei. Another push of Naruto's chakra sent him soaring into the sky directly for the ape. He obliterated giant chunks of earth with an Odama Rasengan, and as he closed the distance, he turned the giant Rasengan into a Rasen Shuriken that screeched through the air towards the black hole. The backlash of the wind blast bought Naruto a second to remove the final chakra rod from Son Goku's neck. With the final rod removed and another sliver of yokai collected, Naruto flashed back to his thousand tails statue as the fading chakra of Son Goku was pulled towards the black hole. Madara was heaving through breaths as he struggled to keep up with the massive chakra expenditure and the rapid influx of yokai combined with the overuse of his chakra. His strained chakra coils burned, and his body struggled to pay the tax, even with the soothing effects of his sage mode. Thus, he was forced to hover above his own black hole and watch as the damnable boy defied logic once more and took two more of his weapons from the battlefield. He scowled at the thought of retreat, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to survive this fight against the boy. The moment's respite let him catch his breath and he released the Chibaku Tensei because it wasn't going to be enough to destroy that statue or the Senju boy anyways. Madara called down 10 meteors with the Planetary Devastation jutsu and he let the gravitational effects fade, which released the small moon hovering over the remains of Iwa Mountains. Naruto sensed the incoming meteors, and he knew he had to deal with the massive rocks falling from the sky. Hundreds of tails lashed out and impaled the rock formed by the Chibaku Tensei that was easily the size of Iwa itself in diameter. A thunderous sound tore through the skies before rocks and chunks of earth rained down upon the landscape and the village of Iwagakure. With the greatest threat dealt with, Naruto focused and sent more tails flying into the air and 10 massive cracks were heard as the flaming meteors were shattered by Makuten tails that each took the heads of dragons. The superheated earth fell to the ground in small meteorites and showered over Iwagakure and its mountain range. Naruto ignored the falling rocks and lashed out a tail at Madara's retreating Susanoo. The tails formed into dragon heads and wrapped around the legs of Susanoo and dragged it back down to the remains of the mountain range. With a giant slam and a rattle of earth, the Susanoo slammed into the ground. With another slam, a wooden golem jumped on the back of the giant, blue chakra construct and sent cracks etching through the chakra armor. With the tail still wrapped around its legs, Naruto spun the Susanoo around rapidly and threw the Susanoo skidding along the ground. He winced a moment later when the massive chakra construct skidded through a better part of Iwa and tore buildings asunder. He guided his Makuten statue forward and was able to see the devastation caused by the battle against Madara. He closed his eyes and sensed the people of Iwagakure's terror as they huddled in their underground bunkers. He took a calming breath when he felt them alive, and he took time to form a Makuten dome around the shelters to protect them from the fallout of this battle. The seconds he used to focus on protecting the Iwa citizens cost him as Madara Susanoo flew towards Naruto as his thousand tails lost massive chunks of wood as it was impaled by 4 swords covered in the flames of Amaterasu. Rather than retreat, Naruto ordered the statue to clasp the 4 arms of the Susanoo. Then, tails wrapped around the chakra construct and immobilized it completely. Naruto took no small amount of satisfaction as he watched Madara struggle in his grasp. With a smirk on his face, Naruto and Kurama used the left hand of the Kitsune statue to rip the armor off of the Susanoo piece by piece. As he removed the first shoulder plate, Naruto opened the dialogue. "Well, Madara, I think it is my win," he said smugly as the Uchiha legend continued to struggle. "You know nothing of peace, boy," Madara spat. "This world will never know peace." Naruto belted out a laugh at that. "You want to know what your plan would have done? Why don't you have Black Zetsu there tell you? He won't be able to get away anymore." The Kitsune's hand crushed the shoulder plates in its hands and absorbed the chakra that once belonged to Madara. Madara scowled as the black creature in his cloak spread across half of his body. Black Zetsu spoke, "Kyubi Jinchuriki, this is unnatural. You were not supposed to know. How do you know about Mother?" Naruto laughed as he moved on to strip the chest plate of the Susanoo warrior. He saw Madara cough out blood as he suffered from the effects of chakra rapidly being taken from him. "Oh, no. Your mommy will never be a part of this world again. I defeated her last time, but you corrupted my friend, and he brought about the end of the world. You fools know not what you do. Madara was struggling to comprehend what the boy was saying when visions of Black Zetsu's betrayal and the fight of a previous life filled his mind. Black Zetsu shrieked in response to that, impossible. Despite the shriek of Black Zetsu, Madara was struggling to comprehend what was happening. All of the work and effort he put into his plan, all of the pain he endured, his triumph over death and defiance of the rules, it was all for nothing. He was destined to fail no matter what, and it was all for naught. Rage encompassed the pits of Madara's soul, and his body was encased in the black flames of Amaterasu. He took no small measure of enjoyment as the creature known as Black Zetsu was burnt into remnants of chakra by flames hotter than the sun. Naruto saw the black flames erupt from within the protective jewel of the Susanoo, and he was pleased to realize that he could no longer feel Black Zetsu. He noticed that the Susanoo was now much smaller, as his Makuten had absorbed the chakra that was used to construct it. The tails constrained around the shrinking chakra construct, and he knew that it was time to end this. Naruto used the left hand of the Kitsune to pluck the jewel off the Susanoo's forehead. As the jewel was removed, the chakra from the body of the Susanoo was instantly absorbed into the Makuten when it was no longer tethered to its master. Within the jewel that was held firmly by the Kitsune's hand, Madara attempted to use chakra, to use his eyes, to do anything, but alas, he couldn't. He felt his chakra draining in the immobilizing effects of the statue as the jewel shattered into pixels of chakra. Naruto appeared in the palm of the titanic construct's hand next to an immobilized Madara as thick black lines of kanji spread around his body and encircled his eyes. Naruto bent down into a catcher's stance over Madara and spoke softly to the Uchiha warrior. Madara, return to the pure world and watch what I do with this world. I will show you true peace. I will eliminate as much suffering as I can. I will do everything in my power to bring this world into an age of prosperity. If your soul can endure Yami's punishment until I arrive, then I will forgive you for your crimes against my people. Naruto's voice was stern, as if he were talking down to a petulant child. Madara felt weak as he struggled to do anything, including breathe. The chakra pressure was choking, and he realized that this man in front of him was no longer bound by the restrictions of humanity. He could do nothing as Naruto placed a golden, glowing palm against his stomach, and he watched in amazement as 3 streams of yokai appeared from the Geto Mazo seal. Madara and the husk of the Juubi struggled against the pull of Naruto, but it wasn't even a contest. The strength of Naruto, empowered by 4 domains of nature and 2 of the strongest Biju, easily bested the Juubi's husk and crumbling will of a man that belonged to the land of the dead. Within minutes, 3 new Biju appeared in Naruto's seal, and they were welcomed by Kurama and Chome. They entered willingly and then assisted in pulling out the remains of their yokai from the Geto Mazo. The strain of the action took its toll on Madara, and the man struggled to remain conscious and alive. Finally, the final shred of yokai was removed from Madara, and Naruto relaxed and sat back on the palm of his thousand-tail statue. With a thought, he was placed on the devastated remains of Iwa before the statue began shrinking as it was reabsorbed into Naruto. Naruto sat next to a supine Madara, and he opened his final conversation with the man. Did you ever regret it? Madara h'd in question, and Naruto elaborated. Did you ever regret betraying your clan, the hidden leaf and you best friend? Madara remained in a contemplative silence and ceased his struggles to break free from the seal. After a minute, he responded, I regretted it every day. I felt betrayed by my clan, who ignored my warnings about the curse of hatred. I felt betrayed by Konaha because my clan was denied a true partnership in leading the village, despite Hashirama's attempts to place me as his second in command. I felt disgusted because I betrayed Hashirama. Madara finished in a low and remorseful tone. Then why? Naruto asked simply. Because the infinite Tsukiyomi would have given everyone happiness, even if it were fake, Madara answered. I desperately wanted to live in a happy world where Hashirama and I were able to achieve our dreams. Why didn't you work with him then? Naruto asked. The curse of hatred is a terrible thing, Senju. These eyes make us relive the moment of activation every time they are used. I couldn't get past my brother's death, and I always blamed Tobirama for it. For all my strength, I could never forget my hate or see past it, Madara said remorsefully. Then, find peace and pay for your sins in the afterlife. I disagree with almost everything you have done, but I can admire you for your resolve and dedication to your dream, Naruto said softly. Madara closed his eyes with a peaceful smile on his face, and he didn't fight the overflow of Senjutsu chakra. Naruto's hand glowed gold as he funneled natural energy in its raw form into Madara. The man's body rapidly turned to stone, and Naruto knew that this would be the eternal resting place of the Juubi's husk. With the Rinnegan no more, the Juubi could never be released from this vessel. Naruto focused and called upon his connection to the earth as the statue of Madara Uchiha was pulled down into the depths of the earth. He would carry that secret with him and make sure that nobody ever discovered the remains of the Uchiha legend or of the Geto Mazo. With the battle over, Naruto looked around and winced at what he saw. Iwagakure was more devastated than Konaha was in his previous life. He was able to feel the survivors and he removed the wood domes that surrounded their shelters, but Iwagakure was no more. Only a fifth of the village remained standing in the trails of Madara Susanoo and his Thousand Tales. Statue left massive trenches in the middle of the devastated village. Other than that, chunks of earth and meteor fragments were scattered around the city and left almost nothing untouched. "Ruto, we are tired. We need to get someplace safe," Kurama said internally as he sensed the drain the intense battle had on his partner. "We can take care of the human survivors later." "All right, Q." Naruto replied with a yawn. "How is everyone in there?" "Plenty of room, partner. Plenty of room. I am proud of you," Kurama replied as he shoved his excited siblings away. They were each trying to figure out how to use the mind link and they were beginning to annoy Kurama. "Good to know, let them know that I will find a home for them later," Naruto said as his eyes began to droop. Naruto's head turned lazily to the left and saw Itachi, Shisui and a wounded Kakashi. "Hey, guys, what's up?" he asked through his exhaustion. It was the cheery Shisui that looked around and smirked at him. "So, I take it we won?" Naruto offered a tired chuckle. "Yeah, something like that. Tell Iwa I am sorry about the village. Blame Madara." Itachi offered a wry chuckle before he caught Naruto as he passed out. "Well, everyone is heading this way anyways. Rasa and Gaara have the capital locked down, so let's get them out of the bunkers and figure out who is leading them now." Kakashi groaned as the wound on his abdomen protested his movements. "I don't think they even have any jonin left, and there isn't much left of the village." Itachi shrugged. "They probably have elders if they are anything like our village. We just need to end the hostilities officially and return home." Sure enough, the Allied forces closed around Iwagakure, and everyone was surprised by the wide-scale devastation that was seen. There was open weeping and shouts of frustration when the old and young of Iwa were freed from the evacuation bunkers. The devastation that greeted them was soul-crushing and nearly complete in its thoroughness. Their despair grew when they were made to submit to their enemies that now surrounded and occupied their village. The girls and alters raced to Itachi and relieved him of his burden. They cared for the sleeping Naruto and removed him from Iwa. It was a painful enough day and many of those people would do something stupid if they saw him in such a weakened state. The chakra storm continued for days until it eventually fizzled itself out and Iwa would never forget their greatest defeat or the legendary battle that liberally rearranged its landscape. Kami's court. It took Naruto nearly a week to wake up after his battle with Madara. The stress to his body from rapidly absorbing 3 Biju after chucking out a metric crap ton of chakra was severe, even for Naruto. During his slumber, the allied nations attained an unconditional surrender from the remains of Iwagakure and from the Earth Daimyo. Tsuchimaru, the Earth Daimyo, was forced to eat humble pie and he signed an agreement that he was to decommission Iwagakure for the next 10 years. This condition was added because it was clear that Iwa wasn't going to let go of their grudges anytime soon and nobody wanted to deal with that while fixing everything. Naruto awoke in the Suna hospital and groaned as he cracked his eyes open. Kami, he hated bright white lights and antiseptic smells. Naturally, he was greeted by his girls when he woke up, but he was surprised to see Shien there as well. Evidently, she and the children flashed to Suna when they heard about his prolonged unconsciousness. Thus, Naruto woke up to a hospital room full of family and lovers when he finally woke up. Up in her realm, Kami was watching down on this and she was waiting for her children to arrive to have a meeting that would affect the future of her eternity. The goddess was surprised to realize that she was nervous. She hadn't created a child, more commonly referred to by mortals as gods or goddesses, in over 1,000 years. She hadn't really cared much for or intervened in the mortal world for an equal amount of time and her children were all surprised by her recent changes. As Izanami appeared in her official court and took her seat, Kami looked around and realized everyone was here. Shinigami, the goddess of death, Yami, the goddess of hell, Raijin, the god of thunder and lightning, Susanoo, the god storms and harvests, Izanami, the goddess of land and nature, Susanoo, god of the seas and hurricanes, Amaterasu, goddess of the celestial sun, Tsukiyomi no Mikoto, goddess of the night and moon. These 8 gods and goddesses were Kami's first children and composed her court. Kami rose and addressed her children. "I have called you all here today to discuss the completion of my champion's quest and his future ascension to godhood." Susanoo, normally a pretty chill god, but he didn't like the idea of his mother settling for a mortal, interrupted in a huff. "Mother, why not just leave it at a fling in your mortal form and let the mortal go through the cycle? Kami's rare anger flared at the slight to her lover, and her godly pressure cratered Susanoo in his seat. You will not interrupt me again, and you will keep your unsolicited opinion to yourself. After that, the glowing golden eyes settled back down to their natural beauty, and she continued her address. I entrusted the mortal, Naruto Senju Uzumaki, to restart the new cycle, and I entrusted him with the mission to right the wrongs of the past. Humph. Susanoo huffed, just because my ancestor won and ended your mortal world. Your idiotic progeny caused the end of the world, brother, Amaterasu said coldly. She was still upset that her brother gave mortals the inverse power of her celestial flames when he created those damnable eyes. Ahem, Kami cleared her throat to halt the argument. I have not called you here to hash out old grudges. The fact is that the mortal realm is now restored and is on a good path. Mother, not to be crass, but the mortal managed to stop this Akatsuki organization the last time around as well. You entrusted him the mission of leading the mortals into a new cycle. I do not believe he has fulfilled that mission yet, Izanami said before continuing. I am pleased with the mortal's control over my domain and his use of it, but my point stands. Shinigami, the second most powerful goddess, scoffed, he has united the humans and houses 5 of the Biju. Not to mention, he retains pieces of 2 others. He will accomplish his task. Sister is right, Yami backed up the Shinigami, I have watched this mortal and know he will not fail. Plus, there is the issue of him now wielding divine power. Humph. Susanoo interrupted once more, hey, Gromo had divine power, Kaguya had divine power, and look what they did with it. A millennium of war and destruction is what we got in return for that gift. So, am I to understand that you will not back his ascension? Kami asked with an icy tone that made the gods shift uneasily. Mother, why are you so fixed upon this mortal? It makes no sense. He has 3 mortal wives in addition to your avatar, Raijin shouted with lightning flashing around him. He will inevitably disappoint you and will prove unworthy of divinity. Amaterasu groaned, can we just get the vote over with? I am starting to remember why I haven't seen my brothers in centuries. Tsukiyomi made herself known for the first time, I agree. I have felt the mortal's soul and I have borne witness to his triumphs. I vote to watch the mortal and reconvene in 30 years. That will surely be enough time for the mortal to prove himself worthy or unworthy. Kami sighed as Tsukiyomi's vote passed and she would be forced to wait on her chosen. She knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Naruto would prove worthy, but it was still depressing for the goddess. She found comfort in knowing that she would be with her chosen, at least in part, for that duration, but it was still depressing. Why did she even listen to her children again? Oh, yeah, she chose not to be a tyrannical dictator. Damned honor and sentiment. Naruto's 21st birthday, Naruto woke up in the fire capital on his birthday surrounded by the women he loved. His baby monitor was going crazy as Richie and Kylie were shrieking loudly. They were the final 2 children that Tamari agreed to have because the burden of twins was too much for her to bear. That didn't stop her from loving every single one of her 4 children, and she shuffled out of bed to collect her 2 young twins. Naruto let his eyes soak in her beautiful, toned, motherly form as she donned her nightgown and went to collect the twins. Before Tamari could put on her gown, the door to the master bedroom flew open and 9 children rushed in led by Hashi, and they jumped on their parents' bed. Tamari ruffled the hair of Cory and Orion, the 2 of the bunch that were hers, before she left to collect the twins. The 9 children jumped on top of their father and moms with the energy that was unique to children in the morning. Naruto groaned playfully before 9 clones puffed into existence and began wrestling with the children ranging in age from 7 to just under 3. Take it outside. Ino groaned tiredly. Aw. Mom. Hashi protested as one of his father's clones had him pinned on top of his mother. Yeah, Mom. Caitlina, Ino's second child, joined in protest, you're no fun. Before she broke out in giggles from one of her father's clones. Yeah, Mom. It's Daddy's big day. Arashir joined in the shouting until Samui snatched her son from the clone's grasp and hugged the 5-year-old. Samui's second son, Ai, broke free from the clone and latched onto Samui's shoulders. Yay. Let's go, Mama. We gotta get ready. Naruto's clones brought Shien's 3 blonde-haired and golden-eyed children down to the waking beauty. The goddess Vessel wasn't happy about having triplets, but she considered it a beautiful opportunity to appreciate the miracle of childbirth. Reiji jumped onto his mother and hugged her. Get up, Mama. Today is the big day. Kale joined her brother. Yeah, Mama. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, it's a beautiful day. The skies are clear and full of cheer. Wake up, it's a beautiful day. Her soft little voice sang part of the song that Shien used to sing the kids to sleep. Zoe, the youngest of the triplets, decided to jump as high as she could before she knee-dropped her mother's sleeping form. Before the excitable girl could say anything, Shion rose from the bed and scooped the 3 children into her arms. The gaggle of children giggled loudly as their mother showered them in kisses, tickles and snuggles. Tsunade and Kurama appeared at the door carrying their son Ruto, obviously named in honor of our blonde hero that means the most to the 2 of them. "What's all this noise about?" Tsunade asked facetiously. "Granny." The children shouted in unison, and for once the tick mark didn't appear on Tsunade's temple. She was so grateful for the love of her great-grandchildren, but if anyone ever called her a great-grandma, she would use the mountain breaker punch on their behinds. As the children rushed their granny and grandpa, 4 disheveled blondes got themselves out of bed to get ready. "Good morning, Mama," Naruto said through a yawn. "Good morning, Q." The 2 adults nodded their heads, but their attention was consumed by the gaggle of children. "Are you ready, my love?" Shion asked as she came up behind Naruto and wrapped her slim arms around Naruto's abdomen. Naruto clasped the arms to him tightly and leaned back into the blonde beauty. "Just another day, my love. New Uzu is already up and running and Wave is doing just fine." Ino joined the bedside hug. "Yeah, but today it is official, and the Biju Accords will be signed." "Yeah, Ruto, everyone is here, and it is going to be a good day," Kurama said excitedly. A hectic morning full of children, breakfast, family and friends was hosted by Kinji in the residence of the daimyo in the fire capital. Kinji had proven to be a valuable ally, and he was instrumental in the big picture changes that Naruto incorporated throughout the elemental nations. Kinji helped get the other daimyos together, he helped revise the treaties and organize the personnel to incorporate many changes. For Kinji's part, he was grateful for the opportunity to partner with Naruto, and he considered it the honor of his lifetime to do so. As Naruto was finishing up breakfast, his friend, fellow daimyo and fellow actress came up and slinked her arms around his neck. Funnily enough, Koyuki was still blonde, and she had proven herself to the girls that she was into Naruto for the long haul. Over the 5 years she knew Naruto, they had created 4 movies together that all originated from Naruto's best-selling book series. Even Shion, on behalf of Kami, relented and allowed her to join the Sisterhood of Wives, but she said that she would have to wait until Naruto was a daimyo. Perhaps that was why Koyuki was so excited today. The rowdy group of Senju Uzumakis made their way to the daimyo's castle where Naruto would be announced as the daimyo of Whirlpool and Wave. He would give his address and announce his intentions for the nations. He would also introduce the Biju Accords to the public before he would go to the Council of Daimyos to get it ratified. It was set to be a long day, but at the end of the day all of Fire Country would party. Naruto gulped nervously as 4 sets of hands found their places on his back and shoulders to provide support and courage. The roar of the crowd was deafening, and Naruto could see almost every citizen from the Fire Capital as well as representatives from every nation and every hidden village in the elemental nations. His keen eyesight could see all of his friends and their families, his ears could pick up the excitement and his senses were overloaded with the expectations of his audience. Before Naruto was called forward, he took a deep breath and allowed his girls to smooth out his daimyo robes that were a deep sea blue with golden waves hemmed into the robes. He heard Kinji announce him, and he stepped out onto the balcony and was greeted by a roar from the crowd that lasted for nearly 5 minutes before he rose his hands and silence descended over the crowd. He looked to his right and saw the humanoid forms of the 9 Biju standing next to their human partners. He looked to his left and saw the Council of Daimyo and Kage all watching him with analytical eyes and keen interest in their hearts. Naruto took a deep breath and began his address. "People of the elemental nations, my Biju brethren and my fellow daimyo, I thank you for recognizing me as the daimyo and leader of Wave and Whirlpool. I swear with all that I am that I will do my utmost to serve my people selflessly, that I will commit myself to my lands and people with honor and integrity as my guiding principles. I swear to do all that I can to help as many people in the elemental nations as I can." Naruto paused here as a roar of cheers and whistles came from the crowd. This lasted longer than the first and he had time to see Neji and Tenten with their baby girl on Neji's shoulders. He wanted to laugh when he saw Kuji tossing his baby boy into the air before Kairo bonked him on the head. He nearly guffawed when he saw Lee pumping his fist into the air and screaming loudly with Shizuka next to him with her head in her hands. Finally, he found peace when he saw Mabui, and her child accompanied by Daru. He knew that the child was Ai's and he greatly respected Daru for accepting that honor and responsibility. As the roars died down, Naruto cleared his throat and spoke again. "Moving forward, I want to continue the age of peace and prosperity. I want New Uzu to be a member of the nations and I offer it as a neutral ground for all. I want to move away from the past of rivalry, war, devastation and destruction and my deepest desire is to guide the elemental nations to a brighter future. The future I see for our nations is a future of abundance and innovation. The future I see uses chakra and the miracles it brings to help people. I have no doubt in my mind, heart or soul that if we work together that we will see this brighter future. This time, the cheering was accompanied by a short burst of fireworks and a couple fancy fire jutsu that were blown from the roof of the daimyo's palace. As the show played out, Naruto held up his hands in a request for silence once more. A peaceful smile settled over his face and appeared on television screens around the continent and on the big screens in the plaza. Part of the new peace that we are working towards is redefining the relationship between humanity and Biju. For those that don't know, the Biju, the monsters of legend that we were all taught to fear, are actually chakra entities that were left by the Sage of Six Paths to help guide humanity on the path of Ninshu. In order to avoid a lecture, Ninshu was the belief that, through chakra, humanity would be able to grow closer, truly understand one another, and that understanding would lead us away from war and to prosperity. Naruto paused here to take a breath and let the audience digest what he was saying. Alas, that didn't happen, and humanity took the gift of chakra and used it for war. Man was given the ability to bend nature to his will, and the only thing we used it for was our own selfish desires confounded by wars against our fellow man. I ask you, my fellow people of the elemental nations, do you not prefer how I chose to use chakra? Do you not prefer the prosperous fields, the safety in your homes, the safer and quicker journeys to neighboring lands? Once again, a thunderous roar of approval echoed across Fire Country, and it was accompanied by shouts of agreement from those watching the address remotely. Naruto could feel his speech was working and that it was galvanizing the people. Once more, he held up his hands in a request for silence. This is where the Biju come in. Each of them is a nearly endless source of chakra, and each of them can reshape landscapes, perform miracles that can be used for the benefits of our people, and they are willing to partner with humanity to help us care for this earth. Today, I introduce the Biju Accords to you. These accords will be signed by every leader, every future leader, and every Biju. These accords will end the imprisonment of the Biju, and it will outlaw the use of their mighty power for war. Today, it is my hope that the leaders of each nation recognize that it is time to set aside past grudges and move forward to prosperity. I do not wish to fill you with false hope. Suffering, pain, death, inequality, and the other negative aspects of life will still exist. However, today will begin the international partnership that says we will not let them reign over us. Today, we say that we will combat those terrible realities in unison. Naruto softened his tone for the end of his address. Today, I ask you to trust me. I ask you to work alongside me. I ask that you believe in my dream, and I ask you to trust my 9 partners that the world knows as the Biju. Naruto extended his right hand in a welcoming gesture for the 9 Biju, and they lined up and approached Naruto. Today, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Shukaku, the one-tailed tanuki. He has power over earth and sands and is partnered with Subaku no Gara. Next, we have Matatabi partnered with Ni Yugito, the 2-tailed cat has domain over flames and rebirth. Isabu is the 3-tailed turtle partnered with Haku Yuki that can bear the tides of the ocean and the coral that shelters the creatures of the seas. Son Goku is the 4-tailed lava ape that has domain over lava and volcanoes. He has chosen to partner with Mei Terumi, the previous Mizukage. Kokuo is partnered with my wife Tamari Senju Uzumaki, and he is the 5-tailed dolphin horse. He bears the power of steam and winds. Seiken is the 6-tailed slug, partnered with Tsunade Senju, the slug Sanin. Seiken creates powerful acid that can be used to break down precious minerals and metals. Chomei, the 7-tailed horned beetle, partnered with Shino Aburame, is the queen of insects and can help increase the fertility of our crops and fields. Finally, Kurama, the 9-tailed kitsune, my partner, with the power of wind, fire and life. I introduce you to them today in hopes that we can move past past transgressions and move forward into a better future. Naruto wasn't surprised when mutterings broke out. Everyone in the crowd had heard of the rampages of the Biju. A fair number of people in the crowd had been impacted negatively by the Biju at some point or another. This was a revolutionary idea and there was a fair amount of fear and uncertainty laced into their mutterings. Naruto took a deep breath and had the Biju stand behind him before he channeled chakra to his voice once more. The past is there for us to learn from our mistakes so that we may avoid them in the future. I acknowledge the fact that many of you have been hurt by the Biju in one way or another. I do not hide from that. However, for the past century, we have robbed sentient beings of their freedom, stolen their chakra and used them against their will to commit acts of war. That is the past. Moving forward, under the Biju Accords, every Biju, Biju partner, daimyo, leader of hidden villages and every future leader will sign on to these accords. They will swear to never again raise their hands against humanity unprovoked. The leaders will never order them to commit acts of war or aggression. Their partners will swear to use their powers for the benefits of the many. Once again, I ask for your faith, I ask you to follow me and believe in me. I swear on the Uzumaki and Senju clans, the things I hold most dear, that I will not abuse your trust. Naruto ended his address with a deep bow to the audience, and the crowd was hushed for a while before a massive uproar of approval could be heard. Naruto rose from his bow and Kinji came forward to place his daimyo hat on Naruto's head. His hat was a sea blue with a white kanji for 9 on it. His crowning caused another surge of excitement in the crowd, and everyone was ready to move forward into a brighter future. After the inauguration, Naruto pleaded his case to the leaders of the elemental nations. He promised benefits to the signatories, and he heard out concerns from the leaders of many nations, especially the smaller nations. Before the leaders of every nation, the Biju and their partners all signed a celestial contract binding them to their oaths. This went a long way to assuage the fears of many leaders. The meeting was long, but it ended with every leader of every nation signing on to the accords. Kami's court, Naruto's 30th birthday. Kami once again summoned her children to her court, but this time she had a smug look of victory on her face, and she was doing very little to obscure it. She looked around at her gathered children and locked eyes with each one of them. Each glance was filled to the brim with "I told you so," and the goddess of creation reveled in the humbled looks of her children. Today, I have summoned you to readdress Naruto Senju Uzumaki's ascension. Kami began, he has completed both of my assigned tasks, and it is undeniable that the world has moved into a new age. The cycle of hatred has been broken and the age of prosperity has started. Each of you has gained devoted followers and risen in power due to the actions of my chosen, my eternal husband. I once again call for a vote on the acknowledgement of our marriage and his ascension to divinity under the domains of fatherhood and innovation. Susanoo stood up. Mother, I acknowledge the mortal, Naruto Senju Uzumaki. This was followed by the other 8 members of Kami's court doing the same thing. The fact that the first acknowledgement came from the previous biggest obstructor stood as testament to the good works of Naruto. Yami yawned. Mother, it has been boring in hell lately. Far fewer mortals are being sent to my domain. You were complaining for millennia and asking for vacations not 20 years ago. Shinigami muttered under her breath. Yami scoffed at that and humphed with her nose up. Susanoo, god of the seas, looked mighty pleased. The Biju, Isabu, and Kokuo, specifically, have been a great help in my domain. What is to happen with the Biju after Naruto's ascension? Kami tapped a finger to her lower lip. That is open for discussion. I have my reservations about leaving them in the mortal realm without Naruto as their leader. He has assured me that his progeny will be able to manage in his absence, but I have a feeling that is likely to change. Amaterasu, with a small blush on her face, asked, when will Rudo be coming to join us? Kami cast a small glare of possessiveness and jealousy towards her daughter. Rudo will join us upon the natural deaths of his mortal wives. They will each be sheltered and allowed to continue their marriages alongside me in my domain. Lucky bastard. Susanoo muttered, which earned a nod from Susanoo. Kami smiled at her 2 petulant sons. Indeed he is. Now that the vote is approved, I dismiss this council to be reconvened when Naruto is ready to pass from the mortal realm. Naruto's 90th birthday. Good morning, Q, Naruto said as he walked into the quiet kitchen of his home. Morning, Rudo, Kurama said as he sat down next to his partner. It isn't the same without them here. Naruto nodded sadly. I agree. I think it is time for me to go. About that, Kurama said hesitantly, I want to go with you. Naruto looked up. The same ageless visage he has had for the past 60 years looked into Kurama's eyes. I realize that my soul is bound to you, and it is bound to Tsunade. I haven't been whole since she passed. Naruto nodded sadly in understanding. Okay. I think we can arrange that. Will you still buy my partner? Kurama smirked at Naruto as fire reappeared in the red eyes of the kitsune. Always and forever, my friend. Turns out, the other Biju were ready to pass on as well. With their father's dream now accomplished, their power was no longer needed on the earth. They were ready to join their friends and loved ones in Kami's realm, and they all petitioned the goddess of creation to make it happen. Each of the Biju, except for Kurama, was to partner with one of her children to assist in the domain that fit them best. The Biju each accepted this deal, and Kami allowed them to each have a chosen. A mortal that could carry on their role and will in the mortal realm, much like Naruto was her chosen. Each of these chosen was gifted with the abilities of the Biju, and they had supernatural abilities above normal mortals. Each Biju and God pair had a fun time devising tests and trials for their chosen, and it was all done for the good of humanity and the glory of the gods. Each god had grown accustomed to the praise and joy of their followers, and the divine realm was overflowing with power and positivity as a result. Even Yami had enjoyed the new pacing, and she partnered with Nibi to punish the unrepentant. As Naruto stepped out of his home and into New Uzu, he reveled in the glory of the island paradise. The island was about 5 times larger than it started, and it linked to Wave Country via a mile-long bridge that Naruto made. It was thanks to the lava and creation from Son Goku and Kurama that the island was expanded, which served as a testament to the power of the Biju. The city acted as a central trading hub for the elemental nations, and the benefits were obvious. Naruto called for a summit of the leaders as well as a family meeting. He told them of his intentions, and his parting was greeted by wails and protestations of many. His family, now over 400 men, women and children that composed 4 generations, protested the loudest, saying that they still needed his guidance. The leaders each protested the passing of the Biju, but their worries were assuaged when Naruto informed them of the plan for the Chosen. After his 90th birthday party, as the sun set over the beautiful ocean waters of Whirlpool Country, Naruto was called to the pure world along with his 9 Biju companions. He would go on to rule alongside Kami and the other gods to care for their realm and their creations as the god of fatherhood and innovation. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe.